Chapter 1644 Fallen. This sword was brilliant. It had slain a Runhuang with a single strike. Everyone could feel the aura of the Swordmaster's divine wheel. Its brilliant, perfect radiance covered the area in sword will. Even the people from top forces looked surprised by this. Everyone knew a little bit about the divine wheel's level, but those core few who were from the top forces without a doubt knew the most. Especially the people from the Heavenly Mandate Realm, the Higher Heavens Realm, and the Myriad Realm, who had seen the Swordmaster of Lihan be defeated by the swordsman from Heavenly Sword Hall. They looked more surprised than anyone else. He had improved so quickly. Was it even possible for him to have changed so much? So what was the meaning of being a so-called proud son of heaven? This obviously went against common sense. Yuan Hong of the Yuanyang clan had been at Sword City. He looked at the Swordmaster of Lihan. He had really forged a perfect wheel. The great emperor had unified the world, and every 50 years opened up the god's relic. It was said that there would be opportunities to forge perfect wheels within the god's relic, giving it an independent place in the world. It had the same use as some of the secrets of the top powers, but it was even more unique. Thus, the people who had come here before did so both for the god's relic itself, but also for the chances it afforded to prove themselves worthy of advancing to the next level. Shen Hao, Nen Luoshan, Jin Qingzhu, and more had all forged perfect divine wheels here. However, although the god's relic was an extraordinary place, it was not guaranteed that one would be able to forge a perfect divine wheel here. It still depended on the opportunity that one received and their base level of power. The Swordmaster of Lihan had clearly been lacking quite a bit, and so he should not have been able to do what he did. The only explanation could be that at the battle at Sword City, the Swordmaster of Lihan had destroyed his own foundation in order to forge it anew. That would have taken great courage. Moreover, he had had no choice. He could only fight for his life. Either he would have died under the divine sword will, or he would have broken and then stood up again later. All the sword will in Sword City had gone into him. However, this had all happened by chance. If the choice was given to him now, would he have the courage to gamble again? Yuan Hong thought there was about a 50-50 chance that he would. Perhaps this was the chance he was waiting for, Yuan Hong thought as he watched the Swordmaster of Lihan. He had entered the Runhuang Plain at its highest point, ignoring the fact that he had not been talented enough in the past. He had completely changed. If he got another opportunity like this in the future, he would likely become one of the most powerful figures in the 3,000 realms of the Great Path. This was not only true for the Swordmaster of Lihan. Anyone who created a perfect divine wheel would stand among the top figures of the 3,000 realms of the Great Path. Indeed, many of the rulers of the 9 realms did not even have perfect divine wheels. As a descendant of one of the top figures of the Central Imperial Realm, Yuan Hong was very clear about his own quality. When Jin Qingzhu, Shen Hao, and Nan Luoshan had succeeded, he had not been too disturbed. After all, they were already fated to be the future rulers of the 9 realms. But the Swordmaster of Lihan was different. This was truly shocking. Without a doubt, the people who were most shocked were the people from the Golden Divine Nation, Gaishir, and the others. The person who had been killed was their Runhuang. They had lost a Runhuang, and the Swordmaster of Lihan had arrived. The tables had turned completely. If Futian wanted to kill all of them, how could they stop him? Bang! An incredibly loud sound rang out as Gaishir was sent flying by Do Zhao's fist. He could hear Do Zhao's voice rolling like thunder. Now, do you know what fear is? Previously, when he had taken advantage of these people when they were weak, he had not been the least bit polite. When the Swordmaster of Lihan killed the Runhuang from the Golden Divine Nation, those cultivators who had wanted to steal Futian's statue fled. They seemed to have abandoned their previous plans. Why hadn't they dared to do this earlier? It was because the others were all very strong. Talented Renhuangs were the top figures here in the God's Relic. Now that the Swordmaster of Lihan was here, Futian's side had won as well. If they wanted to steal from them, they would be seeking their own doom. After killing the Runhuang from the Golden Divine Nation, the Swordmaster of Lihan began moving towards Futian. With every step, brilliant sword light shone, descending upon the cultivators from Celestial Worthy Temple. Sword will fill the air. The Runhuang from Celestial Worthy Temple frowned. He could feel his divine will come under a great amount of pressure. Although he had not been able to forge a perfect divine wheel, his was still at the celestial level. When added to his position as the proud son of heaven of celestial worthy temple, he was incredibly strong. But even so, he still felt like he was under pressure. He raised his fist, his fingers like 5 divine golden mountains. He reached out towards the swordmaster of Lihan up in the sky. Endless sword will appeared in the air, swallowing up all the radiance. The swordmaster of Lihan moved, and his sword flashed out. With that one slash, it looked like thousands of swords were born. Each of the fingers were cut through, one by one, and shattered violently. The swordmaster of Lihan pierced forward towards the Run Huang from celestial worthy temple below him. Up in the air, a falling sky sword was descending. It transformed into countless swords that seemed like they would destroy the entire area. Feeling that terrible sword power, the cultivator from celestial worthy temple unleashed brilliant light. The swordmaster of Lihan's sword was incredibly fast, and it reached him in the time it took to think a single thought. But it was blocked by a golden mountain. Below it, the Run Huang from celestial worthy temple was waving his hands. "Go," he said. The other cultivators from celestial worthy temple disappeared from their original places. Bang! There was a loud noise as the swords fell and destroyed the mountain. But the cultivators from celestial worthy mountain were already far away, turning into golden afterimages. And they were getting even farther away. A ritual implement. Futian stared at his opponents. They had moved extremely quickly. "There's one more over there, Swordmaster." He was looking up into the air. The demon emperor from the Sky Demon Court was fighting another Renhuang. It was another person who wanted to steal one of the statues. "All right." As the Swordmaster of Lihan said this, his figure disappeared as he flew quickly through the air. Brilliant sword light appeared in the air, and blood seemed to be dripping from it. Everyone's hearts beat faster when they saw this. There was another sword. 2 Renhuangs had been slain by a single sword, and the one from Celestial Worthy Temple had only escaped due to his ritual implement. It seemed that there was no longer any doubt about who would get this inheritance. No one could compete for it. "Yusheng, go ahead," called Futian. Yusheng retracted his aura and walked towards Futian. "Go on." Futian looked at the statue and saw the divine light falling upon it. It was glowing brilliantly. Yusheng did not say anything. He just walked over there and stepped into the statue. Futian watched him. Previously, Yusheng had been at a lower level than him and had never been as close to the Rohuang plane. Now, this inheritance would be enough to let him overtake him. He would rush all the way towards the Renhuang plane. He turned his gaze to the other battlefield. He narrowed his eyes. Killing will was spreading out. He was not thinking of giving up now. Do Zhao had been pressing Gai Shishir all this time, but when he saw Futian coming, he made way for him. The Do tribe had surrounded the cultivators of the Golden Divine Nation. None of them had escaped. Futian looked at Gai Shishir and saw that his face had gone pale. There seemed to be a deep fear in his eyes. He could see the killing intent in Futian's eyes. "How do you want to die?" asked Futian. His voice was extremely calm, but it made a dark look come over Gai Shishir's face. Futian had truly come to kill him this time. Last time, when he was leaving the Divine Palace, Futian had not dared kill him. But now, he was not sure. At the very least, Futian's desire to kill him was clear in his eyes. Futian reached out, gripping his spear, fighting while wrapping around it. Terrible spear light shone from it. "If you can survive this spear strike, I will let you go." Futian pointed the spear at Gai Shishir. There was a gloomy look in Gai Shishir's eyes as he stared at Futian. Was he seeking to humiliate him? A single spear strike. But given Futian's power, Gai Shishir could not be sure of surviving even a single spear strike. He said nothing. The golden blood that flowed through his veins surged, and his body became golden. It was as if he had been forged of it. He gripped his golden divine spear and stepped forward. His endless will transformed into the figure of a celestial god. He stepped into the air. He was Gai Shishir, the foremost junior of the Golden Divine Nation, with enough talent to shock the world. Could he really not bear a single spear strike? "Are you ready?" asked Futian. Even more powerful fighting will burst out from him towards Futian. At this moment, Guy Shir felt that he was not facing Futian, but a god of war. Whoosh! Golden light shone brilliantly as the sound of a god sighing rang out. A golden ancient god descended from the sky towards Futian. Guy Shir was not going to take his lying down, but would instead attack. He was skilled at attacking, and in fact, there were few in the higher heavens realm who could match him in that regard. He had the initiative, so he would naturally take that opportunity to attack. He would like to see Futian try to kill him with a single spear strike. Futian saw Guy Shir coming towards him, then stepped forward, making the air shake. He struck out with the spear, as powerful as a dragon, and a terrifying storm whipped up. Neither of them tried to avoid their opponent's attack. The spears collided, unleashing a terrible, destructive light as they clashed. Everyone saw the divine spear trembling, and then they saw Guy Shir's arm shaking. Then his body. Bang! A terrible sound came out of his golden body. Then, as everyone watched in shock, many booming sounds rang out from his body. Then he began to crack apart. No! A look of shock came over Guy Shir's face. When he said this, golden blood began to pour out of him. His body disappeared, leaving no trace. He's really dead. Everyone trembled as they saw this, particularly the people of the higher heavens realm. That was Guy Shir, of the bloodline of the golden divine nation. Futian had really killed him. Moreover, what kind of power was this? A single spear strike had destroyed Guy Shir's body. Just how strong was he? He had absolutely crushed Guy Shir. What kind of level was this? One of the top figures of the higher heavens realm had fallen in the god's relic. Chapter 1645 Altar. The god's relic was the burial place of many proud sons of heaven. This time was just like it had been in the past. Many people had fallen here. However, it was very rare for people of Guy Shir's status to fall here. For one thing, everyone there was very strong, and for another, their opponents would usually show mercy. After all, he was the heir to the golden divine nation. If other members of top forces fell here, it is possible that the people here would not care. After all, there was nothing unusual about that. But they would definitely care about someone like Guy Shir dying. Even though in the past, people of his level had been killed, they had been killed by people who were even more powerful than them. For example, the people of the Central Emperor realm could ignore it if their fellows were killed by people from the other top forces, since they were very strong themselves. But Futian was someone without any background. He called himself the disciple of the Sky River Great Elder and had killed Guy Shir. This was not something that made sense. But everyone knew that war was chaotic, and when deep enmity was involved, things did not always make sense. After all, the people from the Golden Divine Nation had attacked him and Yusheng. If Yusheng had not been strong enough, he would have died at the Renhuang's hands. Futian stood there in the sky, holding his spear. He swept his gaze over the people from the Golden Divine Nation and said, "Get out of here." He had not slaughtered them all, killing only Guy Shir and the Renhuang. They were the main figures of the Golden Divine Realm here anyway. As for whether the rest of them lived or died, he really didn't care. If he let them return, they could report what had happened to the Golden Divine Nation. They would tell them who had struck first. The people from the Golden Divine Nation turned and left. What would be the point of remaining there? They had not gained much from this trip to the God's Relic, and most of what they had gained had gone to Guy Shir. With his death, it could be said that the trip was a complete disaster. It would be difficult for them to explain themselves when they returned. "You're letting them go?" Do Zhao whispered. Futian was very kind. If it had been him, he would not have let even a single one of them go. He would have slaughtered them all. "There would be no point in killing them all," whispered Futian. He turned and walked over to the statues. He could see Yusheng bathed in the statue's light. Brilliant divine light was falling from the palace in the sky, making Yusheng's body change continuously. His eyes were closed, and it seemed like he was calmly taking everything in. The great path was resonating within him. The inheritance that had been left here must be good. Although it would be difficult for it to let Yusheng directly break through to the next level, it would probably put him within a step of that level. This would be a great boon to his cultivation. When will I get a chance like this? Dou Zhao watched Yushang enviously. That guy had been able to defeat him when he used the will of the sevenfold will of the fighting god, even though he was at a lower level. Once he had forged a law body just like Dou Zhao had, he would get even stronger. At that point, even the sevenfold will of the fighting god wouldn't be enough. You are truly not polite at all, Yi Futian praised him. We're all family here, why should I be polite? Said Dou Zhao cheerfully. He hadn't forgotten that this guy had many treasures taken from the sacred hall. You are right, said Yi Futian with a smile. Dou Zhao was well suited to his own temperament. His combat ability and capacity for violence were similar to Yushang's. His personality was not that sincere. He was brazen and shameless. It could be said that he was a combination of Yushang and Little Condor. Since you also say we are family, I will also not be polite the next time I need a weapon, said Dou Zhao, looking at Yi Futian. He obviously still had the idea that he needed magic weapons. If he could equip the elders in his family, they would be able to directly sweep into the Ziwei realm. They were not able to wield the full power of the weapons from the spatial sacred hall due to their level. Their true power could only be unleashed in the hands of Renwangs. Are you serious? Whispered Yi Futian. 5 weapons was not enough. Why did he feel like this guy had just ruined the mood? By that point, all of the fighting had calmed down. The heirs all appeared within the 9 statues, and no one else was bothering Yushang. 2 Renwangs had already fallen. The people of the celestial worthy temple had fled, and the Ran Huang from the golden divine nation had been killed. Who else would dare interfere? As for the other battles, Qin Lin of the slaughtering world's inheritance had been seized. Although the slaughtering world was not weak, they were not strong enough to withstand attacks from many other forces. They had no choice but to give up their spot. Futian. At that moment, the swordmaster of Lihan flew downward and landed beside Yi Futian. He had recalled his powerful sword will, but even so, he still looked like a sharp sword. Yi Futian smiled brightly when he saw him. He had a perfect divine wheel and had the power to kill a Ran Huang with a single strike. He was so happy for him. He remembered that he and the swordmaster of Lihan had misunderstood each other the first time they had met. At that time, he had fought his way to the 33rd layer of Lihan heaven and defeated Wang Chuan. But the swordmaster of Lihan had not only not blamed him for this, but he had also given his sword to Yi Wuchen. Afterward, the sword that he had given Yi Wuchen had played a key role in the Battle of the Empty Realm. After that, he had participated in the Battle of the Crimson Dragon Realm. As far as Yi Futian was concerned, he owed him several times over. He was a man of measure and grandeur. Otherwise, even given a chance like he had just had, he would not have been able to forge a perfect divine wheel. Now, seeing that the swordmaster had finally reached the level that he had been pursuing for so long, and had, in fact, succeeded far beyond his hopes, he was naturally very happy for his friend. You have a perfect divine wheel, showing that your following of the way is flawless. I hope that your sword will one day sweep through the 3,000 realms of the Great Path, said Yi Futian with a smile. I can feel that my sword has become incredibly strong. In the past, I felt His Majesty's power, and thus challenged him on purpose in order to learn more. But now that I've formed my own wheel, I can feel that it is different. It is a flawless feeling. Is this what is called a flawless divine wheel? The swordmaster of Lihan asked. It seemed that he still did not really understand divine wheels. Yes, said Yi Futian with a nod. Even people who rule an entire realm, like Lord Taixian, will not necessarily have perfect wheels. As far as I know, the god's relic is a special place. When added to the fact that you reforged yourself, this allowed you to forge your perfect wheel. There are few people in the 3,000 realms of the Great Path who have done this. When he had been in the ancestral land of the Divine Palace, the mysterious person there had told him some of this. Cultivating at the ancestral land would give one the chance to forge a perfect wheel. Thus, he speculated that the god's relic and the ancient Ran Huang who had fallen here were different. He must have been a Ran Huang from before the collapse of the heavens. The swordmaster of Lihan was shocked when he heard what Yi Futian said. He could feel that his wheel of the Great Path was different, and the previous battle had proved his strength. But he had not thought that it was quite this extraordinary. If that was the case, then he, a swordsman who had come from Emperor Xia's realm, had become one of the top swordsmen in the 3,000 realms of the Great Path in a single step. Would he have to abandon his majesty then? This made him feel very strange. After all, he had followed Emperor Xia for many years. Perhaps this is fate, said the swordmaster of Lihan with a smile. He was not terribly excited. Swordsmen had to focus on swordsmanship. No matter how strong or weak they are, they needed to have an indomitable will to move forward. It was the same for saints and renhuangs. It was the same in the past and now. He would follow his own sword path to the end. Congratulations, came a voice. It was Yaya. She and the swordmaster of Lihan were old friends. In the past, the two strongest swordsmen in Emperor Xia's realm, the swordmaster of Lihan and the sword saint of the void, were often compared to each other. Futian is the one who gave me this chance. I have taken the first step onto the Renhuang plain, and I will wait for you here, said the swordmaster of Lihan. Given the relationship between Futian and Yaya, he would certainly not deny her an opportunity. Said Yaya with a nod. She looked at Futian. Feeling Yaya's eyes on him, Futian shifted his gaze and looked at Yusheng. It's taking him a long time. Futian had a strong desire to survive. The swordmaster had been lucky enough to find a chance to break through to the next level. He had no way of guaranteeing that Yaya would be able to have a chance to forge a perfect wheel. He had no choice but to play dead. Yaya stared at him, but in reality, she did not care too much. She would not force the issue. As they were speaking, someone came out of his statue. It was Shen Hao. In the instant that he stepped out, the statue that was bathed in light from the celestial palace above disappeared. He opened his eyes, and a beam of divine light shot out of them, incredibly sharp. He seemed to have changed. He swept his gaze over the people before him, then at those beside him. Next, Jin Qingzhu, Nan Luotian, and the others finished as well. They came out of their statues one by one, each statue disappearing into nothing once they exited. It was as if they never existed. Once they exited, some of them looked at Futian and the swordmaster of Lihan, and others looked at Yusheng. Although they had been inheriting the will of the statues, they knew what had been happening outside. The battle that had just taken place had been brilliant. Moreover, a swordsman who had forged a perfect wheel of the great path had appeared, and Futian had given his own chance for an inheritance to his friend. Before he had even reached the Renhuang plain, he had given his opportunity to another. It did not need to be said that this Futian was an extraordinary person with incredible talent. Yusheng was the last one to enter a statue. Thus, he was the last one to come out. As he opened his eyes and stepped out, the great path resonated within him. He looked at Futian, and Futian looked back at him with a bright smile. Then the statue disappeared like an illusion. At that moment, the light coming down from the celestial palace, which had been restrained at first, burst with brilliance. Boom! A fierce rumbling sound rang out as the palace began shaking. An invisible force had covered the sky stairwell that went up to the palace, but now it collapsed and split apart. Soon, the sky stairwell disappeared, making it seem like the celestial palace was no longer rooted to the ground. It burst with incomparably brilliant light, and one beam of the light shot up into the clouds like a bridge connecting the palace to the sky. Is the final inheritance going to appear? Everyone trembled on the inside. They held their breath in anticipation. This was the first time anyone on the trip to the God's Relic had gotten this far. This was the first time they had gotten to the end. What was hidden here? Chapter 1646 Shadow of the Emperor. Inside the relic, everyone was looking up at the heavenly palace as if it were the real divine residence. Numerous rays of sunlight sprinkled down from the sky above, and the light beam that penetrated downwards had activated the passage to heaven. The divine will of some Renhuang-level cultivators had moved in that direction, but they found that their will was blocked and could not penetrate the brilliance of the sun's rays. Heaven has opened, Futian murmured. The view in front of him was incredibly beautiful. What's that? Above the heavenly palace, an illusory shadow loomed, gradually solidifying. It slowly turned into an extremely sacred figure, standing high above the heavenly palace. It seemed to be the true divine God. Is that the master of God's relic? Many people wondered. After they came here, they had speculated, and so had Jin Qingzhu. All four sides of the relic led to this place. and judging from all angles, this place was clearly the location of a supreme palace. This supreme being was once the master of this place. Whether it was the treasure inside the spatial sacred hall, those divine trees, or the books, they all once belonged to him. Then the figure that appeared before them could very well be the existence of God, the great emperor. At this moment, everyone looked solemn, for no one in the 3,000 realms of the Great Path had reached that level. This was someone who stood at the top of cultivation, the being that was truly supreme. Whether it was the #1 genius of the Tiantian Academy, the heir to the Shen clan, or even the princess of the Nantian Divine Kingdom, each had a look of respect in their eyes. No matter if this supreme being still existed in the world, they dared not be disrespectful. Many even bowed slightly to salute the supreme figure in the void, which was their way of paying respect to the supreme being. The phantom seemed to be alive, yet ethereal and untouchable. Futian looked at the sky above and recalled similarities to the time when he first encountered Emperor Yiqing. But this supreme being only had a trace of will that remained in the world. Was that trace finally awakened because someone had arrived here? What kind of place was this? After Donghuang the Great and Emperor Yiqing unified the world, why did they open God's relic to allow the people from the 3,000 realms of the Great Path to come here to cultivate? Was it to give the cultivators of 3,000 realms of the Great Path an opportunity, so that they had a chance to create a truly perfect divine wheel? From what he knew, the two emperors were hoping that the world would preach and make martial arts prosper, so there was indeed such a possibility. So, was he coming here to receive the inheritance of this ancient great emperor, breaking into God's relic, opening the doors to the relic, and then dissolving the will of the divine generals who guarded the heavenly palace was, in fact, like a complete inheritance? It was not only Futian who was guessing. Everyone else also had their own ideas. Those of the top forces also believed that this might be the inheritance left by the gods. The ethereal shadow that appeared at this moment, could that be the fallen great emperor from the ancient war times? They all had a strong desire and expectation in their hearts. If they could really have the chance to obtain the inheritance of the emperor's relic, such an opportunity would be completely based on luck. Among all the countless inheritances that existed within the 3,000 realms of the Great Path, none could compare to this level of inheritance. At least for now, no one had discovered an emperor's relic elsewhere. Some time ago, the demonic emperor's inheritance appeared in the heavenly mandate realm, but the demonic emperor did not show up. It may have been that the demonic emperor's will had been integrated into the demonic realm, so it was not really an inheritance from the emperor. Even Shun Hao of the Shen clan showed a very strong sense of expectation in his eyes. If he could obtain the true emperor-grade inheritance, then perhaps one day in the future, the Shun clan could stand at the peak of the 3,000 realm of the Great Path. Moreover, he would also have the opportunity to pursue the supreme realm. Jin Qingzhu from Tiantian Academy stared at the void, also with great anticipation. He didn't expect the great emperor to really exist in the relic. Nan Luoshan's beautiful eyes also hovered over the heavenly palace. This time, could she take it? Everyone had the same idea, and that was to obtain the inheritance. They had even forgotten about their own strength, talent, and whether they could compete with those top figures. With this kind of opportunity right in front of them, who could resist? As long as they got it, they would have the opportunity to become the top figure in the 3,000 realms of the Great Path, just like Jin Qingzhu from Tiantian Academy and Shun Hao from the Shen clan. At this time, the heavenly palace shot out incomparable divine light that scattered between heaven and the earth. In an instant, countless sacred flashes of brilliance fell upon the area below the heavenly palace, as if containing the real imperial might that covered the entire range below. Feeling the incomparably brilliant glow, a figure stepped out. It was Shun Hao of the Shen clan. He walked underneath the heavenly palace and entered the area where the divine light was spilled. In an instant, a supreme pressure fell on him, and his body fell from the sky under the tremendous pressure. Seeing Shun Hao's movements, many slowly understood something. The divine light that spilled from the heavenly palace penetrated through the heaven and the earth, like a light beam that could reach into the sky. Was this the final test? Likewise, Jin Qingzhu also moved forward and stepped inside without any hesitation. After that, top figures such as Nan Luotian, Guizong, and Diwu all entered one after another. The moment they stepped inside, will of the way exploded fiercely from their body, and their will was urged to the limit to resist the sacred glory that fell on them. But even so, they were still forced to fall downward. Go! A group of figures whizzed out, and all headed there. However, some had just entered that area when the sacred brilliance fell on their bodies. Their bodies were no longer just simply falling, but rather being slammed down before hitting the ground. Their will almost collapsed, and their faces paled. Boom, boom, boom. Bodies kept falling from above, and in just a short moment, a countless amount had fallen to the ground, hitting it hard. Some couldn't even get up. If this were the final test of the relic, it would not be easy. Even though the real god's relic was right in front of them, it didn't mean that anyone could get their hands on it. Yi Futian and his party gathered together, Yu Sheng by his side. All of them looked forward. Is the pressure this strong? Do Zhao whispered. Emperor level. You want to try it? Yi Futian asked. Sure, I'll give it a try. Do Zhao nodded and stepped forward with a bang. This time he didn't hesitate to use the will of the sevenfold fighting god. When he walked, he was like a god descending upon the earth, heading toward the heavenly palace. Shen Hao, Jin Qingzhu, and the others were all under tremendous pressure, so Do Zhao dared not give anything less than his very best. He knew exactly what level this pressure of might was. Boom. The moment Do Zhao stepped inside, his body was suppressed downward, and under the divine pressure, his body kept falling down. It has nothing to do with realm. Yi Futian kept his eyes forward and said, It seems to be similar to before. It is the suppression of will again. What is the purpose of this test? The swordmaster of Lihan whispered. He was somewhat puzzled. You probably have to go in personally to find out, Yi Futian said as people continuously entered, with most of them being shaken off on the ground as they couldn't bear the pressure. Those whose wills were not strong enough would just lie there as if suffocating. Yi Futian glanced at that phantom and wondered if it could be some great emperor from the ancient times. If he urged the will of the emperor, was it enough to counter this suppression of will? Ahead of them, as Shen Hao and Jin Qingzhu gradually adapted to the pressure of might, they were actually able to withstand it and began to travel upward. As they looked up at the heavenly palace, their divine will was curious to enter the palace to see what was inside. Where did that sacred beam lead? Go in, Yi Futian said, and suddenly a group of people all stepped forward, moving towards its interior. Whether they could withstand the pressure or not, they had to try, even if it meant failure. Yi Futian, Yu Sheng, Swordmaster, Yaya, Xiaqing Yuan, and many others walked into the lower part of the heavenly palace. In just an instant, Yi Futian had felt that most sacred might of the emperor. Regardless of cultivation and realm, when the emperor's might suppressed downward, all beings were forced to prostrate. This was different from the trace of will of the emperor that he possessed. This was the true legacy of the real great emperor. Its power was beyond imagination. Infinite divine light fell down as his body was suppressed down. His tyrannical will bloomed fiercely, resisting that might. He raised his head and looked in the direction of the heavenly palace. He saw countless rays of light, a beam of light that reached into the sky, and a most sacred figure, like a god. Rather, it was a true god, standing there and overlooking everything in the world. Just a look from him and the feeling would be unbearable. The majority of the people who were present had stepped into this space. However, except for the top figures of the major forces, everyone else was being suppressed without any doubt as they were unable to resist it. Those who could remain standing were people who had extraordinary will. Boom! At this moment, a dull sound came out, and under the heavenly palace, someone was walking up against the momentum. It turned out to be Shen Hao. He urged the blood and vigor inside his body so that his whole body was now able to see through everything and detected the secrets of the heavenly palace. Would the true inheritance of the relic be inside that palace? How powerful! Many people looked at Shen Hao, the strongest man in this generation of the Shen clan. Could he resist the emperor's might and inherit God's relic? Jin Qingzhu is also going up. Someone looked in another direction and saw that Jin Qingzhu, Nan Luotian, and Guizong were all going up. Gui Zong had turned into a golden Buddha in an attempt to resist the will of the emperor. His eyes seemed to be able to see through nothingness. Even though his divine will was not sufficient to penetrate this power and enter into the heavenly palace, he could perceive that the secrets of God's relic were inside the heavenly palace. As long as he could enter the heavenly palace with his divine will, it was possible for him to detect it and even possible for him to receive the inheritance of the relic. In this heavenly palace, standing on God's relic, even the incarnation of the will of the great emperor had appeared. The inheritance of the great emperor must not be far away. The same idea had also occurred to Futian. His divine will went up, wanting to break through this might so that he could enter the palace and see what was inside. Futian's divine spirit headed against the flow towards the heavenly palace. However, in front of him, there seemed to be an emperor's shadow standing there and suppressing him. The countless divine lights turned into might that prevented his divine spirit from invading. It was hard to make a breakthrough. Boom! The intent of battle lingered around Futian, and even his celestial soul appeared. He opened both of his eyes and looked directly at the sky above. His eyes seemed to have turned gold, containing a dreadful divine aura. He still couldn't get in? A trace of the most sacred breath diffused from Futian's body, merging into the divine spirit and directly rushing toward the heavenly palace. There was a dull noise, which sounded as if he had been able to force open a gap. Under this pressure of might, his divine spirit invaded the heavenly palace. However, what he saw after the invasion of the divine spirit was still just chaos. He could feel that he had entered the heavenly palace, but all that he could perceive around him was the golden divine light. There was an extremely curious feeling that inside here, everything seemed to be surreal and dreamlike. Nothing could be seen or could be seen clearly. Could it be that there is nothing inside the palace? Futian thought. That's impossible. His eyes were extremely sharp, and his divine spirit faintly perceived that this heavenly palace held many mysterious auras. It was as if there were many divine items around his divine spirit. His divine spirit wanted to touch them, but couldn't perceive their exact location. They seemed close by, but also seemed to be far away and inaccessible. The omnipresent shadow of the emperor was still imprinted in his mind. Could it be that only when one had perceived the items within the palace could they be clearly seen and touched? Futian thought. But how? His divine spirit had entered the heavenly palace, but is still no use. Everyone was here for the first time, and no one knew just what to do. Inheritance, inheritance. Futian's thoughts turned again and again, and many thoughts appeared in his mind instantaneously. Inside the heavenly palace, the divine spirit was under tremendous pressure at all times, and he had no time to waste. At this moment, he felt the power of another divine spirit. Obviously, the divine spirits of the others, like his, had come inside this heavenly palace. They had also encountered similar obstacles. This divine spirit was that of Jin Qingzhu, the first descendant of Tianqian Academy. His divine spirit, like Futian's, had invaded the heavenly palace. At this moment, he continued to move upward, and an incomparably bright will of the way dazzled on his body to invade the heavenly palace along with his divine spirit. What is that? At this moment, Jin Qingzhu seemed to perceive something. He saw that in the space seen by his divine spirit, a bright, elusive light gradually solidified. It was ethereal and seemingly untouchable. At this moment, Jin Qingzhu knew what to do. He did not miss such an opportunity and was completely immersed in it. Boom! The terrifying divine might suppressed his divine spirit, causing his mind to vibrate and his body to tremble slightly. It was as if it might collapse under the pressure at any time. Almost. A thought appeared in Jin Qingzhu's mind, and he could almost see it clearly. How could he give up at a time like this? No matter how strong the pressure was, he had to make it out. An incomparable, brilliant divine light burst from Jin Qingzhu. There seemed to be countless scrolls flying into the sky, submerging Jin Qingzhu within them. He urged his own will to the limit, and the power of his divine spirit had also reached its limit. Infinite will of the way and power surged into the heavenly palace. At this moment, that illusory figure gradually became clearer and could already be seen. It turned out to be a volume of a book, radiantly dazzling to behold. Buzz. A wind blew inside the heavenly palace, and a most sacred brilliance fell down. The crowd could see that below the heavenly palace, and an even more dazzling ray of light flew out of the endless brilliant golden light. It seemed to be a book scroll. This extremely sacred scroll flew directly in the direction of Jian Qingzhu, the unearthing of the divine item. In an instant, countless people raised their heads to look at the light in the void, their eyes revealing the extreme shock they experienced. Had the divine items inside the palace come out? They also clearly saw that the book flew directly to Jian Qingzhu. Without any hesitation, Jian Qingzhu raised his hand and grabbed it. He then put it away without taking a closer look at all, which shocked many people. Jian Qingzhu of Tianshan Academy had he inherited the relic of Heavenly Palace. Many disciples of Tianshan Academy looked at Jian Qingzhu, and they were happy for him. However, they were also a little jealous. To say that they hadn't thought of themselves would be a lie. Who didn't want to get the heritage of this relic? However, there was only one Jian Qingzhu in the world. Boom! Jian Qingzhu's body was knocked down. He had spent a lot of energy and will to resist. Before he could make out the scroll clearly, it flew out. Now, it was impossible for him to immediately repeat the whole process all over again. He would need some time to recover. What's going on? Even Jian Qingzhu himself hadn't figured it out yet. Judging from the previous situation, it seemed that as long as one could perceive and make out the things inside the palace, it was enough to make them fly out and become obtainable. And why was it this scroll? Was it a coincidence that it actually complemented what he cultivated in? Jian Qingzhu guessed that this might not be a coincidence. It was not that they were solving the secrets of the heavenly palace to receive the inheritance, but that the heavenly palace was choosing them. Moreover, the person must first be able to withstand this pressure before becoming eligible to be favored by the heavenly palace and be selected. It was almost unbearable even for him. He was almost unable to persist and risked wasting all his previous efforts. Although everyone from the 9 realms was a top genius, he understood that there were only a few who were truly qualified to compete for these items. Among these very few, there might be hope that they would encounter the same situation as him. A faint joy flashed in his eyes. As the divine object passed down from the heavenly palace, he thought that volume of the book must be a most extraordinary object that may have been left by the great emperor. It was a priceless prize. Although he was pleasantly surprised, Jian Qingzhu was in no hurry to read it. It was simply not the right time. Buzz. At this moment, another dazzling divine light flickered from the heavenly palace, and it seemed that another divine item flew down from the heavenly palace. There was a loud banging sound that came out successively, and the golden Buddha that was formed by Guizong collapsed and shattered as if being blasted by the great path. However, Guizong raised his hand and grabbed the flying divine item directly into his palm. He opened his palm and looked. The divine item was suspended just above his palm, and it was a seed. Virtue. Guizong smiled and squeezed his fist, and the seed integrated into his blood. At the same time, roaring sounds continued to be heard as Guizong's body was continually suppressed downward. The second person after Jian Qingzhu turned out to be Guizong, which clearly was unexpected. It appeared that this master from the mountain realm possessed terrifying talent and strength. No one even thought of plundering these divine items that came out of the heavenly palace. Not when the ones in question were Jian Qingzhu and Guizong. They were at the pinnacle of their cultivation, those who had cast the perfect divine wheel of the great path. At the very least, they were the pinnacle existence in God's relic. How would plundering be possible? Whoever dared to be the first to strike would undoubtedly die, unless those top figures were fighting amongst themselves. Buzz. At this moment, 2 rays of light flew out at the same time, and suddenly 2 figures emerged at the same time, grabbing toward the rays of light. They were Shan Hao of the Xin clan and Nan Luoshan of the Nantian Divine Kingdom. Obviously, these 2 peerless figures had also perceived some object inside the heavenly palace. Yi Futian's divine spirit was still inside the heavenly palace. He saw the divine items in the heavenly palace fly out, and he felt it the moment they did. He also knew who received what on the outside. For a moment, a thought occurred to him, and it seemed to echo with the expertise of his cultivation. A tyrannical will of the way blended into his divine spirit on the note of this thought. At this moment, his divine spirit seemed to have turned into the divine spirit of swordsmanship. He was intending on piercing the great power of heaven. Sure enough, in that elusive heavenly palace, something faintly became clear. It was as if it were being perceived by him. His divine spirit went there, and he saw a sword floating inside the heavenly palace. Or rather, it saw a sword that was transformed by a trace of sword intent. Buzz! A dazzling sword light flew out, headed towards the outside of the temple, and aimed straight at Futian. That trace of sword intent entered into his will. It was extremely terrifying with considerable destructive power, causing its body to tremble. It also fell toward the ground below. The life spirit inside Futian whistled, and the ancient tree of the world swayed toward the sword intent. That terrifying sword intent, after encountering the ancient tree of the world, actually became gentle and was then sealed inside the life spirit. Huff! Futian took a deep breath. He was just fretting about what gift to give Yaya, and this sword intent should not be any weaker than Xia Qingyuan's lotus. That would be enough to help Yaya's enlightenment. All eyes were on Futian. Futian seemed to have also received a divine item, which appeared to be a sword. However, with the presence of the swordmaster of Lihan and the great battle that just took place, it would not be wise to provoke Futian. Raising his head, Futian took a step, and with a powerful intent that swept out, he took to the sky once again. Clearly, this was not enough for him. Recovered so soon? When many people saw Futian's action, they couldn't suppress their curiosity. Jin Qingzhu and the others had not even recovered when Futian went straight up again. Was this to loot the divine items in the heavenly palace now that he had gotten a taste of it? The heavenly palace was the last inheritance of the god's relic. Any divine items unearthed in the palace may contain the will of the great emperor because it was something that was used by the great emperor. Just one item would justify the whole journey here, worthy of great benefits. If someone could have gotten two at present, only a few people had gotten just one. No one dared to even dream of getting two. In years past, no one had ever come this far. This time, everyone had reached the end of the relic. Now, they had even gotten the things left behind by the great emperor. It was entirely conceivable that this time, a group of top figures that could cause a great disruption to the Nine Realms was in the making. Once Jin Qingzhu, Shen Hao, and Nan Luotian walked out of here, how would they change the future of cultivation? Perhaps they may become the strongest generation in many years. Divine light was shining above the heavenly palace. Yu Shang, under the pressure of the great path, tossed and turned his own demonic might until he resembled an overpowering demonic god. As his demonic thought invaded the heavenly palace, he saw an extremely heavy and dark object. His demonic thought moved, and a rumbling sound was suddenly heard. He felt his own demonic thoughts being impacted violently, and inside the heavenly palace, a black object flew out of the bright divine light. It immediately attracted the attention of many. What is that? Many people postulated when they saw the black object. Even across such a long distance, they could still feel the weight of that black object. It looks like a rock, someone whispered as the black rock gave out an extremely heavy sensation. The black rock flew directly toward Yusheng and was caught in Yusheng's palm. In an instant, the rock penetrated his body. Boom! With a loud bang, Yusheng's body was being suppressed downward, and even his domineering demonic torso seemed unable to bear it. It seemed that Yusheng had also received a corresponding divine item. Afterward, a few more divine items flew out. Many expressed a look of wonder. They found it an amazing coincidence that whoever had received divine items were basically the same people who had previously received the inheritance of the statue, except for Futian. But the statue was decoded by Futian, so he should also count for half of it. So, could it be that because they had inherited the will of the statue which made their will even stronger? Was that how they were able to resist the divine might of the heavenly palace and obtain the treasures? Or rather, it was because of their own great strength that they were qualified to inherit the statue, so that it was only natural for them to receive the divine items. Of course, the most likely possibility was that they were strong in their own right, so they inherited the statue. After that, they became even stronger, so all that had happened was completely reasonable. Everything that happened could be coincidental, but could also be a matter of strength. Out of the 10 people who had gotten the divine martial spirit, 9 happened to be those who inherited the statue, with Futian as the exception. The arrival of the slaughter world decoded the secret of the statue, but the qualification to inherit the statue was taken away by others. He didn't get the divine item, and his luck was pilfered by others. In this way, Futian was more outstanding than Qin Lin. He was the only one who did not inherit the statue but had obtained the divine item. There were also many other top figures currently under extreme pressure. Even their divine spirits had entered the heavenly palace. However, all they saw was chaos, and before they had time to make out any divine items, they were knocked out of the palace by that powerful authority of heaven. These people, including Shin Clan and many top figures in Tianqin Academy, all seemed unwilling to accept failure and tried again and again. But after one failure, they found that the pressure on the second try was even greater, or rather it was because they had consumed so much energy before. Even so, Jin Qingzhu, Shun Hao, and a few others still stubbornly moved upward, standing beneath the heavenly palace. They wanted to perceive the divine items inside the palace. Aside from the divine items, was there also God's inheritance? Not only did they think that, but Futian also thought the same. Since it was God's relic, it should have God's inheritance. This heavenly palace was the last relic, and the shadow of the emperor had already appeared. Bathed in the golden glow, an extremely brilliant radiance emerged from his body. His eyes changed and turned into golden divine eyes that could see through the ages. Boom! The moment the divine spirit rushed into the heavenly palace, a sacred phantom of the palace itself manifested in his mind and released all of its brilliant glory. Rumbling sounds were heard, and the entire heavenly palace was trembling. The emperor's shadow seemed to glance down from the sky. At this moment, there were 2 lines of sight that seemed to converge at the same time. Inside the heavenly palace, Futian felt that there was a great emperor standing in front of him, with his hands folded behind his back like the lord of this heavenly path. A terrifying pressure of might penetrated Futian's body, invading his eyes like the true will of the great emperor. So it is. At this moment, a sigh from ancient times seemed to sound in Futian's mind. In the next moment, the emperor's shadow disappeared, and the heavenly palace bloomed with endless rays of light that were madly falling down. Those below only felt a violent shock to their divine spirits, and it was hard for them to open their eyes. What's happening? Many people resolved to close their eyes and withdrew their divine spirit, afraid to look or even peep. Shun Hao opened his divine eye, wanting to get a closer look, but a most sacred emperor's shadow appeared, and the pressure of the might stung his eyes so much that there was even a faint blood trace coming out. He let out a muffled groan and closed his eyes, daring not to peek anymore. What happened? Not just Shun Hao, but everyone else was asking what had happened. They didn't understand why the emperor's might suddenly became stronger and was now suppressing everyone. Only Futian's eyes were still open. Everything around him had become surreal. Countless divine lights pierced down and sprinkled on his body, like the true great emperor descending into the world. Except for him, there was no other divine spirit that dared to snoop, let alone with their physical eyes. So, this was it. What was the meaning of this sigh? Afterward, the incomparable sacred light poured directly into his body, and all the light in that heavenly palace went toward him. Will of the Emperor. Futian clearly felt that this was another will of the Emperor rushing into his body. At this moment, the will of the Emperor in his body seemed to be urged completely, releasing an endless glow. Futian, with his robe fluttering, seemed like a supreme ruler. However, no one saw this spectacle at all. The ancient tree of the world swayed, blooming with extreme brilliance, swallowing up all the will that descended and glowing with extremely dazzling divine light. It's time. A thought came to Futian. With a turning of his mind, endless divine light of the great path poured into his body and converged. Inside, many life spirits appeared at the same time. An invisible will of the way turned into rounds of sacred brilliance, sweeping across the world. There were sounds of rhythm, along with sword intent. The divine light gathered as an immense shadow enveloped Futian's entire body. It was a guqin, and every string seemed to be cast by a sword with extreme sharpness. There seemed to be a series of musical notes floating between heaven and earth, and with countless sacred brilliance raining down, the guqin gradually took shape and merged into Futian's body. The divine light of the great path, the will of the way from the ancient trees of the world, and the infinite will between heaven and earth were now unified. If someone could open their eyes, they would see that there were countless guqin appearing in this space. All the guqin merged into one from outside to inside, until finally all of them integrated inside of him and turned into the divine wheel. Someone broke through the realm? Jin Qingzhu, Shun Hao, and the others could no longer perceive anything in the outside world, but they had a feeling. It was an elusive feeling and unpredictable, but it was like someone was breaking through the realm, and the sound of music could be faintly heard. After a while, another immense phantom of the golden divine elephant appeared. Countless idol phantoms of the divine elephant appeared between the heaven and the earth, trampling across the sky, which was extremely magnificent. Impressive and majestic divine elephants ran over the void, and then unified into one, accompanying the radiant divine light to merge into Futian's body. Even the 10,000 bones of the divine elephant emperor inside of Futian were integrated into the divine wheel. The divine wheel he cast was extremely radiant. Previously, the swordmaster of Lihan had also released a perfect divine wheel, but it was not nearly as brilliant as Futian's. Besides, this divine wheel had incorporated an extremely sacred breath. Boom! A tyrannical divine spirit rushed into the sky. Futian felt that the whole world had become different, and his divine spirit became even stronger as if he himself was representing the great path. Renhuang, sharing the same glory as heaven and earth, lived as long as the sun and the moon existed. At this moment, Futian broke through into Renhuang realm. His pupils became even more radiant, penetrating the heavenly palace, and looking at the line opened by the heaven and earth, his divine spirit seemed to rush into it. At this moment, Futian's divine spirit seemed to travel through time and space. He saw an extremely spectacular scene, and his heart trembled violently. What is that? His heart trembled fiercely because of what he saw. What could be the meaning of all this? Boom! An incomparable divine might of the great path descended, as if the heavenly path was now closing. The eye of heaven was also closed. Futian's divine spirit was shaken and knocked back, and afterward, the divine light gradually dimmed. The heavenly palace, likewise, became dimmer as well. Futian retracted the power he had released, and everything seemed to return to normal. All eyes opened, looking at everything outside. What had happened just now? The heavenly palace is closed. Many people saw the closure of the heavenly palace as the divine light dissipated, and the emperor's shadow had also disappeared. What is happening? No one knew. They looked at each other, and then they realized that Futian's temperament seemed to have changed. Renhuang, many people's eyes narrowed as they scrutinized Futian. How could he have broken through in such a short time? Unless he had received some great advantage? However, Futian had swallowed many fruits of the way before, and he already had the opportunity to make a breakthrough. By lingering without breaking through, the will of the way inside of him was sufficiently strong that it could almost support him in casting the divine wheel of the great path. It's just that before he didn't break through into the Renhuang realm when he could, but chose to do it now that made one wonder about his timing. Futian didn't notice the other's gaze, for his gaze was still focused above the void. It was something he could not describe, but that he had seen before. Outside the sky dome, he seemed to see countless other spaces, as if those were all parts of God's relic. At this moment, he remembered something he had heard before. Another name for God's relic. Tomb of the Gods. The heavenly path collapsed in ancient times. Could this be the tomb of the gods left by the fall of the gods? Was God's relic part of the tomb of the gods? He could not imagine what was in there, and who was in control of its entrance. Countless questions seemed to make him forget the joy of breaking through. What he saw just now had a great impact on him. Did you see what happened before? Jian Qingzhu asked Yi Futian. He had sensed that someone was breaking through the realm, and now it was proven that his perception was correct. Yi Futian had the breakthrough at a time when he couldn't have seen anything. Then, did Yi Futian see anything? I saw it, Yi Futian said. Suddenly, all eyes narrowed and stared at him. I saw the awakening of the great emperor, which resonated with me, so he bestowed his inheritance to me. I felt the call of the gods and saw the inheritance of the gods. As witnessed by the gods and as destiny dictated, I have proven the way and broke through the realm, Yi Futian announced with a most solemn voice. However, everyone's expressions changed. This guy was now in Renhuang realm. Could he behave more appropriately? Donghuang the Great awakened and resonated with Yi Futian, bestowing his teachings upon Yi Futian. The various deities bore witness to this, and Yi Futian's breakthrough was mandated by the heavens. This was practically, although this was a Renhuang proving his way, for members of the top forces of the realms, Renhuangs were not existences that dwelt high above. Why would deities come to witness a Renhuang breaking through the plane? Mandate? What mandate? The top figures of the 9 realms had seen countless powerful existences as well as monstrous figures. They themselves were such figures. They had never seen someone blow his own horn to such an extent. Yi Futian practically had no sense of shame. If he was a child of destiny, then what did Jian Qingzhu, Shen Hao and Nan Luoshan amount to? How was it that he was the only one that saw the deities? No one believed Yi Futian's nonsense. However, there were some who were still suspicious of whether or not Yi Futian had obtained any divine item, or he might not have been able to see anything like the others. Under that pressure, he had chosen to prove his way and become a Renhuang, bearing the divine might. Did you or did you not get any divine items? In the direction of Shen clan, Shen Yuan asked in a cold tone as he stared at Yi Futian. He had been pathetically defeated by Yi Futian before this. Now, he had seen Yi Futian and Yu Sheng both obtain divine items with his own eyes. Some schemes naturally arose in his mind. Yi Futian looked towards Shen Yuan and answered, I did not. Then, why did you choose to break through the plane just now? Shen Yuan continued pestering him. Yi Futian swept an indifferent glance at Shen Yuan. His gaze was as though he was looking at an idiot. Yi Futian did not answer this question. He turned and walked away. He had already answered the question of whether or not he had obtained something. No one believed him. Instead, they continued asking him the same question again. When he gave the opposite answer, they still did not believe him. If that was so, why did he need to answer them? No matter how he responded, it would be meaningless. Whether you believe the former or the latter, suit yourself, Yi Futian said plainly. He was not answering Shen Yuan, but instead said this to the crowd. Asking was meaningless. Responding was also meaningless. They would believe whatever they wanted to believe. Shen Yuan narrowed his eyes. He had accepted that Yi Futian had not obtained anything at all. In the situation just now, everyone had their eyes shut. Even Jian Qingzhu had questioned Yi Futian. It was obvious that even Jian Qingzhu could not see anything at that time. Hence, Shen Yuan would of course not believe Yi Futian to be more outstanding than everyone here. However, the fact that Yi Futian had broken through the plane made Shen Yuan's imagination run wild. Or it might be that Shen Yuan did not covet what Yi Futian had obtained later, but rather the divine item that Yi Futian had obtained prior to this. Shen Yuan turned his gaze towards Shen Hao. Right now, Shen Yuan could not decide which was the truth. Before this, Shen Yuan had lost to Yi Futian. Now that Yi Futian had proven his way, his divine wheel was at least at the celestial level and could possibly be flawless. Counting in the Swordmaster of Lihan, unless Shen Hao joined in the fight. Otherwise, the Shen clan would not be able to deal with Yi Futian's group. Jian Qingzhu did not ask any more questions. It seemed that there was no way to clear out the truth of the closing of the heavenly palace. It might have been due to God's relic itself. The 10 of them had obtained divine items. It might be that this heavenly palace only had 10 divine items. It was hard to tell. The others who had obtained divine items also did not inquire further. They each had their own spoils that were also treasures compatible with their own cultivation methods. This already made them very satisfied. This trip had not been in vain. Once they left this place, they would certainly study the divine items in detail and incorporate it into their training. Each person had their own fortunes. Once they obtained their own share, it was impossible for them to want to seize the shares of others. Aside from themselves, there were another 9 people. Would they seize all of the divine items for themselves? If they only focused on one person, would other people have the same idea as them and come over to seize theirs? Each person had their own fateful encounter. They would sooner or later face each other on their path of cultivation and see who would emerge at the top of the 3,000 realms of the Great Path. Those who were scheming were all those who had not obtained divine items. This included the crowd aside from the 10 of them, such as Shen Yuan from the Shen clan and the cultivators of the other forces. However, the ability of Yi Futian, the swordmaster of Lihin, and the rest of their group was a powerful deterrent. Even if anyone had any ideas, they would most likely be unable to successfully seize the divine items from them. The battle prior to this had already proven many things. How are you doing? The swordmaster of Lihin revealed a look of anticipation in his gaze when he saw Yi Futian walking over. With Yi Futian's talent, the divine wheel of the great path that he forged should be a flawless one. Yi Futian did not need to reconstruct his great path like the swordmaster of Lihin had done. With a smile from Yi Futian, the swordmaster of Lihin understood what he meant. As he had expected, Yi Futian had forged a flawless divine wheel. Swordmaster of Lihin, after we leave this place, let's go find His Highness to have a few drinks, Yi Futian said with a smile. The swordmaster of Lihin was stunned. He then smiled at Yi Futian and said, You rascal! Even though you are a Runhuang, His Highness is still His Highness. As the swordmaster of Lihin said this, he glanced over at Xiaqing. He did not know how far the relationship between Yi Futian and the princess had progressed. Back then, the princess had watched as Yi Futian ascended Lihin Heaven's 33rd layer of heaven. The swordmaster of Lihin naturally had hopes for the two of them. Xiaqing Yuan also glared fiercely at Yi Futian. What did he mean when he said he was going to have drinks with her father? Of course, I am only going to find His Highness to have a drink with him. I have no other intentions, Yi Futian said with a smile when he saw Xiaqing Yuan's murderous gaze. The swordmaster of Lihin nodded his head. His Highness had been at the Renhuang Plain for many years. Although he was a lower-level Renhuang, his plane should still be higher than their own. His divine wheel was at least at the peak of the 2nd tier. It was even possible that he had a 3rd-tier divine wheel. However, the level of Emperor Xia's divine wheel should not be high. Although the swordmaster of Lihin had not fought Emperor Xia before, he could faintly sense that flawless divine wheels had a suppressive effect on other divine wheels. That meant that he had a more powerful great path. If he was against someone with a flawed divine wheel, he might be able to take on his opponent, even though his opponent was on a higher plane than he was. Of course, the swordmaster of Lihin needed to actually pull it off before he could know for sure. Although he had previously slain Renhuangs, they were all Renhuangs who had just reached the Renhuang Plain for the first time in God's Relic. Yaya. Yi Futian looked at Yaya beside him. Yaya raised her head slightly and looked at him. I got you your present, Yi Futian said and smiled. Along the way, when facing many life and death situations, if it wasn't for Yaya protecting him, he would have already died many times. He had long considered Yaya to be his own sister. He would not hesitate to give her even a divine item. The moment he obtained the divine item, he immediately thought of Yaya. Oh, Yaya calmly responded. Yi Futian blinked. Was that all to her reaction? He did not feel any sense of accomplishment. Let's go. While we still have time, let's see whether we can cultivate here, Yi Futian said. This relic was special and different from the outside world. As he said this, he immediately headed off in the direction of the divine tree. The rest saw Yi Futian leave. No one chased after him. Let us also go and have a look, someone said. Even though the heavenly palace had already closed, they still had some time. They should take a look and see whether there were other fateful encounters in other corners of God's relic. They did not need to waste time here. Do Zhao followed behind Yi Futian. He mysteriously walked up to Yi Futian's side and asked, Did you actually have anything to do with the heavenly palace closing? I have already said. Dong Huang the Great awakened and bestowed me his teachings. The various deities bore witness to this, and my breakthrough was mandated by the heavens, Futian replied. The corner of Do Zhao's mouth twitched, saying, "There is no one else here. Can't you tell us the truth?" "I am telling you the truth, but you don't believe me." Futian didn't bother to elaborate further. He was not lying. Seeing Futian's expression, Do Zhao knew that he had been ignored. Do Zhao could never fully understand Futian. "Who are you exactly? Where are you from?" Do Zhao muttered. Was this fellow really from the Tianha realm Sky River Temple? Why did Do Zhao feel like the origins of Futian were somewhat suspicious? His talent was astonishingly high. Futian brought Yaya to the willow tree, where Gue Zong was cultivating beneath just now. This old willow tree seemed ordinary, but Gue Zong had comprehended the way and transformed into a Buddha here. Surely, this was a great place for meditating. "Yaya, sit under the tree," Futian ordered. Yaya sat down under the willow tree obediently. She raised her head to look at Futian. Futian sat opposite Yaya, saying, "When I received the divine item, I have refined it into my will. You need my guidance in order to control it." Yaya nodded her head. Then, a dazzling sword will lit up from Futian's gabella, and it entered into Yaya's mind along with his will. "I will assist you in refining it," a voice sounded in Yaya's mind. In an instant, both their gabellas were seemingly connected by a streak of brilliant sword flash. The willow tree waved, stirring up a rustle. A formless sword was born out of the blue in their surroundings, and it gushed towards Yaya. The corner of Do Zhao's mouth twitched. It was a divine item excavated from the heavenly palace. The divine item might very possibly contain the will of Donghuang the Great. Futian gave it away so easily? Why hadn't he known Futian sooner? It was not too late for him to get close to Futian now, right? Futian presented the opportunity in Sword City to the Swordmaster of Lihan, allowing the latter to forge a flawless divine wheel. Then, he passed the teachings of the statue to Yusheng. Now, he gave Yaya the divine item of the heavenly palace. It seemed like he had also gifted Xiaqing Yuan a fateful encounter. When he thought of all these, Do Zhao had made up his mind. From now on, Futian would be his sworn brother. He would not leave Futian no matter what. He was the dignified descendant of Fighting God. Since he had acknowledged Futian as his sworn brother, they would share all their resources in the future. After a while, Futian opened his eyes. Yaya's body was shining. Endless sword will descended and encircled her, forming a cocoon of swords. The willow tree swayed and rustled. The leaves moved without any wind. Gradually, Futian and the rest could sense a mysterious aura coming from the willow tree. This rocking willow tree seemed to have stirred up endless will, causing a storm of the great path to suddenly appear in this vast space. The storm surged frenziedly towards Yaya. "What tree is this?" Do Zhao was shocked. The slender branches of the willow tree draped down, enveloping Yaya's body. The great path descended continuously and formed some sort of resonance with Yaya's body. Futian could vaguely see an illusory figure. It was none other than the ethereal shadow of the emperor. "Has Donghuang the Great cultivated here before?" Do Zhao asked Futian, who was standing beside him. Futian nodded. Hopefully, Yaya would have a similar fateful encounter like that of the Swordmaster of Lihan. As time passed, Yaya was completely enveloped by the willow tree and the unceasing will. At the same time, countless streaks of light suddenly brightened up God's relic. Doors of space suddenly appeared at every corner of the relic. It was as though a spatial divine item had connected God's relic with the outside world. Most likely, only Donghuang the Great had the ability to create such a scene. When everyone saw these doors of space, they understood that it was time to leave. In God's relic, many people raised their heads in yearning, attempting to search for an opportunity at the very last minute. However, in the end, they crossed the doors of space and disappeared from sight. One by one, the cultivators left. Those who left first were people who were most disappointed with the outcome of their trip. "It's time to go," Futian murmured while staring at Yaya. If they were given a little more time to cultivate, it would be the best. Perhaps Yaya would have the opportunity to prove her way in God's relic. However, from the looks of it, it was too late now. Sword will surged. Yaya's figure broke out of the cocoon of swords. The sword will she emanated was sharp and intense. She looked at Futian. From Yaya's gaze, Futian knew that even though she had yet to prove her way, she was not far from doing so. Let's head out, Futian said. After that, those who followed him started flying up into the sky. Dou Zhao took a step upwards. When he was in midair, he suddenly looked down. Then, he turned around and walked up to the willow tree. He hugged the enormous trunk of the willow tree with both his arms. His arms could only cover a small portion of the trunk. Without any premonition, he exerted his strength. Rumble. An intense sound could be heard. The willow tree shook as though it had sensed danger. However, Dou Zhao did not have any sympathy for it. His body shone with divine light. He activated the will of the fighting god and directly pulled the willow tree from the ground. Under the wide-eyed look of Futian, who was in midair, Dou Zhao uprooted the willow tree and then carried the huge willow tree as he traveled in the air. Impressive. Impressive. Futian stared at Dou Zhao in adoration. As expected of the dignified descendant of the fighting god. In the city of the ruins, doors of space appeared in various locations. Many silhouettes walked out from them, appearing in different locations. After they emerged, they took a deep breath and looked back at the door of space, seemingly with a sense of nostalgia. As expected, the will that they sensed in this space paled into significance when compared with that in God's relic, especially when compared with the area of the heavenly palace. The will in the two spaces could not even be considered to be on the same level. However, they were also aware that in this lifetime, it was possible that they would never have the chance to enter the city of the ruins again. This was unless their planes remained stagnant and they never reached the Renhuang Plain. This was also not what they wanted. If they could not reach the Renhuang Plain in 50 years, their cultivation journey would be near its end. Clearly, everyone hoped that they could have a better future. More and more people emerged from the doors of space. They divided themselves into groups. Members of the same force all walked out of the same door and also appeared in the same location. Futian's group also came out of God's relic. They were all together. Futian looked at Dou Zhao, who had just appeared, and asked, "Have you hidden the willow tree?" A glint of embarrassment flashed past Dou Zhao's eyes. However, he bit the bullet and said, "You have also reaped many treasures from God's relic. Talk about the pot calling the kettle black." The willow tree was also a treasure. Their behaviors were no different from each other. You're right. Futian pondered for a moment and realized he could not refute Dou Zhao's words. Dou Zhao's expression returned to normal. Speaking of treasures, most likely, Futian was the biggest winner among all who entered God's relic this time around. This fellow had obtained a spatial sacred hall, which was full of treasures. In comparison, Dou Zhao had only plucked a tree. When he thought of the difference between them, Dou Zhao felt despondent. However, Dou Zhao stared at Futian with a fervent gaze, saying, "Futian, we have faced life and death situations together during this trip. From now on, you are my sworn brother. I am the dignified descendant of fighting God, and I have unwavering loyalty. I only make friends based on one's personality and not one's origins." "You're loyal." Futian was somewhat touched. "You're right," Dou Zhao continued. "In the future, feel free to call me for any matters. My resources are yours." Futian blinked. Wait a minute. What did he mean by "my resources are yours"? In that case, did it mean that Dou Zhao could also claim Futian's resources as his? Why did Futian feel like this was somewhat sketchy? When he thought of such a possibility, he stared at Dou Zhao with a strange look. "What are you staring at?" Dou Zhao saw Futian's gaze. What kind of look was that? He was so cautious. "Let's not rush into becoming sworn brothers. It will be better if we start as friends," Futian said after pondering for a moment. He couldn't help but be cautious of Dou Zhao. "You?" Dou Zhao pointed at Futian, stunned. He had not imagined this fellow to be this kind of man. In any case, he was the descendant of fighting God. "Fine. Regardless of whether or not you recognize me as your sworn brother, I have considered you to be my brother," Dou Zhao proclaimed. His righteousness soared through his words. Futian had to agree to Dou Zhao's idea no matter if he wanted him as a brother or not. "This brat is more shameless than me," little condor, who was beside them, stared at Dou Zhao wide-eyed. This brat wanted to be Yi Futian's third brother. In that case, wouldn't Dou Zhao be a rank higher than him? This was impossible. Dou Zhao had to line up and wait for his turn. Everyone around Yi Futian also stared at Dou Zhao with perplexed looks. They were impressed. However, even though this heir of Dou tribe was somewhat shameless, he was quite interesting. One by one, many cultivators came out from God's relic. Numerous powerful wills covered the area where they were at. Before this, many top figures had left when God's relic opened. Then, as time passed, many top figures were waiting outside for their juniors to return. After all, among these proud sons of heaven that had entered God's relic, some of them were from impressive backgrounds. For example, Nan Luotian was the only daughter of Emperor Nan and Empress Luo. How could the Nantian divine kingdom not attach importance to her? After everyone had emerged from God's relic, the doors of space gradually disappeared. Within the city of the ruins, the unparalleled space will of the way also dissipated. Everything returned to its original state, as though nothing had ever happened. Brilliant lights shone. Up above, a carriage traveled across the sky, entering the city of the ruins. Yi Futian clearly sensed that many wills were sweeping across him. They were not aimed at him. Instead, it was the major figures of the top forces searching for their own juniors. Dou Zhao, a voice cried out. Dou Zhao turned around and saw a group of people walking over. The leader of the group was a burly middle-aged man with an extremely dominating presence. There was strong pressure coming from his body. He was a top figure among the Dou tribe. Second uncle, Dou Zhao greeted when he saw the person who had come over. How was it? Did you get anything? Dou Zhao's second uncle's voice was like thunder. It was extremely loud and clear. He was full of energy. I have not become a Ranhuang. However, that is not important. In God's relic, I have reaped the greatest benefit, Dou Zhao replied. Oh. The major figure of the Dou tribe revealed a look of mild interest and asked, what benefit did you manage to obtain? I have gained a brother, Dou Zhao said in a serious tone. He pointed somewhat proudly at Yi Futian and said, this is the brother that I have sworn to in God's relic, Yi Futian. Yi Futian's face darkened. Was this person forcefully swearing himself as his brother? Dou Zhao's second uncle's gaze turned towards Yi Futian. His gaze was dignified as he appraised Yi Futian. Junior's name is Yi Futian. Yi Futian greeted as a thought flashed past in his mind. Dou Zhao was too shameless. Not bad. The gaze of Dou Zhao's second uncle seemed to contain divine light. With his plane, he naturally could tell that Yi Futian was somewhat extraordinary. He said, Dou Zhao is a proud fellow. Since he is willing to be sworn brothers with you, he must have noticed something extraordinary about you. If you have a chance in the future, please come visit our Dou tribe. A proud fellow? Yi Futian glanced at Dou Zhao. He could not tell. Many thanks, senior. If I get the chance, I will surely pay a visit, Yi Futian said as he nodded his head. Futian, a voice called out. Lord Taixian, as well as Sky River Great Elder, walked over together. They had always been around the area, observing the activity in this place. When they saw that the door of God's relic had opened, they came over. Lord Taixian teacher, Yi Futian greeted them from afar. You have become a Ranhuang. The two of them looked at Yi Futian. Lord Taixian revealed a smile. Yi Futian nodded his head. Dou Zhao's second uncle, who was beside them, recognized Lord Taixian when he saw him. This was the person from the higher heavens realm that had broken through the plane. From the looks of it, Yi Futian's relationship with Lord Taixian was not ordinary. Lord Taixian and Sky River Great Elder looked at the Swordmaster of Lihan. Before entering God's relic, the Swordmaster of Lihan appeared very ordinary to them. However, now, he actually had an extraordinary temperament. He had also proven his way at the Ranhuang Plain. Xiaqing Yuan, Yaya, and Yusheng also showed changes in their temperament. From the looks of it, they had reaped many benefits from this trip. In midair, the major figures of the other top forces also arrived, one after another. In one specific corner with the strongest group, a carriage of phoenix opened a path, and clouds filled the sky. There were many cultivators there. Two silhouettes emerged from the carriage. The man was a rare handsome figure. The woman's appearance was stunning, as though she was a goddess. Emperor Nan, Empress Luo. Many people bowed slightly in their direction. Even the major figures of the top forces also bowed and greeted them. Emperor Nan was the ruler of Nantian Divine Kingdom. Empress Luo was his queen. The two of them had come here in person. Many major figures of the top forces also had to bow and greet them when they saw them. Emperor Nan nodded slightly. His gaze instead turned towards Nan Luotian. His eyes revealed a doting smile. Although Nan Luotian was already a Ranhuang, she was still his daughter. No matter what her cultivation plane was, that would never change. You have broken through to the Ranhuang plane. It seems like our princess has come across a fateful encounter, Emperor Nan said while smiling. Why did father come personally? Nan Luotian asked. Other people envied her. However, she herself was not too happy about it. She even secretly sighed inside. She was already a Ranhuang, and her parents were still worried about her. We were just passing by, so we dropped in to take a look. Even though Emperor Nan was a major figure at the peak of the 3,000 realms of the Great Path, before Nan Luotian, he showed no signs of majesty. He had clearly come over intentionally to escort her back, but he claimed that they were just passing by. After all, they only had Nan Luotian as a daughter. God's relic was renowned as the place where proud sons of heaven fell. How could they not be worried? Some people were born with a starting point much higher than countless others. Many people who saw the scene play out over here lamented. This was especially true for those who were sideline members of the top forces. Even though they had entered God's relic, they were only there as support. Others could only admire the background of Nan Luotian. Emperor Nan was one of the giants of the 3,000 realms of the Great Path. It was difficult to even meet him on normal days. For his daughter, he had come to wait to escort her back home. Junior's name is Shun Hao. Greetings to Emperor Nan and Empress Luo. A handsome figure appeared below Emperor Nan. The figure bowed when he saw them. Emperor Nan looked at Shun Hao. He nodded in acknowledgement and asked, "Are you a junior from Shen clan?" "Yes." Shen Hao nodded. "Not bad." Emperor Nan nodded briefly and said nothing more. Shen Hao was an outstanding junior of Shen clan, but with Emperor Nan's status, it was sufficient for him to give a one-line comment. "Junior will take my leave now." Shen Hao also didn't say much. After he glanced at Nan Luotian, he turned around and left. There were many proud sons of heaven in the 3,000 realms of the Great Path. Similarly, there were many exceptional maidens. However, among their generation, it was hard to find another woman with talent and status like Nan Luotian. The seniors of Shen clan saw what Shen Hao did as well. They didn't comment on it. If Shen Hao could build a good relationship with Nan Luotian, Shen clan would naturally be happy about it. At the same time, terrifying auras could be sensed coming from various corners of the City of the Ruins. Murderous intent was hidden in those auras. Many cultivators had returned from God's relic with bountiful rewards after seizing their fateful encounters. However, there were some people who stayed behind forever in God's relic. They had lost their lives in the relic. One of them was Gai Shir of Golden Divine Nation. Right now, the team from Golden Divine Nation emanated dazzling lights as they traversed the space. They strode decisively in the sky and stopped in midair. They unleashed their might downwards. Their might was churning with murderous intent. Below them was the party of Futian. Futian raised his head slightly. The golden halo was blinding. His gaze was calm. He had expected this situation. He had killed Gai Shir. He knew that he would surely face some trouble after he came out from God's relic. However, it was impossible for him to have kept Gai Shir alive. The latter had attempted to kill him a few times. They would sooner or later be arch-nemeses. Lord Taishin frowned as his gaze swept across the sky. The leader of the incoming group was the divine general who brought Gai Shir to Taishin Mountain for a visit in the past. Futian. Another chilly voice rang. The aura of the dynastic overlord of the Heavenly Mandate dynasty was terrifying. It swept towards Futian. Half of the people from the Heavenly Mandate dynasty who entered God's relic had actually been killed. They suffered severe losses. Even Tianyu was heavily injured. Moreover, he seemed to be greatly traumatized. Chapter 1651 Provocation. The voice of the heavenly mandate dynastic overlord resounded in the space. For an instant, it surprised many people, especially the forces of the heavenly mandate realm. The cultivators of divine elephants were the first to walk over to Futian's side. "Let's take a look," the cultivators of dragon gods also said. After that, Sky Demon Court, 10,000 Divine Mountain, and the other forces also came over. Very quickly, many cultivators were heading over to the area where Futian was. For an instant, it drew the attention of many top figures. Futian, some cultivators of the top forces that had emerged from God's relic mumbled when they heard this name. Then, they said, "Let's go over and take a look." This person was unknown to others before he entered God's relic. However, he stirred up a storm of controversy in God's relic. Compared to Futian, the cultivators of Tianqian Academy, as well as Shun Clan, had far fewer conflicts. This was because no one dared to contend with them. If they were asked who had been the most active in God's relic, their answer would definitely be Futian. The people who gathered around the area naturally included the members of some of the forces that had grudges against Futian. He had offended many forces in God's relic. Some of their grudges ran deep while some were shallow. Of course, the reason why Futian's name was such a strong attraction was that he and Yusheng each had a divine item. They were the only group of people that had obtained 2 divine items. "What's going on?" Lord Taishuan's plane was high. He instantly sensed that something was off in the city of the ruins. Why were cultivators from various forces heading in their direction? He glanced at Futian, who was in front of him. What did this fellow do in God's relic? Emperor Xia and Demon Peacock Emperor came later. Their planes were not that high, so they had come a bit later. When they saw the changes in Futian, the swordmaster of Lihin and Xia Qingyuan's temperament, Emperor Xia and Demon Peacock Emperor revealed bizarre expressions. The two of them glanced at each other and saw the look of astonishment in each other's eyes. They were all Renhuangs now. The swordmaster of Lihin had also proven his way. However, right now, it seemed as though they did not have time to reminisce. Futian raised his head and glanced towards the divine general of the Golden Divine Nation, as well as the heavenly mandate dynastic overlord. He asked, "Gentlemen, what business do you have with me?" Having reached the Renhuang plain, Futian's temperament had also changed. A faint light of Renhuang circled his body. Currently, he was also an emperor-like figure. Rumble. Golden divine light shone down. The killing intent of the cultivator of Golden Divine Nation was intense. Gai Shir was the most outstanding figure among the princes of the Golden Divine Nation. The divine general was in charge of escorting him into God's relic. However, Gai Shir was killed in God's relic. "What is the meaning of this, sir?" An astonishing aura similarly swept out from Sky River Great Elder's body. His aura held off the dazzling aura from the cultivator of Golden Divine Nation. Lord Taishuan also frowned as his gaze swept over towards the silhouette in midair. What happened? Many senior figures of the top forces asked their juniors who had emerged from God's relic. The cultivators of Sky Demon Court, dragon gods as well as divine elephants all asked this at the same time. The members of Golden Divine Nation tried to kill Futian in God's relic and got killed instead. Prince Gai Shir was killed. Many cultivators of the heavenly mandate dynasty clashed with Futian's side. Many were also killed. Tianyu was humiliatingly defeated by Futian with 1 spear strike. The members of the various forces of the heavenly mandate realm briefly talked about what had happened. The crowd immediately revealed strange expressions. Had this fellow caused such a ruckus in God's relic? The crown prince of heavenly mandate dynasty, Tianyu, was renowned as being born supreme. The dynastic overlord placed extremely high expectations on him. Had he been defeated by a strike from Futian's spear? From the looks of it, the dispute over the talents among the current generation of the heavenly mandate realm could already come to a close. Tianyu, a monstrous presence who was believed to be standing at the peak of the heavenly mandate realm, was defeated with a spear strike. Lord Taishuan, Futian killed the prince of my Golden Divine Nation in God's relic. I will be sure to take Futian with me, the divine general of the Golden Divine Nation said in a cold tone. Lord Taishuan turned his gaze towards Futian. Futian replied in a mocking tone, "Senior of Golden Divine Nation, you surely jest. Last time, outside of the Divine Palace, Guy Sure had tried to kill me once. I let him go that time. In God's relic, your people tried to kill me, relying on having a run Huang with them. May I ask, was I supposed to just stand there and let your Golden Divine Nation prince kill me? As for the Heavenly Mandate Dynasty, you are even more laughable. Your crown prince, who you consider to be born supreme and without equal in the Heavenly Mandate realm, could not even take a stab from my spear. I spared his life. Since the dynastic overlord is a huge figure in the Heavenly Mandate realm, I need to spare him the humiliation. You defeated him with one spear strike and spared his life? The dynastic overlord's heart trembled. He finally knew what sort of trauma Etienne had faced. His eyes were full of murderous intent. Back then, he had wanted to immediately kill Futian. He never imagined that Futian had actually grown so fast. Futian had now become the prick in Etienne's heart. The dynastic overlord had spent so much effort on Etienne. When Etienne was still young, the dynastic overlord had sent him to cultivate in the divine palace. The dynastic overlord believed that his son, Etienne, was born supreme. Even if Etienne could not dominate the 9 realms, he would at least be without equal in the Heavenly Mandate realm. However, a prodigy like Gu Donglu had appeared. Now, Futian was another one. Violet Heavenly Palace also arrived at the scene. They also discovered what had transpired in God's relic. The members of their Violet Heavenly Palace had suffered greatly in God's relic and had been cast aside. Lord Taixian, the Heavenly Mandate Dynasty has a grudge with this young man. I hope that you will not interfere, the dynastic overlord said as he looked at Lord Taixian. Ever since Lord Taixian broke through to the next plane, dynastic overlord became very cautious of him. He was a figure on the same level as Gu Tianqing back in the day. Etienne was crowned as someone who was born supreme. Yet in the end, he was as pathetic as a drowned mouse, Futian taunted. No wonder the Heavenly Mandate Dynasty is going downhill. You lack tolerance. Even the Purple Gold Rat Clan has forsaken you for a better alliance. Purple Gold Rat Clan. When members of the Heavenly Mandate Dynasty heard Futian mentioning the Purple Gold Rat Clan, their facial expressions turned extremely ugly. These vermin, the members of Heavenly Mandate Dynasty, cursed as their gazes swept towards the Purple Gold Rats. Coincidentally, the Purple Gold Rat Emperor had come in person. Right now, he was still in a daze and did not understand what had happened. You owe me an explanation, the dynastic overlord said as he glanced at the Purple Gold Rat Emperor. The Purple Gold Rat Emperor emanated a terrifying aura. His gaze was fixed on Shu Huang's son. What happened exactly? He questioned. Grandfather, Etienne indeed pales into insignificance when compared to Futian. Why should we collaborate with the Heavenly Mandate Dynasty? Shu Huang's son voiced up, this time. I have worked with Futian and have reaped many benefits. Our clan got a few top-class ritual implements. Fine, the dynastic overlord roared when he heard Shu Huangsuan's words. Very well. What do you think about this? Purple Gold Rat Emperor's face was clouded with anger. This rascal had actually collaborated with Futian and God's relic to fight against the Heavenly Mandate Dynasty without consulting him first. Their Purple Gold Rat Clan had put in a lot of effort all these years to reach their current status. Shu Huangsuan's treachery would undoubtedly put them in an even more difficult situation. They would be belittled by both alliances. Not to mention their relationship with the Heavenly Mandate Dynasty was now up in flames. Right now, the Purple Gold Rat Emperor was holding a wolf by the ears. Apart from handing Shu Huang's son over to the Heavenly Mandate Dynasty, he couldn't think of a better way to resolve this grudge. However, his grandson said that he had gotten a few top-class ritual implements. Since the Purple Gold Rats have forsaken darkness for light, I will let bygones be bygones. In the future, we can still collaborate when the opportunity arises, Futian said loudly. The aura of the dynastic overlord churned, and his murderous intent was petrifying. Was Purple Gold Rat Clan planning to betray the Heavenly Mandate Dynasty now? How many ritual implements did you get? What rank are they? Purple Gold Rat Emperor asked Shu Huang's son through secret transmission. 3. All of them are top-ranked. They will make grandfather stronger. There are both offensive and defensive ritual implements. I have chosen them especially for you, Shu Huang's son replied. He was very filial. Purple Gold Rat Emperor silently nodded his head in approval. With those ritual implements, he might be able to fight against the Heavenly Mandate dynasty. Since it had come to this, it was too late now to explain anything. Purple Gold Rat Emperor could only play along. Brother E, I am sorry, Purple Gold Rat Emperor said. Clearly, he had made a decision, and he did not plan to give the Heavenly Mandate dynasty an explanation. It meant that their alliance had fallen apart. The collaboration between Purple Gold Rat Clan and the Heavenly Mandate dynasty had ended. In reality, this was no longer as simple as terminating a partnership. It was impossible for the Heavenly Mandate dynasty to tolerate this act of betraying and sneakily attacking them. The Purple Gold Rat Clan was more detestable than those enemies that came at them directly. Well done, the dynastic overlord exclaimed. Then, he didn't look at the Purple Gold Rat Emperor again. He would remember this grudge. When they returned to their realm, he would pay him back. However, now was not the time for it. Futian watched everything in silence. After he obtained the treasures in the spatial sacred hall, he did not treat the Purple Gold Rat Clan shabbily. He had done so exactly for this moment. He would let the Purple Gold Rats improve their abilities. In turn, they would fight against the Heavenly Mandate dynasty in the future. It was such a perfect plan. Emperor Xia and Demon Peacock Emperor glanced at Futian with discerning gazes. Of course, they knew of Futian's trick. This fellow was digging a pit for the two top forces of the Heavenly Mandate realm. Lord Taishian, the Divine General of Golden Divine Nation, couldn't help but cue for Lord Taishian again, since the latter still remained silent. Be it the Divine General or Dynastic Overlord, most likely neither of them were a match for Lord Taishian now. Hence, everything depended on Lord Taishuan's stand. The incident has been made clear. The two juniors attacked Futian when they were in God's Relic, but their skills were weaker than that of Futian. Therefore, there is nothing left to be said. As seniors, it is not befitting of your status to come and demand that I hand over a junior. Lord Taishian looked at both of them and said, whatever happened in the relic, it is a matter among the juniors. What is done. That's all. The cultivators of the two top forces fell silent. It seemed like Lord Taishian was going to interfere in this matter. Lord Taishian has advanced to the next level, but the Golden Divine Nation has been rooted in the higher heavens realm for many years. Our strength is not something Taishian Mountain can compare with. Lord Taishian is shielding someone who is not related to you. Is he worth your care? The Divine General of Golden Divine Nation challenged. If the deceased was any other man, perhaps he could accept the fact. However, it was Gai Shur. Even the Divine General could not bring himself to inform His Highness of this news. Futian has trained in Taishian Mountain before. Even though I didn't accept him as my disciple, he is still counted as one. Now, he is trained by my good friend. He is not unrelated to me. Lord Taishian responded indifferently. If you plan to escalate this feud between the juniors to a battle between Golden Divine Nation and Taishian Mountain, it's your decision. The Divine General wanted to use the Golden Divine Nation to pressure him? Benefactor Yi explored God's relic with great ease. He seized a spatial sacred hall that contained countless top-ranked ritual implements. Even though many of the ritual implements have been given to others, there was still a treasure trove left untouched. Moreover, he obtained the divine item left by the great emperor. He is such a talent. It is impossible for you to want to take him away easily, sir. A voice sounded abruptly. Many top figures narrowed their eyes when they heard the words. Futian had obtained a treasure trove? Chapter 1652, Joining the Battle. A treasure trove in the God's Relic. What did it signify? Even the hearts of the top figures leapt when they heard about it. When Futian heard this, his eyes narrowed slightly, revealing a glint of murderous intent. He stared in the direction of Shenxing clan. The person who spoke up was naturally a member of the Shenxing clan. That bold monk had threatened him when they were in the God's Relic. In the end, he didn't collaborate with the Shenxing clan, and they chose to join the alliance of the Heavenly Mandate dynasty. Xinxing clan left after they were defeated. Surely, they must have felt dissatisfied. Right now, as the monk brought this topic up, his motive was execrable. There were plenty of treasures in the god's relic. Many people obtained them. Even though I seized a treasure trove, I have distributed most of the treasures to the forces in my alliance. I kept very few of them, Futian retorted with a cold voice. Bald monk, your sneak attack in the god's relic failed. Now that we have left the relic, you are still plotting evil schemes. Are you so desperate to enter purgatory? Futian released streaks of Renhuang's might to pressure the monk. The cultivators of the Xinxing clan frowned. A Renhuang blocked in front of everyone. He put his palms together, and his gaze was stern. My Xinxing clan disciple has merely spoken the truth. There is no need for benefactor Yi to be enraged by his words. The monk's words are not false. Even though he has given out many treasures to others, he still kept a huge portion to himself. He kept all the top-ranked Renhuang ritual implements. Someone testified for the member of Xinxing clan. The speaker was a swordsman of the Heavenly Sword Hall. Sword Saint of Avici, the leader of Heavenly Sword Hall, was killed by Futian when they were in God's relic. Many of the remaining members were killed too. Only a few of them came out alive. Their situation was pitiful. Indeed, we saw that with our own eyes, a cultivator of School of the Emperor's Star agreed. Shenhao stood in midair in the distance. His gaze was sharp as it shot over to where Futian was. He actually obtained another treasure trove before this? Is this person the inheritor of Sky River Great Elder? An elder of Shun clan asked. Shenhao nodded. How are his ability and talents? The Shin clan elder asked. Very impressive. He was one of the 10 people who managed to obtain a divine item in the end. He utilized the might of the heavenly palace to prove his way. His divine wheel is probably a flawless one, Shenhao said. His words caused the cultivators of Shun clan to reveal strange looks as they glanced over at Sky River Great Elder. Back then, Sky River Great Elder had also cultivated in the Shen clan. They were quite familiar with him. They never expected that after so many years, the last inheritor that he chose actually had such talent. No wonder Sky River Great Elder had sent Futian into God's relic. Your lot did not dare, nor had the ability to snatch the treasures in God's relic. Now that you have come out of God's relic, are you preparing to ask your seniors to do it for you? Do Zhao said as he looked at those who had spoken. You all are a disgrace to your ancestors. Do Zhao, you yourself have stooped so low. You must have benefited greatly from following behind Futian. It seems that you feel very proud. The cultivators of School of the Emperor's Star continued. Their tone was unfriendly. Show yourself. Do Zhao could no longer hold his temper. He took a step forward and yelled at the other party while pointing at them. The expression of the cultivators of the School of the Emperor's Star turned ugly. The senior figures also frowned. Don't just hide behind there and instigate. Come out and try to seize the treasures from Futian if you dare, Do Zhao roared. Many people have obtained treasures in God's relic. You all really know how to choose your targets. You all did not have the ability to seize the treasures when we were in God's relic. Now that you see a chance, you are preparing to instigate your seniors to act? Why don't we let Futian just stand here? And if you dare to come out alone to take his treasures, Do Zhao will call you Lord. If you don't dare to do so, then just shut up and keep quiet behind there. Don't just hide among the crowd and yell. It is such a disgrace. Do Zhao's thunderous voice caused everyone's eardrums to tremble. The expressions of the members of the School of the Emperor's Star turned even uglier. Right now, Golden Divine Nation and the Heavenly Mandate Dynasty were against Futian. These fellows were standing behind, throwing oil into the fire. They were undoubtedly putting Futian in a very disadvantageous position. If each and every force wanted to intervene, it would become very troublesome. Rumble. Right at that moment, an unparalleled divine might descended from afar, causing many people to raise their heads to look up to the sky above. The pressure from the might was domineering. It immediately pressed down on the entire city of the ruins. Many prominent figures looked up into the sky. From the distance, the brilliant divine light of the great path shone down from above. In an instant, golden divine light flooded the sky, blinding the eyes of those present. The gazes of the top figures pierced the sky above. The silhouette of an unparalleled deity seemed to be traversing the space, heading in their direction. Before his person had arrived, the pressure of his might was already felt. Emperor Nan looked up into the sky in the distance. He had not imagined that the Lord of Golden Divine Nation would come in person. From the looks of it, Golden Divine Nation dynastic overlord had high expectations for Gai Shirshir. Gai Shirshir's death caused him to personally come to the city of the ruins. I have heard that Lord Taishian has shattered the shackles of the plane. I wonder how your current ability is now. A voice came from the sky and was extremely domineering. Lord Taishian looked up into the sky. The might of the great path from his body enveloped the heavens and the earth. He then took a step forward. His silhouette disappeared immediately. In an instant, he seemed to have traversed hundreds of miles. Far off in the sky above, the roar of the great path rumbled. The space shook, and the two of them seemed to be battling in the sky. However, even over here, everyone else could feel how frightening their attacks were. Many people revealed strange looks. They never imagined that they would witness a battle between figures at the peak of the realms. Silhouettes flew up into the sky. Their will swept out across the sky as they observed the battle from afar. Even figures like Emperor Nan were somewhat interested in the battle. In the Nine Realms, battles of such caliber were rarely seen. It was hard to come across one in several years. The reason why Emperor Nan had personally come to escort his daughter Nan Luotian back home was that there would always be some commotion after God's relic closed. He was worried, and he doted upon Nan Luotian greatly. Hence he had come in person. With him present, no accidents would happen. Futian glanced at the sky above. The two of them seemed to be battling far away. He did not know how far away they were. Even his will could not cover such a far-off distance, let alone his eyesight. They could only hear faint rumbles and a faint melody. Lord Taishian mastered the song of the lost divine. Futian wondered whether Lord Taishian could put up a fight against the Golden Divine Nation dynastic overlord. The Heavenly Mandate Dynasty dynastic overlord had a cold and stern expression. Seeing that Lord Taishian had disappeared, his gaze fell on Futian. Right now, who else could protect Futian? Capture him, the Heavenly Mandate Dynasty dynastic overlord immediately ordered. In an instant, his might of way swept over the space. However, at this moment, a palm print struck out directly at the Heavenly Mandate Dynasty dynastic overlord. He looked towards his attacker. To his surprise, it was Sky River Great Elder. Rumble. A fierce will swept over the land. In an instant, an astonishing storm of the great path swept up in the surrounding space. The city of the ruins could not withstand a battle of such caliber. Many top figures defended their juniors from the waves of the great path. The Heavenly Mandate Dynasty dynastic overlord and Sky River Great Elder began to battle. Both of them were at the same plane. They were both upper-level Renhuangs at the 9th tier of the Divine Wheel. Many cultivators were shocked. They had not expected that the dynastic overlord and Sky River Great Elder would engage in battle right away. Second uncle, Futian is my sworn brother. You can't stay out of this, Do Zhao said as he looked at his second uncle. Second uncle glanced at Do Zhao, surprised. This kind of battle would involve many parties. Even though Do Zhao was carefree, he was someone who considered the bigger picture. After all, Do Zhao was trained to be the next tribe leader of Do tribe. He was the only one among the younger generations who could unleash the will of sevenfold fighting god. His intelligence was without question. If he involved himself in the battle, Do tribe might offend the forces that were at feud with Futian. Do Zhao, are you sure? Second uncle secretly transmitted his voice and questioned Do Zhao. Their eyes were locked onto each other. I'm sure, Do Zhao said while nodding his head. Okay. Do Zhao's second uncle said no more. Do Zhao was close to breaking through to the Runhuang plain. Since he was trained as the successor of the tribe, he would sooner or later be in control of the entire Do tribe. Up until this point, this matter was probably Do Zhao's first decision, which would affect the outcome of the conflict among the top forces. Since Do Zhao was so determined about it, then he would obey his command. Bang! As soon as he agreed, an extremely powerful will of fighting god erupted from his body. His body was encircled in brilliant light, as though fighting God had descended into the world. He shot up into the sky, sending a punch in the direction of the divine general of Golden Divine Nation, who was pursuing Futian. Bang! There was the sound of explosions. The punch directly traversed the sky. The arm of a golden god of war that was 1,000 meters long appeared in the sky. The punch crashed towards the opponent's spear, immediately adhering to the opponent's attack and shooting up to the sky. This punch directly traversed hundreds of miles, shooting up to the battlefield high in the sky. The Do tribe joined the battle. "Many thanks," Futian said to Do Zhao. "Since we are sharing our fortunes, we will naturally endure the hardship together," Do Zhao replied while looking at Futian. "I am a dignified descendant of fighting God. I am not who you imagine me to be." "You are loyal," Futian said with a smile. A huge battle instantly erupted in the sky above. Many auras were pressing down in this direction. Although the cultivators of many forces had yet to attack, they were eyeing to do so intently. For example, the forces that bore grudges against Futian, such as the Snow Divine Kingdom, Emperor Star Realm, Heavenly Sword Hall, Violet Heavenly Palace, and Prison Fort Clan, as well as Martial God Clan from the Central Emperor Realm, all stood at one side with their gazes staring in this direction. Wu Zhan's gaze was exceptionally sharp. If it weren't for Futian, the spatial sacred hall would have been theirs for the taking. Their Renhuang, Wu Ming, had died at the hands of Futian. Aside from them, many other forces like the Xinxing clan, Celestial Worthy Temple, Clan of the God of Ghost, Divine Capital of Shieling, and Fate World were also staring at the battlefield. All of them stayed out of the battle for now. They were observing how the situation would change. Of course, there were many forces which had good relationships with Futian, such as the Alliance forces from the Heavenly Mandate Realm. The cultivators of divine elephants had been following Futian closely. They had a close relationship to begin with. Besides that, there were dragon gods in Sky Demon Court. At the moment, the seniors were all communicating with their juniors through secret sound transmissions to find out what had happened in God's Relic. After they knew what had happened, their hearts trembled slightly. The strongest cultivator among the younger generation of the Heavenly Mandate Realm was undoubtedly Futian. Aside from the forces of the Heavenly Mandate Realm, there were still a few forces that looked kindly on Futian, such as Yuanyang Clan and Clan of the Seven Slayers. Futian's gaze swept over the battlefield in the sky above. His body gradually floated up into the air with his long spear in hand. It emanated astonishing fighting will and was extremely sharp. This scene caused the gazes of many people to be glued onto him. Futian seemed to be preparing to personally join the fray. He was the center of this storm. If he made a move, he would be putting himself in danger. However, Futian was not bothered by this concern. Now, he had proven his way and had entered into the Renhuang Plain. He had forged a perfect divine wheel. He was confident that he could defend himself. Of course, he was qualified to join the battle. Chapter 1653 Divine Intervention. Besides Futian, the Renhuangs of Do Tribe and Taishan Mountain also flew up into the sky. A gaze locked on Futian. Someone asked, "Are you capable of handling this?" Futian turned and saw a beautiful face. It was none other than Taishan Housemaster, Empress Yin, who recommended him to Taishan Mountain in the past. "Housemaster, you underestimate me," Futian replied wryly. His body shot up into the sky in a straight line. Empress Yin blinked. Both she and the String Emperor followed behind Futian and flew up into the sky. They were worried that he might be harmed. After all, this fellow had just broken through to the Renhuang Plain not long ago. His plane was still not stable. In a battle between the Renhuangs of the top forces, a moment of carelessness would result in death. The two dynastic overlords of Golden Divine Nation, as well as the Heavenly Mandate Dynasty, had personally come here. This battle was not just a simple spar. The other party would really try to kill Futian. "Be careful." The String Emperor swept a glance at the sky above. He saw a powerful Renhuang from the Golden Divine Nation heading over towards Futian. The String Emperor extended his 5 long and slender fingers. He grabbed at the air, and countless strings of the Great Path seemed to appear in the heavens above and blocked the attack from the other party. He plucked the strings of the Great Path with his hand, and sword will swept out. String Emperor's body immediately leapt over Yi Futian's figure and shot up into the air as he forced the other party back. "Many thanks, Senior," Yi Futian said. His gaze swept towards the other direction. Then, with a flash of his silhouette, he headed in that direction. Over there was a cultivator of the Heavenly Mandate dynasty at the Renhuang Plain. His plane was that of a lower-level Renhuang, and his divine wheel was only at the second tier. The Renhuang saw Yi Futian heading towards him. A cold look flashed past in the eyes of the Renhuang. The divine wheel in his body burst forth, and his will swept out. Even though Yi Futian's talent was extraordinary, he had just broken through to the Renhuang Plain. Was Yi Futian planning on using him to try out his powers? Buzz. Yi Futian swept a glance at his opponent and directly traversed the space. After reaching the Renhuang Plain, his speed was even quicker. In an instant, he immediately landed in front of his opponent and engaged in close-quarter combat. The expression of the Renhuang changed slightly. Yi Futian was acting so presumptuous. Yi Futian had just proven his way, and he dared to engage in close-quarter combat. Yi Futian's figure became Wei, and his divine wheel of the Great Path emanated a gleaming divine light. A terrifying storm of massacre brewed with him at the center. A spear appeared in his hand as well. He attacked violently without hesitation. Bang! The spears collided. The onlookers were blinded by a dazzling light. The next moment, the Renhuang disappeared. The will of the Renhuang still lingered in the space, yet his figure was nowhere to be found. He had been penetrated by the spear and turned into dust. Instant kill. Everyone widened their eyes when they saw what happened. It was as though the person that Yi Futian had killed was not a Renhuang. The Renhuang did not even manage to defend himself and was killed instantly by a strike from Yi Futian's spear. He most likely did not even know how he was killed. The divine wheel of the Great Path was forged when a cultivator broke through to the Renhuang Plain. There was a stark difference between every tier of the divine wheel. The might of the will, unleashed by a second-tier divine wheel that resonated with the Great Path, could surely suppress the will unleashed by a first-tier divine wheel. However, even so, the Renhuang of the Heavenly Mandate dynasty was instantly killed with a spear strike. He did not even have the opportunity to use his power. The difference in divine wheels. Upon seeing this scene, everyone conjectured that the Renhuang of Heavenly Mandate dynasty most likely had little experience in fighting against other Renhuangs. Some top forces from the Central Emperor realm had the best understanding of how much a difference it would make for cultivators with different tiers of divine wheels to engage in a battle. Yi Futian instantly killed his opponent with a spear strike. It proved that the difference between their two divine wheels was huge and could not be overcome at all. Even though the Renhuang of the Heavenly Mandate dynasty was on a higher level, he was still killed in one shot. Moreover, Yi Futian had not even shown his divine wheel of the Great Path. Even for top forces, a cultivator at the Renhuang Plain was considered the mainstay of a force. It was hard to cultivate a Renhuang. However, when battles arose, a Renhuang was killed so easily. It only took a strike from the spear. In the sky below, Emperor Xiao raised his head. His face twitched when he saw the spear that Yi Futian wielded. He looked at the Demon Peacock Emperor beside him. The Demon Peacock Emperor also looked at him. There were looks of astonishment in both of their eyes. Yi Futian was a Renhuang just like them. How powerful was his ability now? Rumble. Suddenly, an enormous power of the Great Path spurted towards Yi Futian. Swiftly, Yi Futian turned around and thrust his spear forward. Like a meteorite, his spear shattered the incoming spear. However, an alarming pressure surrounded his body all of a sudden. A body forged of gold appeared above Yi Futian. The figure was brilliant. His divine wheel of the Great Path shone. He was a golden ancient god. Yi Futian had seen this person before. Back then, this person had even attacked Yi Futian. It was none other than the prince of Golden Divine Nation and the elder brother of Gai Shishir, Gai Jiutian. Last time, outside of Divine Palace, Gai Shishir had lost to Yi Futian. This Gai Jiutian was overbearing. Right now, Gai Jiutian once again came charging towards him. The pair of golden eyes contained fierce murderous intent. Yi Futian killed his younger brother. He did not say anything, merely standing proudly in the sky. All around him, figures of golden ancient gods descended from the sky. They suppressed this side of the sky. Futian was like a deity that shone with the sun and the moon. The light of the divine wheel of the great path swept out. The golden ancient gods pounced downwards. The divine sound could be faintly heard. It was the sigh of the divine god. Futian was a lower-level Runhuang at the third tier of the divine wheel. Futian exclaimed internally when he sensed his opponent's aura. His opponent was at the same level as Empress Yin. Back when they were outside of the divine palace, Futian had fought against Empress Yin. Futian's divine wheel was at the celestial level. As the crowned prince of Golden Divine Nation, the divine wheel that he had forged was naturally not ordinary. It was a celestial level, third-tier divine wheel. One could imagine the domineering might of his divine wheel. "Let's go," Emperor Xia said. He and the demon peacock emperor were ready to lend a hand. Their divine wheels were only at the third tier. Moreover, theirs were gold-level divine wheels. In other words, Futian, the crowned prince of the Golden Divine Nation, was stronger than both of them. Although Futian had exceptional talent, he had just broken through to the Runhuang plane. With Futian's first-tier divine wheel, the difference between his ability and his opponent's was too great. How could he possibly win in this battle? Right now, battles were happening at every corner of the sky. There were few people left. Emperor Xia and Demon Peacock Emperor could no longer sit out of this. "Your Highness, please wait," a voice rang. Emperor Xia turned around and saw the Swordmaster of Lihan. The former put on a perplexed look. "Your Highness, let's watch for a while more," the Swordmaster of Lihan suggested. Swordmaster of Lihan, the difference in tiers between Futian and his opponent is huge. Emperor Xia raised his concern. "The level of divine wheels can make up for the difference in tiers," the Swordmaster of Lihan said. "If Futian really can't handle him, only then will we join the battle." Even if Futian could not defeat his opponent, he would not be crushed in a short amount of time. He definitely had the power to put up a fight. "The level of divine wheel?" Emperor Xia revealed a shock expression. The level of Futian's divine wheel was already very high. It dazzled with a blinding divine light. Could it be that the level of Futian's divine wheel was even higher? Despite having doubts, Emperor Xia accepted the suggestion of the Swordmaster of Lihan. He didn't join the battle. He looked at the battle in the sky and was ready to lend a hand when necessary. In the sky, Futian stood undeterred as he was flooded by the golden statues. From inside his body, brilliant light suddenly burst forth. This light covered the sky and pierced the endless space. It was as though there was divine light of the great path circling his figure. The worldly great path resonated with his. He truly achieved the state of becoming one with the world. In the sky above Futian, a dazzling strange phenomenon appeared. Endless will of the great path appeared like waterfalls that churned towards Futian's body. Dazzling divine light radiated outwards, covering thousands of miles. It could truly be called the divine wheel of the great path. Its divine light covered the sky. His divine wheel is flawless. It is at the divine level. The major figures of the 9 realms lowered their heads and looked over in Futian's direction. In their eyes, there were only flawless or flawed divine wheels. Only a flawless divine wheel was a complete divine wheel of the great path. Only then could it be considered divine. Divine light covered the sky, radiating 3,000 miles. When Emperor Xia saw this divine wheel, his heart trembled inside him. At this moment, he felt that his own divine wheel was a joke. Could the divine wheel that he forged when he reached the Runhuang Plain truly be considered a divine wheel of the great path? If he were to compare his divine wheel with that of Futian, his own would probably pale into insignificance. Flawless. This was a truly flawless divine wheel. The heavens revealed strange phenomena, and divine light covered the sky. Many people were mesmerized by this gorgeous scene. Although many cultivators that had forged flawless divine wheels had appeared in God's relic, in reality, those were all the flawless divine wheels that normal cultivators would encounter. Once outside of God's relic, among the innumerable cultivators of the 3,000 realms of the Great Path, how many had flawless divine wheels? In the heavenly mandate realm, before Futian, there were none who had flawless divine wheels. Even the top figures of the realm did not have flawless divine wheels. This also meant that the difficulty of forging a flawless divine wheel was far greater than the difficulty of becoming a top force. Once one completed this step, it was possible for them to stand at the peak of the 3,000 realms of the Great Path. Even Emperor Nan and the cultivators of the Shen clan were paying close attention to Yi Futian. Strange looks flashed past in their gazes. Not only did Yi Futian have a flawless divine wheel, but divine phenomena had also appeared. Did this person have a huge, fateful encounter in God's relic? Emperor Nan asked Nan Luotian, who was beside him. He should have from the looks of it. A strange look flashed past Nan Luotian's beautiful gaze. This person's divine wheel was actually even more dazzling than her own. Endless strings of the Great Path seemed to appear around them. The sound of Qin could be heard playing on its own. With the Great Path as its strings, it actually suppressed the sigh of the divine god. Beams of radiant divine light shot out like flawlessly sharp swords. They pierced towards the statues of the golden ancient gods. An intense rumbling sound thundered. No one knew how much will the divine wheel of the Great Path that Yi Futian forged had consumed. Yi Futian had consumed so many fruits of the way. With the support of the World Tree, the foundation of his Great Path was extremely solid. A first-tier divine wheel is going against a third-tier divine wheel. The crowd revealed bizarre expressions. The aura on Yi Futian's body was actually not at a disadvantage at the slightest. His power of the Great Path also showed no signs of being suppressed. Gai Jiutian's facial expression changed slightly. A flawless divine wheel. This was the goal of all the disciples of Golden Divine Nation all this while, but Gai Jiutian had failed to forge one. Initially, Gai Shishir had a chance to forge a flawless divine wheel upon entering God's relic this time. However, he had been killed by Yi Futian and had perished. Even though Yi Futian had a flawless divine wheel, what of it? There was still a difference between their two planes. He did not believe that the tier of Yi Futian's divine wheel could overcome it. Gai Jiutian's divine wheel was also at the celestial level. Gai Jiutian raised his hand. The heavens and earth resonated, and the Great Path roared. A palm print directly struck out from his palm. In an instant, a gigantic golden palm print appeared in the sky above Yi Futian's head. Patterns of the Great Path seemed to be carved on the palm print. It appeared like the face of a deity. It was as though a deity had descended from the heavens and wanted to destroy all of existence. Aside from a flawless divine wheel, the other divine wheels were all common level. Yi Futian extended his left hand. He pointed a finger at the heavens, and countless divine swords resonated. A storm of sword chi swept out and formed a sky-shattering sword. It immediately shattered the gigantic palm print. The divine swords pierced through the sky. Gai Jiutian once again shot out a palm print to block them. A perfect wheel of the Great Path. Gai Jiutian's heart trembled. Would this be enough to ignore the difference in their levels? This was a flawless divine wheel, whereas his was at the celestial level. Why was there still such a huge gap? Yi Futian was a bit surprised as well. In fact, he had just ascended to the Runhuang plane. Although he had forged at perfect divine wheel, he did not know how big the gap between the two of them was or how powerful his combat ability was. After all, this was his first battle since becoming a Runhuang. It seemed he was even more powerful than he would have imagined. Gai Jiutian was no ordinary person. He was one of the eminent talents of the Golden Divine Nation with a divine wheel at the celestial level. But in this conflict, Yi Futian did not feel any pressure from his divine wheel. Thinking of this, he pulled his spear back. It seemed like he was thinking too much. He did not need to fight Gai Jiutian. His body was bathed in brilliant divine light, and the power of the Great Path was falling upon him. As he was bathed in the dazzling light of the Great Path, the white-haired Ren Huang in the air looked like a god. Everyone was in a daze as they watched. Had he really just ascended to the Ren Huang plane? Many mid-level Ren Huangs were not that glorious. Even some of the core members of great powers did not understand why he was like this. There was clearly a huge gap between the two of them. Had the elder not said that the distance between levels on the Ren Huang plane was like the distance between heaven and earth, that there was a huge disparity in terms of strength? So what was happening right before their eyes? Yi Futian seemed to be subverting their views on cultivation. The sound of shrieking swords swept out, merging with the music. He was using the great path as his strings, and each string seemed to be made of swords. The music that was playing seemed to be the song of the lost divine. And the sword will was the sword will of the fleeting divine sword. Futian stretched out a finger and seemed to pluck the strings of the great path. For a time, the great path flowed backward. Endless sword light pierced through the air, destroying everything in its path. Countless swords shrieked out, cutting their way through the sky. Boom! Guy Jutian felt that he was surrounded by the countless strings of the great path. As the endless sword will shot towards him, he formed a seal with both hands. The divine music wrapped around him. It was the sound of the sigh of the divine god. His body shone with golden light, as if he had transformed into a golden god. His divine majesty pressed all around him, suffocating everyone. As the swords reached him, they were blocked by the golden statues all around him. At the same time, he lifted his hand and slammed it out towards Futian. At that moment, countless golden gods shot out towards him, and the image of a massive golden god appeared in the sky. This strike seemed to contain the fury of a god and the fury of Guy Jutian. It swept through the air. Under the music, the countless strings of the great path resonated with the endless sword will. The power of Futian's divine wheel burst out. At that moment, he shone with the radiance of heaven and earth as he used the worldly great path to its fullest extent. Thousands of beams of light fell like waterfalls. At this time, Futian seemed like an immortal, like a god of the 9 heavens. His silver hair danced in the wind. His features had always been handsome, but now they were incomparably heroic. Now that he had become a Runhuang, he had a Runhuang-level aura. The light that was bursting from him now made a few of the women, who had not cultivated to a high level, stare at him in a daze. Xia Qingyuan stared mutely at the figure in the air. It seemed that he was the only person that existed in her eyes. Beside her, Emperor Xia trembled on the inside. He looked at his daughter and sighed. His own precious daughter had fallen for Futian. The poison already ran deep, but the young man was quite good-looking. Even if he was only 70 or 80% as handsome, divine light bloomed in the sky. Futian pointed up. At that moment, it seemed like a divine sword had been drawn and was cutting through the heavens. The light from that single sword stretched out for 3,000 miles. Many people seemed like they couldn't tell that it was a sword. They only saw a beam of light, an endless sword will shot through the heavens. The beam of light crashed into the descending golden god, causing many more beams of light to burst out. The golden god was pierced through, and a hole appeared in it, after which it cracked and shattered. At the same time, the divine sword light descended in front of Guy Jutian. Guy Jutian thrust out his hands with a cry. When the sword reached him, there was a loud rumbling sound as cracks appeared in his divine wheel, making his will rapidly weaken. Go and find Guy Shur. Futian waved his hands over the strings of the great path. The image of the sword swallowed up the sky. The sword transformed into a sword-shaped storm. Guy Jutian's body broke apart piece by piece until it became nothing. In an instant, his body completely disappeared. Only sword will was left where he had been. A second Renhuang of the Golden Divine Nation had been lost. He had been killed by Futian. He had not shown any mercy. This time he had killed the man himself. Guy Jutian had wanted to kill him, and now he was dead. It was kill or be killed. Killing one or killing two, there was no difference between them. Given the power of the Golden Divine Nation, they could absolutely not forgive him. They had wanted to kill him. Under this situation, he naturally had to weaken them. The Golden Divine Nation had hidden reserves of power and countless cultivators. But they could not all come to the City of the Ruins. Only a few Renwangs had come. He killed him. Everyone's hearts trembled. Futian, who had just reached the Runhuang Plain, had slain Guy Jutian with his third-tier divine wheel. There had been a competition. When he had unleashed his divine wheel, his opponent had been doomed. How great had the gap between them been? Many of the great figures from top powers sighed inwardly. Not even 10 people had forged perfect divine wheels on this trip to the God's Relic. These 10 people included Jian Qingzhu of Tianshan Academy, Shun Hao of the Shun Clan, and Nan Luoshan. the daughter of Emperor Nan. But now, they all remembered only one of them, Yi Futian. Yi Futian's first battle at the Runhuang Plain had been enough to make his name resonate throughout the 9 realms. "I'm getting old," whispered Emperor Xia, but he smiled brightly. As the ruler of Emperor Xia's realm, he suddenly felt old and feeble. He had watched Yi Futian grow from a weak young man into who he was now. In this battle, he had cut down Gai Jutian, which implied that even he, Emperor Xia, was no match for him. How could he not sigh at this? No need to sigh. "There are few people like him in the 3,000 realms of the Great Path," said the Demon Peacock Emperor. Emperor Xia nodded. He naturally understood this, but when he thought of the family background that Yi Futian had hidden, he felt a bit relieved. He was so used to Yi Futian causing trouble in Emperor Xia's realm that he seemed to have forgotten his possible origin. "Qing Yuan, how has your relationship with him developed?" Emperor Xia asked. Xia Qing Yuan looked at her father. "What? How had it developed? Don't blame me for asking. Time waits for no man." Emperor Xia felt gloomy. He knew that this young man would become a great force in Emperor Xia's realm. If he didn't get a handle on things now, well, it was not like he could fight him. "It's not like you think," said Xia Qingyuan, blushing. "No? Then where did you get your opportunity to ascend from?" Emperor Xia asked. "Don't think I don't see what's going on." He did not believe that Xia Qingyuan could have seized the chance on her own. Without a doubt, Yi Futian had helped her. This kid was still very empathetic. He knew how to hurt people. "You are thinking too much, father." Xia Qingyuan looked at her father frankly, then lowered her head. "Oh, daughter, you are too cold. Sometimes you have to take the initiative," urged Emperor Xia. It was no wonder that he was so urgent. At that moment, Yi Futian had Lord Taixian and the Sky River Great Elder behind him. There were many beautiful women in the 9 supreme realms. There was the woman from Brahma's pure sky not far away, and many beautiful goddesses. They were all threats. In addition, there were Nan Luotian of the Nantian Divine Kingdom and Changxi of Yue Divine Palace, who were like goddesses themselves. They were both glorious and fair, making them threats as well. "Kong Xian, come here. Your father has a few things to tell you," said the Demon Peacock Emperor to his daughter. Emperor Xia was stunned. He looked at the Demon Peacock Emperor, and his face darkened. "You had better not be getting any ideas, Peacock," he warned. "It's a fair competition," said the Demon Peacock Emperor disdainfully. Emperor Xia scolded him. "Old Peacock, people and demons have different paths. You should not be so shameless. What do you know? This way, there will be more feelings between them. I might turn hostile. Should I be afraid of you?" Before this, the two of them had shared drinks and entertainment. Now they were speaking of turning hostile towards each other. Beside them, Xia Qingyuan and Kong Xian were shocked into silence. They looked at each other, then looked away. There was a bit of killing intent in their eyes. It was not only Emperor Xia and the Demon Peacock Emperor. All the demon emperors of the heavenly mandate realm had this same idea. He had a perfect divine wheel and was the foremost person in the heavenly mandate realm. At this moment, Yi Futian could sweep away anyone of his generation, no matter if they were human or demon. Suddenly, the great figures all thought of the prophecy that the heavenly mandate realm would change. At first, they had thought it would be because of Gu Tianxing and Gu Donglu, but it seemed that they had guessed wrong. Wait, a prophecy? A prophecy about Yi Futian. Did the prophet ever see Yi Futian before he died? A great figure from the demon realm asked his elder. "I believe so, or at least heard his voice," someone answered. "He did see him. Yi Futian was the last person he saw before he passed away," said a demon emperor. But at that time, no one had paid attention to this. It had just been a coincidence. But now it seemed like, perhaps it was not a coincidence. He was the foremost member of the younger generation of the heavenly mandate realm. He had forged a perfect divine wheel and was incredibly heroic. He was perhaps one of the top figures in the 3,000 realms of the Great Path. If the prophet had seen him, he would certainly have been able to tell how extraordinary he was. If the prophet had seen it back then they all realized a possibility, and their eyes involuntarily narrowed. Had the prophet died because of Yi Futian? However, even though Yi Futian was incredibly talented, why would the prophet have chosen to pass away? There must be a secret hidden in all of this. Some secret is being kept. We should not let it out nor bring it up again, ordered the demon emperor. It seemed that they had been pulled into some sort of secret. Had the prophet chosen to die in order to keep this secret? Thinking of this, they looked at Futian differently. If they had guessed correctly, Futian would be the one to change the heavenly mandate realm in the future. In fact, he might even rule it in the future. Many of the forces of the demon realm had good relations with him. They might benefit from the changes he would bring. Chapter 1655 besieged on all sides. This battle would make all the cultivators of the 9 realms remember Futian. Previously, the Shun clan had not cared about the Sky River Great Elder's heir, but now it looked like they had underestimated him. It certainly makes sense that Lord Yi was the one to get the treasures in the Sacred Hall, and was the first to open the gate of the Great Emperor. He reached enlightenment under the Imperial Palace. This genius who received the divine items of the Great Path and the inheritance of an ancient emperor is truly magnificent. The person sighed as he said this. It seemed that he admired him greatly. Now it looks like the people of the Shen clan guessed right. Even though Lord Ye's talent is unmatched in the 9 realms, he did not break through to the Runhuang level until he was under the Celestial Palace. At that time, I had a vision. I saw that Lord Yi really gained something, which must be the inheritance of the Great Emperor, and thus proved his worthiness to be a Runhuang, continued the person, chattering excitedly. He came from the Tianhe realm and strode through mountains of knives and seas of blood as he defeated all the proud sons of heaven beneath the Celestial Palace. The Great Emperor awakened at his summons, and he inherited his will. All the gods witnessed this in accordance with heaven's will. I believe what Lord Yi said. He truly saw all the gods there in the god's relic. This person seemed to have unlimited admiration and adoration for Futian. He praised him without end. Those who did not know the character of the people from the Xinxing clan would be fooled by this man's solemn, serious, and sacred expression, especially because he was a monk. This monk from the Xinxing clan was named 7 Evils. He was an independent member of the clan, was truly an evil monk. As he said this, everyone looked at him. Everyone had previously thought that Futian had been lying to them. Now, seeing his perfect divine wheel and his incomparable talent, in addition to the fact that someone like 7 Evils was so entranced by him, it seemed that it was a bit more believable. The elders of the various forces looked at him as well. A cultivator from the Shin clan directly asked, "What does he mean?" All of the great powers had questioned those who had gone to the god's relic. Now they had their answers and were lost in thought. The god's relic was also called the grave of the gods. Could it be that he had really inherited something, seen something? Futian's people looked upset at 7 Evils' words, especially Yusheng. Terrible murderous intent flashed in his eyes. When Futian had said that, he had just been speaking casually, without thinking. No one believed him. But this was different. When someone else said it, it gave it some weight, made it materialize. This evil monk's words would get people killed. The great forces were ready to act, and they were all watching. They could make a decision at any time. The monk's words would harden their resolve. Futian heard it as well, and his eyes went cold. He looked at 7 Evils. He could clearly feel powerful lines of thought sweeping out from him. The cultivators of the top forces were basically unscrupulous, but why would they care about a junior like him? Although he was a Runhuang with unparalleled talent, there was still a huge difference between him and the giants of the top forces. If you believe what you're saying, why don't you and the people of the Xinxing clan do something about it? Futian looked at 7 Evils coldly. There is no enmity between us, Lord Yi. Why would we do this? 7 Evils' voice was sincere. Those who did not know him would probably believe him. However, you have obtained all the treasures of an entire trove, more than one person can possibly use. Now, all the top forces are here, so why don't we share them? This would let all of the top powers greatly increase in strength. Wouldn't that be wonderful? As for the divine item you got, you could let the 9 realms see it and enrich their experience. What do you think, Lord Yi? 7 Evils spoke very generously, and on behalf of others. He seemed perfectly impartial, but he was actually very insidious. He had brought all of the 9 realms into it by asking Futian to share the divine implements and bring out his divine item. He meant for Futian to divide up his spoils. Moreover, if this situation actually happened, it would not be as simple as just sharing out the objects. Futian would certainly die, which showed just how wicked Seven Evils was. As he said this, Futian could feel the people from the top forces all looking at him a little more intensely. It seemed that they were ready to act and could attack at any moment. At this moment, Futian was still on the battlefield. The Run Huang from the Golden Divine Nation had seen Gai Jiutian die, and his fighting will had burst forth, making the very air tremble. But Do Zhao's second uncle was also at the level of a god of war with shocking power. He would not give him a chance to divert his attention. High up in the sky, the battle between Lord Taixian and the dynastic overlord of the Golden Divine Nation was causing waves of pressure to sweep downward. The air trembled. The dynastic overlord must have sensed that he had lost a son. Futian cast his gaze around the battlefield. The Renhuangs from Taixian Mountain and the Do tribe were engaged in battle, for which he was very grateful. Did you really obtain a divine item and the inheritance of the great emperor, nephew? Came a voice. One of the cultivators from the top powers was looking at him and had called him nephew. Futian had seen the man before he had gone to the god's relic. The Sky River Great Elder had brought him to all of the top forces of the Central Imperial Realm in order to convince them to bring him to the god's relic. This person was the vice-headmaster of the Sky-Reaching School. He had been refused by him, probably so as to not stir up the Sky River Great Elder. Disciples of the Sky-Reaching School had naturally gone to the god's relic as well, but they had not been very noticeable. They must not have been the most outstanding students. After all, there were so many forces there, and many of them did not have a strong sense of power. However, this man calling him nephew gave people the feeling that he was trying to win Futian's affection by artifice. Moreover, he had an ulterior motive in asking this question. He was bringing up the fact that he and the Sky River Great Elder were once friends. Of course, said Futian, and I was not the only one who felt the power of the great emperor beneath the celestial palace. All the cultivators did, and they all received their own inheritances as well. Moreover, 10 people received divine items from the celestial palace. Oh, said the vice-headmaster of the Sky-Reaching School with a slight nod. In the past several trips to the god's realm, no one had this much good fortune. You had such a wonderful opportunity to go to a treasure trove. Could you bring out your treasures to show us? If there are ones that we like, we can trade you our own treasures for them. The vice-headmaster of the Sky-Reaching School had reached a bottleneck in his cultivation, and with his power as well. He needed an opportunity to improve. Although he hadn't been able to go to the god's relic, he had heard that Futian had gained some top-level ritual implements. He wanted to see if any of them were special and if they would give him a chance to advance a step. Thus, he had said what he did. Trade? Futian looked at the vice-headmaster of the Sky-Reaching School. Did he think he was an idiot? Futian, you killed Wu Ming, a Run Huang of the Martial Gods clan. How can we solve this issue between us? Said Wu Zhan. He was taking advantage of the situation. Futian was in a dangerous position now. The Golden Divine Nation and the Heavenly Mandate Dynasty both wanted to kill him. Although he was incredibly talented, he was in a precarious situation. The slightest bit of carelessness would destroy him. In this situation, did he value his treasures more than his life? The Prison Fort clan lost a Run Huang as well, said a cultivator from the Prison Fort clan. The Celestial Worthy Temple was supposed to have received the inheritance from one of the statues, said a cultivator from the Celestial Worthy Temple. All of them were coming to Futian to settle accounts. In reality, Futian had already shown mercy in the god's relic, as he had not acted as decisively as he could have. After seizing the treasures within the spatial sacred hall, he had let almost everyone go, fearing just this sort of situation. But the others did not seem to appreciate it. You are all cultivators from top forces, and yet you are seeking out a junior to settle accounts for the conflicts that happened in the god's relic. Don't you think that is shameful? Asked a cultivator from the Yuanyang clan. They had gained 5 ritual implements, and according to Yuan Hong they had a good relationship with Futian, so it was not difficult for them to pay back his goodwill. You and your clan gained some powerful ritual implements. Of course you don't care, said a cultivator from the martial gods clan mockingly. The battle had still not calmed down. Waves were rising, and there were enemies on all sides. Futian was in a bad situation right now. The conflict in the God's Relic was caused by things that happened there. Why don't you go and find the others who obtained divine items? Asked the cultivator from the Yuanyang clan. So, the powers that obtained ritual implements are not prepared to share them with the other forces of the 9 realms? Of course, since you have these items, your power will increase greatly. It is a good idea for you to defend him then, said the cultivator from the martial gods clan with a cold smile. You all want ritual implements? Futian asked them all. We will trade you for them. We won't take them for nothing, said the vice headmaster of the sky-reaching school. He was saying it like he was trying to let Futian save face. Futian watched as they drew nearer to him, all staring at him. He knew that they would not let this go easily. Although he was completely protected from the attacks of the Heavenly Mandate Dynasty and the Golden Divine Nation, it would not be easy to escape. Magical treasures moved men's hearts, and there had been more treasures in the spatial sacred hall than any of the top forces of the 9 realms had. This showed how incredible this was. It was enough to change the situation of a top power, or even several top powers. This would make even the top figures of the realms have greedy thoughts. After all, this was the world of cultivation, and everyone in the world sought to increase their power. Chapter 1656 Futian the Conman? Futian looked at all the forces coming towards him. All of them bore him some sort of grudge, making them very unhappy with him. They would not let this chance get away from them. You are all being unreasonable, came a voice. Futian turned and saw a cultivator step out. He looked at the crowd and said, Common people can only cultivate to seek the way, while we of the top forces had the chance to compete fairly at the God's Relic. Many of you had grand adventures there. You are all leaders of top forces. Don't you think it is shameful to bully someone who has just reached the Renhuang level like this? Futian looked at the man who was speaking. He was from Shangxiao Divine Palace. Futian had once entered the ancestral land of the Divine Palace, making it so that he had a natural affinity with them. However, he was still moved by someone from the Divine Palace speaking on his behalf. The predatory nature of the world of cultivation has never changed, said one of the top cultivators of the Sky Demon Court. Both the worlds of demons and humans. It was just that the demon world was more direct about it, and humans were a bit more polite. For example, the vice headmaster of the Sky-reaching school had called him nephew, saying that he would trade for the treasures. In reality, he was just trying to seize things for himself. You all are indeed bullying him, said a cultivator from the dragon gods. Some cultivators from the divine elephants strode forward as well. Suddenly, there were quite a few people standing behind Futian. They had not cooperated with the Golden Divine Realm previously. The enmity between Futian and the Heavenly Mandate Dynasty had originally been put aside, but these people were now taking advantage of the situation. They could not stand for it. Many of the forces of the Heavenly Mandate Realm had obtained treasures and had direct connections to Futian. They could not just sit by and watch this happen to him. However, the other forces just swept cold gazes over the cultivators from the Heavenly Mandate Realm. Although there were many of them, there were not enough. At that moment, the number of forces who wanted divine arms for themselves was extremely great, and there were many powers there from the most powerful realm, like the Central Imperial Realm. The Shun clan had been there all along, watching everything like a tiger watching its prey. They naturally did not have any good feelings towards Futian. After all, he was the disciple of the Sky River Great Elder. In addition to this, the Martial Gods clan, the Celestial Worthy Temple, and the Sky-Reaching School each had very powerful formations. Futian knew that if he wanted to get out of here in one piece, he would need several powerful forces to speak up for him. Elder, Futian called towards a man in the distance. There were many heroic figures around him, such as Jin Qingzhu. They came from Tianshan Academy. The cultivator from Tianshan Academy furrowed his brow, a look of surprise coming over his face. He answered telepathically, "Do you have something to say to me? I have heard that Tianshan Academy is the premier holy land for cultivation in the 3,000 realms of the Great Path. Once this is all over, several friends and I would like to go there to seek the way for a time. Would that be possible? Asked Futian. Tianshan Academy was indeed the foremost holy land for cultivation. There must have been many cultivators there with powerful spells. When he had time, he would bring Yushang, Xiaqingyuan, Yaya, and some others there to spend some time shut away in cultivation. The elder from Tianshan Academy looked surprised at this. When all this was over, the question now was whether or not Futian would be able to escape in one piece. Was he asking them for help? Given Futian's talent that had allowed him to forge a perfect divine wheel, there was no question that he would be able to get into Tianshan Academy, and his friends would probably be powerful as well. I was immersed in celestial radiance along with Jin Xingzhu and the others from Tianshan Academy, all of us gaining an opportunity from heaven. Thus, I want to spend some time devoted to cultivation. I also gained some ritual implements in the God's Relic. If you permit my friends and me to come to Tianshan Academy and cultivate, I will not be stingy with them. I am willing to give out 10 of them as a reward, letting you choose which types you want. We can allow this. And my friends and I will pass the test of the classics just like our own disciples. The 10 ritual implements could be said to be an initial investment, but it was conditional. The first condition was that they needed to extricate themselves from the present situation, and the second was that Futian would be able to bring some other with him to Tianshan Academy. The other thing was, how long would he cultivate at Tianshan Academy? For that whole time, the danger he was in would face the whole academy. Thus, they needed this initial investment. Right now, the only thing he had in abundance was ritual implements. He did not want to give any of them to those forces who wanted to forcibly take them from him. But it was either give them up or lose his life. Why not share some of them out to save himself? 10. A look of surprise came over the elder from Tianshan Academy's face. He understood that Futian was sacrificing a lot to escape. You can choose the first one on the way, said Futian. Very well, answered the elder. However, there are many forces who want your ritual implements. Even though I have agreed, the others will not necessarily allow us to leave. I understand. Your promise is enough, elder, answered Futian. Their thoughts were exchanged extremely quickly, so this all happened very quickly. But even so, many people looked shocked when they saw Futian standing there in a daze. He seemed to be struggling and hesitant. I have often heard your name spoken, said Futian to Emperor Nan telepathically. He guessed that Emperor Nan was the strongest of the people gathered here today. This powerful figure from the Nantian Divine Kingdom had come personally in order to pick up Nan Luotian. The other top forces of the Central Imperial Realm had not come in such power. Thus, as far as Futian was concerned, Emperor Nan was the most important person here in the God's Relic right now. Moreover, he had not been trying to steal his treasures. He had just been watching from the side. Emperor Nan looked at him when he heard his telepathic message. If you have something to say, just say it. He knew that this man wanted him to help him. Okay, said Futian telepathically. Previously, I consulted with the elder of Tianshan Academy. After this affair is over, I will go and study there for a time. I will have a great appreciation for the people of the Central Imperial Realm. Princess Luotian performed admirably in the God's Relic. If I had a chance, I would like to give her some advice. I obtained some ritual implements in the God's Relic, of which I would be willing to give 5 to her. Emperor Nan was a powerful figure, so he didn't necessarily need any ritual implements. But Nan Luotian was relatively weak, and so ritual implements would be incredibly precious for her. Moreover, Emperor Nan doted upon his daughter. In addition, since Tianshan Academy had already made their decision, Emperor Nan now had this chance to make his answer as well. Emperor Nan looked deeply at Futian. This man could not bear to part with his treasures, but he knew that he had to make sacrifices in a situation like this. Thus, he had promised treasures to Tianshan Academy and the Nantian Divine Kingdom in order to ask for their help. Fine, if Tianshan Academy is also willing, I will help you break free of this situation, answered Emperor Nan. Since he was after Tianshan Academy, he had a chance to see if Futian was tricking them. If he wasn't being honest, then he wouldn't have to help him. Thank you, Your Highness, said Futian with a nod. Now that 2 great forces had agreed to help him, things were looking better. Nephew Yi, why don't you give us your answer, said the vice headmaster of the Sky-Reaching School. Given the current situation, there was no point in delaying anymore. Futian looked at the vice-headmaster of the sky-reaching school. 3 of the great powers of the Central Emperor realm had already been pulled into this: the Yuanyang clan, Tiantian Academy, and the Nantian Divine Kingdom. Their current formation was very strong. Goddess Xiao, he said telepathically. This time, his target was Xiao Muyu of the Xiao clan. A look of surprise came over her face when she heard this. She cast a cold glance at Futian and asked telepathically, "What are you doing?" This man had not been the least bit polite before. He had given her divine lotus spear to Xia Qingyuan. Now he spoke to her so sweetly. Was he going to promise to become her son-in-law? "I have offended you greatly. In order to make up for it, I will give you 3 ritual implements," answered Futian. Xiao Muyu's gaze hardened. Did he think that was enough? Was he trying to get them to help him? "I'm afraid we will not be able to help you in this situation," said Xiao Muyu. "Don't worry, goddess. I have already convinced Tiantian Academy and Emperor Nan to help me. As long as you stand behind them, it will be enough. I will repay you for that with 3 ritual implements," said Futian. Xiao Muyu looked at Futian. He had actually convinced Tiantian Academy and Emperor Nan? If he had the Xiao clan behind him as well, he could really get out of this. But why had he chosen her? It had been simple for Futian to choose her. Although there was bad blood between them and Xiao Muyu did not like him, the Xiao clan had still not directly gotten involved. Under that situation, he was willing to give her 3 ritual implements, which would make them a bit more powerful. After all, the Xiao clan, the Martial Gods clan, the Sky-Reaching School, the Celestial Worthy Temple, and the Shun clan all came from the Central Imperial Realm. Xiao Muyu thought for a moment, then answered telepathically, "I will try." Obviously, she did not have the right to decide. She had to ask her elder. "Good, thank you, goddess," said Futian. Xiao Muyu looked at him. Right now, he was speaking very kindly. Obviously, he wasn't trying to seduce her or anything, right? After Futian and Xiao Muyu spoke, he turned to Gue Zong of the Mountain Realm and said telepathically, "Master, the 2 of us have a connection. I have many ritual implements, and I am willing to give 2 of them to you." What? Gue Zong was dumbfounded by this. He looked at Futian with his golden eyes. "Do you need Tiantian Temple to save you?" he asked. "If you wish. I saw you under the divine tree back then and could feel that it was fated. It is good that I have many ritual implements. If I get out of here, I will let you choose 2 of them with no exceptions," said Futian. He was living like a con man. Tiantian Temple was the greatest temple in the mountain realm and would be able to crush the Xinxing clan later. "Excellent." Gue Zong put his hands together and bowed to Futian. "Goddess Chang 11, you shocked everyone in the God's Relic with your magnificence, and all the women in the world envy you. After today, I will be willing to give you 2 ritual implements," Futian said telepathically to Chang 11 of Yue Divine Palace. Yue Divine Palace was the most powerful force in the Shadow Realm along with Man's Snow Divine Kingdom. Chang 11 looked at Futian. She had shocked everyone, and everyone envied her? "You do not need to think too much. I don't need an answer yet. As long as I leave here alive, I will fulfill my promise," continued Futian. Brilliant light shone from Chang 11. She stood there like a goddess of 9 heavens. A look of surprise flashed in her eyes. Did this man have some intentions towards her? Chapter 1657 solved by taking advantage of the situation. It was no wonder that Chang 11 would be thinking this. If Futian had asked her to help him, she would be able to understand that. However, Futian had just spoken several sentences full of admiration for her, and had said that he would give her several ritual implements for free. This made her speechless. "In that case, thank you, Lord Yi," she answered. The white-haired young man before her was a powerful figure, but who knew if he would be able to extricate himself from his current situation? "Nephew Yi, so many people are waiting for you. Why don't you talk to us?" said the vice-headmaster of the Sky-Reaching School with a little bit of coldness in his voice. Was he delaying? Why was he being silent? The great battle in the air had been inconclusive for a while, and even now that Futian had won, he had found himself in this present situation. It was not good that he was facing so many top forces. "All right," said Futian with a nod. "Since you mentioned it, I will naturally not refuse you. In that case, why don't we trade right now? Tell me which ritual implements you want. However, the divine arms are precious, and the items you trade them for must be the treasures of your clan. What is the strongest cultivation technique of the sky-reaching school? The vice headmaster's eyes narrowed slightly when he heard this. A cold light shot out of them. He wanted the strongest cultivation method of the sky-reaching school in trade. Was he dreaming? The other top forces all seem unconcerned. This man was a genius who had forged a perfect divine wheel. He certainly was well aware of the situation he was facing. I am your master's old friend, and thus I call you nephew. I wish to help you escape, but if you are going to be like this, I'm afraid I won't be able to, said the vice headmaster of the sky-reaching school calmly, as if he really had Futian's best interests in mind. Old friends? Futian could feel the sarcasm rising within him. When one was in dire straits, it was much easier to see people's true faces. When his master had married a daughter of the Shin clan, they had probably been good friends then. Now that he had stabbed his friend in the back twice, he was not being even the least bit polite. In that case, what do you wish to trade? Asked Futian. You have just entered the Runhuang Plain. I will trade things that will be useful to your cultivation, said the vice headmaster of the sky-reaching school. This was highway robbery. Is that so? Said Futian with a smile. Do you really think I need techniques of that level? Why don't you have your disciples try me? If any of your lower-level Renwangs can beat me, I will accept this. The cultivators of the sky-reaching school were gradually losing patience. Was he playing dumb? In that case, you're on your own, said the vice headmaster. Thank you, master. If this is the way it is, then I won't trade, said Futian. He looked at the others and said, I will remember all of your goodwill. A look of surprise came over everyone's face. Did Futian think this was finished? Enough. Why do you feel the need to bully a junior like this? At that moment, a group of figures approached them. They were the cultivators from Tianshan Academy. The one at their head looked at Futian and the others and said, According to Jian Qingzhu, many people forged perfect divine wheels on this trip to the God's Relic. This is a gift from the great emperor. We are a place of cultivation for all the 3,000 realms of the Great Path. It is good that all of you are here now, as we are pleased to extend an invitation to all of the proud sons of heaven here to come to Tianshan Academy for a sparring session. If we get a chance, we will definitely come, said many of the people from top forces, nodding. Many of them wanted to go and see Tianshan Academy. Excellent, said the elder of Tianshan Academy with a nod. Futian, you have forged a perfect divine wheel. You may come to Tianshan Academy whenever you want and test out our disciples. I will certainly do so, said Futian with a bow. Great, said the elder with a nod. This scene stunned many of the people from top forces. What did this mean? Things were not finished here, and yet Tianshan Academy was inviting Futian to go there and cultivate. Luotian has also always wanted to go to Tianshan Academy. Since you are giving out invitations, can she go as well? Asked Emperor Nan. Nan Luotian is incredibly talented. If she is willing to join us, she is certainly welcome. I'm sure our disciples would be happy to have her, said the elder with a smile. Nan Luotian was thought to be one of the most outstanding women in the Central Emperor realm. Whether it was due to her talent or due to her looks, she would be welcome in Tianshan Academy. Excellent, said Emperor Nan with a slight nod. There have been many conflicts during this trip to the God's Relic, but those are all in the past, and we don't need to pursue them any farther. Now that Tianshan Academy has made this invitation, we can all send our disciples there. The future of the world of cultivators will eventually be placed in their generation's hands. The elder from Tianshan Academy continued speaking with Emperor Nan, making the battlefield all around them fall silent. Was Emperor Nan speaking on Futian's behalf as well? The words of Tianshan Academy and Emperor Nan carried a lot of weight here, especially Emperor Nan, who was the strongest person here. Moreover, the top forces of the Central Emperor realm would not lightly offend Emperor Nan. After all, without some major conflict, who would dare offend someone who stood at the peak of the realm? But Futian did not know either Emperor Nan or the elder of Tianshan Academy. So why would they speak on his behalf? Could it be? When they thought of this, their faces turned uncomfortable. Had Futian been asking for help during his silence? If that was the case, Had they just played the role of matchmaker between Tianshan Academy and Emperor Nan? Not only were Emperor Nan and Tianshan Academy doing a good thing, but they might also get some ritual implements out it. After this trip is over, I will not stop you from going wherever you wish to go, nephew Yi, said the vice headmaster of the sky-reaching school. Were Tianshan Academy and the Nantian Divine Kingdom going to take all the spoils for themselves? You are the Sky River Great Elder's friend, so why would you try to seize his disciple anyway? You are not acting as an elder should. You have lost some prestige today. At that moment, another voice rang out. Everyone turned to see who it was. It was a cultivator of the Shao clan. There were many opportunities within the God's Relic, but if Yi Futian does not want to trade them, then he doesn't have to. It is shameful for you all to try and force him like this, continued the cultivator of the Shao clan. Now that Tianshan Academy and Emperor Nan had gotten involved, he naturally did not mind joining in. Of course, if Tianshan Academy and Emperor Nan had not spoken before him, he would not have dared to offend the other great powers. The techniques of the sky-reaching school truly do not let people see through you, said a cultivator from the Yuanyang clan. The four top powers of the Central Emperor realm had all shown their attitudes. A surprised look came over Yuan Hong's face. He had not thought that Yi Futian would use this trick. The people who wanted to seize his ritual implements would not get them. Yi Futian was preparing to give them to those who had not tried to steal them. This was very similar to the alliance that had taken place in the God's Relic. Many people's expressions changed. The situation seemed to be changing. Excellent! At that moment, a divine voice seemed to flow around them like the sound of a great bell. A monk of Tianxian Temple in the mountain realm clasped his hands together and said, "In our realm, those of the Shenxing clan are traitors against holiness who falsely use the name of Buddha, but they always do despicable things. Now, they want to stir up trouble here. Do not believe them. Lord Yi has forged a perfect divine wheel. He is someone with an important fate. Do not do him any harm." Had Yi Futian purchased Tianxian Temple's loyalty as well? I have often heard the name of Tianshan Academy, the foremost place for cultivation in the 3,000 realms of the Divine Path, said Chang 11 of the Yue clan. I am willing to go there for a period of time. Now that Emperor Yi has broken through to the Runhuang Plain and forged a perfect divine wheel, I would like the chance to test his capabilities. How can I not accept your invitation? Said Yi Futian with a smile and a nod. Everything was going as he had planned. Everything in the world was based on momentum. Previously, he was beset on all sides, and everyone wanted to be his enemy. This was one kind of momentum. Under this situation, no one would speak for him. But now Tianshan Academy and Emperor Nan had gotten involved, along with the Shao clan, and the power behind him had become a kind of momentum as well. He had just said he would give ritual implements to Tianxian Temple and Yue Divine Palace, so they were giving a little bit of their strength in return. This accelerated the situation. In reality, although Tianshan Academy and Emperor Nan had said they would support him, that didn't mean they would succeed. But they went into it with an attitude of wanting to try. What happened next made both the cultivator of Tianshan Academy and Emperor Nan look at Yi Futian. This momentum trick was quite good. In this way, the Nantian Divine Kingdom, the Shao clan, the Yuanyang clan, and more would have their power increased by the ritual implements that Yi Futian would give them. In contrast, those that had wanted to seize them would not get any. Having the other realms on the same level as them get stronger would be equivalent to them getting weaker. When others advanced, those who did not advance took a step backward. This many of the people from the sky-reaching school look upset. Had they been the catalyst that brought their enemies together? Now, Yi Futian's side consisted of Tianshan Academy, Emperor Nan, the Yuanyang realm, the Shao clan, Tianxian Temple, the Dou tribe, Taishan Mountain, and some of the forces of the Heavenly Mandate realm. The Divine Palace and the clan of the Seven Slayers would stand with him as well. With this powerful formation, it would be extremely difficult to seize anything from Yi Futian. For a time, no one spoke. Yi Futian saw that everyone was silent, then clasped his hands together and said, "Thank you all for showing consideration for me. However, as long as you are all still willing to trade equivalent items, I will have no objections. Of course, I do not have too many ritual implements myself. After all, I need to give many of them to my friends and elders, after which I'm afraid there won't be many left." Those who wish to trade with me had better do it soon." Everyone stared at Futian. Had he done this on purpose? He was going to share them? The people of the powerful forces felt their hearts twitch. Who was he going to share them with? It went without saying. They would not get any. "If none of you have anything else to say, I will be done here. If you wish to find me, you may go to Tianshan Academy, where I will be cultivating for a while," continued Futian. He was not lying. He was not prepared to go anywhere else. He was ready to spend some time cultivating. Both his cultivation and the aftermath of what had happened here today would need time. What had happened here today would cause a lot of problems when it spread throughout the realms. At some point, the people who had been sent to the celestial gate of vast heaven would probably seek him out when they got word. He did not know where Wuchen and the others were cultivating, and the cultivators of the celestial gate were scattered throughout the realms. Once his cultivation was stabilized, and the chaos had subsided, the celestial gate of vast heaven could be reorganized, and they could return to the heavenly mandate realm. But before that, he had to deal with the golden divine nation. Chapter 1658 Seeker. The crisis here had been resolved. However, the battlefield was still chaotic. The various Renhuangs were scattered across different battles. The entire city of the ruins was enveloped in a terrifying storm. The crowd standing over here could clearly sense the intensity of the storm. At this moment, the cultivators of the various forces had different expressions. All of them were having different thoughts. The cultivators of Shun clan had been watching from the side all this while. They had not expected that Futian actually took advantage of the situation and resolved this crisis. They initially believed that even they could seize a few ritual implements from Futian. However, from the looks of it now, it would be impossible. Futian had clearly sought help from Tianshan Academy and Emperor Nan. Their Shin clan couldn't step out and object at this moment. The overall situation was set. There was no need for them to offend Tianshan Academy and Emperor Nan. If their Shun clan truly wanted to deal with Futian, there was no place in the 3,000 realms of the Great Path that Futian could run to that they could not also reach. It was just that they did not plan to do so. Right at that moment, beams of spatial divine light shone down from the sky. Endless golden light rained down from above. The next moment, figures descended from the heavens above and stood high up in the sky. Among this group of people, every single one of them was in existence at the Runhuang Plain. Their auras were frightening. The aura of their leader was even more unfathomable. "Greetings, envoys of the Emperor," many people said as they saluted with their fists. The group that had arrived were members of the Central Emperor Realm's Empty Imperial Palace. The Palace Lord of Empty Imperial Palace lifted his head and looked around in the sky. His eyes seemed to penetrate the endless space. He saw the battle between Lord Taishian and the dynastic overlord of the Golden Divine Nation. The Palace Lord merely said, "Gaitsong, that's enough." The Palace Lord's voice immediately pierced the heavens. The dynastic overlord of the Golden Divine Nation, who was battling fiercely with Lord Taishian in the sky, cast a glance down below. Gaitsong was the name of the dynastic overlord of the Golden Divine Nation. The dynastic overlord glanced at Lord Taishian. He never imagined that Lord Taishuan's mastery of the Song of the Lost Divine was so powerful. In this battle, Lord Taishian had completely withstood against his attacks. Buzz. Golden divine light flew down below. Gaitsong did not continue fighting. Very quickly, he appeared in the city of the ruins below. His gaze turned towards the envoys of Empty Imperial Palace. Empty Imperial Palace was under the direct command of Donghuang the Great. They were known as the envoys of the Emperor. They were the overseers of the world. They rarely intervened in the affairs of the outside world and only appeared during special occasions. No one dared to humiliate Empty Imperial Palace. Even the forces that stood at the peak of the Central Emperor Realm did not dare to offend Empty Imperial Palace. A senior of Gaitsong served directly under Donghuang the Great. He was in existence at the level of a divine general. His senior knew the Palace Lord of Empty Imperial Palace. Hence, Gaitsong also knew the Palace Lord, and both sides had dealings before. Donghuang the Great established a law for God's relic to open once every 50 years, the Palace Lord said. It is an opportunity for the various forces of the 3,000 realms of the Great Path to seek fateful encounters. It is a chance for the true proud sons of heaven to advance even further. It is not for you all to pillage and massacre each other. This time, Gaitsong, you have overstepped your boundaries. The palace lord's words caused Gaitsong's expression to change slightly. Based on what Gaitsong knew, every time the trip to God's relic ended, conflict would surely erupt. There had never been a time where things ended peacefully. All these years, the empty imperial palace had not even participated before, let alone the palace lord of the empty imperial palace personally coming over. Why now? This time, it is the first time since the opening of God's relic that the emperor's relic has been cracked. The palace lord of empty imperial palace continued. Since they have had such a fateful encounter, in the future, they will all have the chances to be figures at the peak of their realms. Gaitsong, heed my advice and give up on your agenda. He wanted the Golden Divine Nation's dynastic overlord to stop here. The cultivators around the area all revealed strange expressions. As expected, it was because the secret of the god's relic had been cracked. Futian was one of the 10 people who had received the teachings of Donghuang the Great. After Donghuang the Great dominated the world, he had always hoped that all forces would prosper. Based on the information that they had heard, the rise of Tiantian Academy, which became the greatest academy in the 3,000 realms of the Great Path, was the doing of Donghuang the Great. He had been controlling things from behind the scenes. Futian had a great fateful encounter in God's relic and had also forged a flawless divine wheel. Hence, even the cultivators of empty imperial palace had appeared to protect him and to force the golden divine nation to cease their actions. Even Futian himself had not imagined that the empty imperial palace would appear. After all, he knew nothing about the empty imperial palace. Then, has my son died in vain? Gaitsong questioned as he looked at the palace lord. The golden divine light on his body shone. His own ability was extraordinary. His brother was a divine general under Donghuang the Great. Standing against the palace lord of empty imperial palace, he still did not lose the majesty of the dynastic overlord of the golden divine nation. Gaitsong, the palace lord frowned as he said, "If you want to act, you can. This is not my responsibility. However, I will be reporting what transpired. When the time comes, if Donghuang the Great questions this incident, you will bear the consequences yourself." Gaitsong's pupils shot out cold golden light that had a sharp aura. He swept a glance over at Futian, his murderous intent ablaze. A junior figure had killed 2 of his heirs. They were his 2 most important heirs. However, the palace lord of empty imperial palace actually came to protect Futian. This made the dynastic overlord of the golden divine nation realize that those who obtained divine items in God's relic would draw the attention of even Donghuang the Great's underlings. If the dynastic overlord killed Futian and Donghuang the Great questioned him, it would most likely be difficult for him to answer as the sovereign of the golden divine nation. This would most likely also get his brother involved as well. When he thought about this, Gaitsong swept a cold stare over at Futian. He then turned around and left. A beam of blinding golden divine light pierced the space. Futian had to close his eyes as it was extremely blinding. When he opened his eyes, Gaitsong's silhouette had already disappeared. He had left angrily. Although he had left, Gaitsong's murderous intent towards Futian was still extremely strong. This matter would most likely not be easily resolved. "Many thanks, Senior," Futian said as he bowed slightly at the palace lord of empty imperial palace. The palace lord of empty imperial palace glanced at Futian and nodded his head slightly. He then turned his gaze towards the crowd and said, "You can all disperse now. 50 years later, the god's relic will open once again." God's relic would open again? Many people revealed strange expressions when they heard his words, their minds running wild. Based on what those who had come out from God's relic had said, the relic of Donghuang the Great had already been cracked. What was this about it opening again? What exactly was God's relic? Let's go. Right now, at the other end of the battlefield, the dynastic overlord of the Heavenly Mandate dynasty also issued an order to retreat. With Lord Taixian being present and the dynastic overlord of Golden Divine Nation giving up on the battle, the Heavenly Mandate dynasty did not stand a chance to win. They could only leave. Sky River Great Elder and the cultivators of Do tribe did not pursue after the cultivators of the Heavenly Mandate dynasty, allowing them to leave. With Yi Futian's current influence in the Heavenly Mandate realm, it would most likely be very difficult for the Heavenly Mandate dynasty to want to harm Yi Futian in the future. The dynastic overlord of the Heavenly Mandate dynasty realized this problem as well. Yi Futian first came into prominence when they were fighting against each other at the Violet Heavenly Palace. At that time, nobody had predicted that he would grow up so fast. Yi Futian asserted his influence among his peers and had now become the leader of the younger generations of the Heavenly Mandate realm. He had built connections with various forces in the Heavenly Mandate realm. The dynastic overlord carefully observed everything that happened today. Now, Yi Futian had a strong influence over the demon realm of the Heavenly Mandate realm. With the aid of ritual implements owned by Yi Futian, he could lead the demon realm forces to achieve new heights. Of course, the dynastic overlord despised the betrayal of the Purple Gold Rat clan the most. He would surely get even with this group of vermin after they left this place. This incident had come to an end. Yi Futian secretly breathed a sigh of relief as well. Nobody knew that he had received the teachings of the emperor. Before this, he claimed that Dong Huang the Great awakened, and various deities bore witness to it, but his words were merely a feint to confuse everyone. Yi Futian had guessed that a fight would ensue due to the palace full of treasures and the identity of people he had offended in the god's relic. However, the incident seemed to be over for now. Many thanks to all the seniors for your assistance. If I have the chance, I will certainly pay you all a visit to show my gratitude, Yi Futian said as he saluted the cultivators of the various forces with his fists. This time around, aside from the various forces of the Heavenly Mandate realm, Divine Palace, Do tribe, Yuanyang clan of the Seven Slayers, as well as some other forces had also stood beside him. He would remember this debt of gratitude. What do you plan to do next? Lord Taishian asked. I will first head over to Tianshan Academy to train for a while. Once my plane is stable, I will return to the Heavenly Mandate realm, Yi Futian replied. After that, he had a few matters that he still needed to attend to. The first was to train and let this turmoil gradually subside and fade into oblivion. The second was to wait. He had to wait for the members of the Celestial Gate of Vast Heaven to appear and regroup to re-establish the Celestial Gate of Vast Heaven. Of course, after these two matters, he still had a few more that he truly wanted to attend to. The Heavenly Mandate Dynasty, Jieyu, and Master. Xiangmeng, since you are in the Central Emperor realm now, you should stay and follow Yi Futian to Tianshan Academy. You can broaden your horizons, a senior of Divine Elephants said to Xiangmeng. The senior intended to leave his junior with Yi Futian. All right, Xiangmeng nodded in agreement. Oh, I need to apologize for something, Yi Futian spoke up. I have accidentally merged 10,000 bones of the Divine Elephant Emperor into my divine wheel. However, I will compensate your force with another ritual implement. It's fine. The cultivators of Divine Elephants were not too concerned about it. Right now, the importance of 10,000 bones of the Divine Elephant Emperor had diminished. Long Chun, you should also go train in Tianshan Academy for a while. Try to prove your way as soon as possible, a cultivator of the Dragon Gods ordered. June, Gao Huang. One by one, cultivators called out the names of their juniors, planning to leave them behind to train in the Central Emperor realm. Yi Futian had also thought of this situation before. Hence, he had told the cultivators of Tianshan Academy that he would bring along a few friends to train in Tianshan Academy. It was a rare opportunity. First, he could train to improve his ability. Secondly, he could reinforce his influence in the Heavenly Mandate realm. He could even gain control over the entire Heavenly Mandate realm. If a cultivator did not have a force of his own, he would be at the mercy of others everywhere he went. Kongxian, you should catch up on your cultivation as well. From now on, you will follow Futian for training, Demon Peacock Emperor said. Yi Futian, I will leave Kongxian to you. Please take care of her. A glint of embarrassment flashed past Yi Futian's eyes. Demon Peacock Emperor's words sounded a little like, however, he was indebted to the Demon Peacock Emperor because of the previous battle at Dali Dynasty and the incident regarding Little Condor. Therefore, Yi Futian naturally could not reject his request. At the same time, Emperor Xia, who was standing beside Demon Peacock Emperor, glanced at the latter. Was Demon Peacock Emperor snatching his line? Qing Yuan, you should pay more attention to your matter with Futian. From now on, when I am not by your side, Futian will take good care of you, Emperor Xia announced after glaring at Demon Peacock Emperor. Speechless, Xia Qingyuan stared at her father. What kind of matter did she have with Yi Futian? Yi Futian, who was standing at his side, kept quiet and stayed out of this conversation. Your Highness, I also want to pay a visit to Tianxin Academy, Qin, he said to Brahma's pure sky empress in another area. The empress looked at her, and then glanced towards Yi Futian. Right at that moment, Yi Futian was also similarly looking at her. Brahma's pure sky empress was still an unparalleled beauty. She was like a goddess. You will not, she rejected. Qin He's expression froze. She did not understand why. Empress, since Goddess Qin wants to go, why stop her? Yi Futian asked. Could it be that this empress had a vendetta against him? He had a growing suspicion that this empress was hiding something regarding Jieyu from him. Qin He looked towards the empress. Let's return now, the empress ordered with a harsh tone. She had no intention of letting Qin He stay. When we were in God's relic, I joined forces with Goddess Qin, so I still owe her 2 ritual implements. When I return to the heavenly mandate realm, I will go personally to visit Brahma's pure sky, Yi Futian said. The empress left without responding to him. Yi Futian watched the silhouette leave. He was even more certain about some things. Chapter 1659 Settling Down. After everything was settled, Yi Futian looked at Lord Taixian and said, Lord Taixian, I will go directly to Tianxin Academy for training now. Yi Futian did not say any words of appreciation. The things that Lord Taixian had done for him could not be summarized with just a few words of gratitude. Back when Lord Taixian broke through the plane, he once mentioned that his heavenly path was flawed, and he could not become the way. Yi Futian hoped that one day, he would be capable of assisting Lord Taixian in overcoming this bottleneck. Since there are seniors of Tianxin Academy around to lead you there, I will not send you off, Lord Taixian replied while smiling. Okay, Yi Futian nodded slightly. He took out a storage ring and handed it over to Lord Taixian, saying, I have prepared this for Taishin Mountain. String Emperor and House Master will benefit from it too. This little fellow sure is sincere. Empress Yin, who was beside him, smiled slightly and said, I did not send you up Taishin Mountain in vain. This little fellow was developing very rapidly. He could already kill Gai Jiutian alone. Even she was no longer a match for Yi Futian. This combat power was indeed somewhat frightening. Yi Futian had just reached the Runhuang Plain and could already kill Gai Jiutian. This also seemed to not be his full strength. She was a little curious as to the limits of Yi Futian's current combat ability. All right, I will keep this. Lord Taixian nodded. It is said that Yi Futian had obtained a treasure trove worth of ritual implements, so Lord Taixian did not need to be courteous when receiving Yi Futian's gift. The 4 disciples of Lord Taixian could indeed benefit from the ritual implements. Since Yi Futian gave the storage ring to Lord Taixian sincerely, the latter would not reject the gift. Grandmaster, do you need any ritual implements? Yi Futian transmitted his thoughts to Sky River Great Elder, who was beside him. Yi Futian did not know what type of ritual implement was suitable for the Grandmaster. Hence he had transmitted his thoughts to ask him. I do not need any, Sky River Great Elder transmitted back to Yi Futian. He said, train hard in Tianxin Academy. Yi Futian's approach was very clever. Once he entered Tianxin Academy, he would be very safe for the time being. It was far safer than being in the Tianhe realm. Even if Xin Clan discovered anything, they could not attack Yi Futian while he was at Tianxin Academy. Grandmaster, Yi Futian still wanted to say something. Train longer. Strengthen your plane. Sky River Great Elder interrupted Yi Futian. Then, he looked at Lord Taixian. Let's go. All right, Lord Taixian nodded. He turned to the cultivators of Taishin Mountain and said, let's head back. String Emperor, Empress Yin as well as the disciples of Taishin Mountain all glanced at Yi Futian. Empress Yin smiled and said, I will be waiting for your return to Taishin Mountain. As she said this, their group waved goodbye and left, free and easy. This was the Central Emperor realm. They were returning to the higher heavens realm. In the City of the Ruins, People were constantly flying up into the sky and leaving. However, the members of the top forces of the other realms left behind their monstrous juniors, as well as some Renhuang cultivators as bodyguards. They were prepared to let their juniors head over to Tianqian Academy to train for a while. Emperor Nan and Empress Luo also brought Nan Luoshan up onto their carriage in the sky. Senior, what about the ritual implement? Yi Futian shouted at Emperor Nan through a secret sound transmission. Luoshan will head to Tianqian Academy soon. You can pass it to her then, Emperor Nan responded. His carriage traversed the space and left, disappearing in the blink of an eye. Yi Futian looked at the remaining people. He secretly transmitted a message to each and every one of them. Since everyone was heading to Tianqian Academy, it would be easier for him to hand over the ritual implements to them when they were at Tianqian Academy. He felt no regrets or reluctance about giving away the ritual implements to others. Right now, the things he had the most were ritual implements. It did not bother him to give out a few. It would be beneficial for Yi Futian should these forces become stronger. In contrast, those forces which intended to snatch his ritual implements earlier would feel very uneasy when they knew about his generosity. Let's also head out, a cultivator from Tianqian Academy said. We will be in your care, senior, Yi Futian said as he bowed slightly. Then, the group stepped out and headed off into the void. The various forces of the Heavenly Mandate realm saw the cultivators of Tianqian Academy leave, who knew what the future had in store for them. Let us head back. The cultivators of the various forces returned to their own realms. Not long after, the cultivators in the City of the Ruins all left. It once again returned to being a land of decrepit ruins. It was as though everything that had happened before had all been just a dream. Tianqian Academy was situated in the most prosperous region in the east of the Central Emperor Realm, Dongxing State. In Dongxing State, there were countless magnificent cities and millions upon millions of citizens. There were innumerable cultivators and many extremely prosperous ancient clans, as well as dominant forces. They made up one of the most prosperous regions of the Central Emperor Realm. It could even be said that this place was not just the most prosperous region in the Central Emperor Realm. Even among the 3,000 realms of the Great Path, this region could be considered one of the most powerful regions. The elite figures that cultivated until they reached the peak of the 3,000 realms of the Great Path would eventually end up gathering in this place. The most famous academy in the 3,000 realms of the Great Path, Tianqian Academy, was located in the central region of Dongxing State. Tianqian Academy was surrounded by majestic cities. Tianqian Academy itself was so enormous that it could be considered a city on its own. It stretched for miles without any end in sight. Right now, Yi Futian's group was traversing over a city. His gaze glanced downwards. It was bustling with activity down below. This is where the outer sect disciples of Tianqian Academy train. Of course, there are also cultivators from various other forces. This place is not off-limits to outsiders. Anyone may enter here, Jin Qingzhu explained beside Yi Futian. This group of people had come here together and got to know each other along the way. Jin Qingzhu was also very curious about this cultivator, who had also opened the door of the relic and forged a flawless divine wheel like he had. He also bore no animosity towards Yi Futian. Jin Qingzhu himself was a person who had extreme self-confidence. He was personally very happy to see Yi Futian and the other monstrous figures coming to Tianqian Academy together to train. Wasn't it more interesting for a lot of top figures to cultivate together? Does Tianqian Academy have a lot of outer sect disciples? Yi Futian asked. Many, Jin Qingzhu nodded. He continued saying, people from various corners of the world come to seek the way at Tianqian Academy. With the exception of those outstanding figures, most people start cultivating as outer sect disciples. They will train step by step, and only the really talented ones who pass the final selection can enter Tianqian Academy. Moreover, everyone who comes to seek the way starts at a different plane. Some of them are very young and are at a low plane, but those who have exceptional talent are recruited as outer sect disciples. When they grow up, they will finally become members of Tianqian Academy. Of course, teachers who teach the way are actually cultivators of Tianqian Academy too. For example, since I am a Renhuang now, I can teach here as well? Understood. Yi Futian nodded in realization. According to what Jin Qingzhu said, outer sect disciples were actually not counted as cultivators of Tianshan Academy. Outer sect disciples existed because Tianshan Academy spread the teachings of Wei indiscriminately to all who wanted to learn, so they needed a title to group everyone. Tianshan Academy would later choose their official disciples from these outer sect disciples. Many popular training spots practiced this model. Even Divine Palace used this method, but there were some differences in the details. "We have arrived," Jian Qingzhu said as he looked in front of them. Yi Futian gazed in front of them. He saw that there was actually a sky stairwell that measured 10,000 zhong extending upwards to the sky from the ground. It seemed to reach the clouds in the sky above. He could faintly make out a gate in the sky. Down below, many people were looking up into the sky. "Brother Jian has returned from the god's relic. I wonder what he encountered. I guess he has surely proven his way and broken through to the Runhuang Plain," someone said. Many people put on envious gazes. They looked at Jian Qingzhu and the others as they traversed in mid-air and landed on the sky stairwell directly. They stood before Heaven's Gate. Tianshan Academy. Yi Futian stood at the stairs, which were 10,000 zhong tall. The gate contained a very strong space will of the way. There were veins of the great path on the gate, as though it was a grand matrix. When the cultivators of Tianshan Academy arrived, the veins on the gate changed continuously. Then, the veins turned transparent, and the cultivators of Tianshan Academy entered the gate directly. Yi Futian followed behind them, and he could immediately sense the world on the other side of the gate. Inside and outside of the gate were completely different spaces. The inside of the gate had extremely rich worldly spiritual qi. A mere breath was enough for one to sense the endless spiritual qi as well as the aura of the great path. Among the mist, towering mountains stood tall, as though this place was a fairyland. The group continued forward. Yi Futian discovered that Tianshan Academy was like a dimension of its own. There were many palaces here. They were all training grounds for members of Tianshan Academy. There were also many suitable spots for training. "I will give the order for someone to bring you all to choose a spot to train. You all can focus on training there," the elder from Tianshan Academy said to Yi Futian and the others. "Thank you, but I will have to decline your invitation," Yi Futian said. "I am not a disciple of Tianshan Academy. It would naturally be inappropriate for me to occupy a training ground in Tianshan Academy. I will train in the outside world. I only need Senior to grant me permission to freely enter Tianshan Academy, as well as allow me to access the manuscripts in the academy." He did not want to train here because he felt that it was troublesome. The people here were the core figures of the academy. There were strong cultivators everywhere. It would most likely be inconvenient for him to do anything. He had also yet to join Tianshan Academy, so it was somewhat inappropriate for him to train inside here. "I will also do the same," cultivators from other forces also said this. "All right. Regardless of what your choice is, you can all freely enter Tianshan Academy," the elder from Tianshan Academy replied. He accompanied them along the way as they continued forward. In the ancient palaces below, the wills of many cultivators swept over them. Some smiled and spoke up, their voices directly piercing through the space. "Congratulations, younger brother Jian. Younger brother Jian has proven his way," somebody else said after that. There were even some people who flew over here. Not long after, their group descended onto an area with many ancient palaces. Many people walked over to them. The people here all had extraordinary temperament. The crowd also noticed Yi Futian and the others. They were also curious. Why had Jian Qingzhu brought back so many strangers from the god's relic this time? Could it be that they also wanted to join Tianshan Academy to train? "Yi Futian, come with me," the elder from Tianshan Academy said to Yi Futian. Yi Futian nodded his head and followed the elder towards a palace hall. The members of the other forces from the outside world immediately understood when they saw this. Yi Futian most likely had made some agreement with the cultivators of Tianshan Academy. Jian Qingzhu and the other cultivators of Tianshan Academy began to chat. Very quickly, the cultivators of Tianshan Academy roughly knew what had transpired in the god's relic. Their gazes turned towards the unfamiliar faces, full of interest. They were actually top figures from other realms. It looked like Tianshan Academy was going to be very lively from now on. "Will Nan Luotian come here?" someone asked. A cultivator who returned from God's relic replied. On top of Nan Luotian, Most likely top figures from other realms will soon come to train at Tianqian Academy as well. This is interesting. The crowd was getting more hyped up. After a while, Futian came out from the palace. The elder appeared beside him, saying, "From now on, all of you can come in and out of Tianqian Academy freely. You are permitted to go to any places that nobody is using for training. If you want to train outside, I will have someone prepare accommodation for all of you." "Senior, thank you so much," everyone said while bowing to the elder. "All right, you are dismissed," the elder concluded with a smile. All of them were top figures from various realms. Naturally, they did not need to be micromanaged. They knew what to do. "Please excuse us." One by one, the silhouettes flew onto the sky and left the place. All of them headed towards different directions. "Are we really training outside?" Do Zhao asked Futian. "The environment here is obviously more suitable for training. Are you too shy to train here?" "No. I have my own considerations. You can train inside here if you want," Futian replied. "I plan to explore inside here," Long Chun announced his plan to Futian and the rest. "Okay, everyone should focus on their own training." Futian smiled, and their group once again spread out, moving towards different directions. Even though most of them were cultivators from the heavenly mandate realm, there was no need for them to stick together all the time. Everyone had their own path to pursue. "I will stay with you." Do Zhao still followed after Futian. He was determined to stick around Futian no matter what. "All right. It doesn't make any difference anyway." Futian accepted Do Zhao's decision with a smile. They could move around Tianqian Academy freely anyway. Futian, along with Do Zhao, Yusheng, Yaya, Xiaqing Yuan, Kong Xian, Little Condor, and the Swordmaster of Lihan, left Tianqian Academy and settled down in a palace outside. The Swordmaster of Lihan had passed down the teachings of Lihan Heaven to other people. Hence, he could focus on comprehending the way now. It was the reason why he had followed Futian to Tianqian Academy. After everything had been settled, Futian planned to train quietly for a period of time. He had proven his way and became a Runhuang in a rush. There were still some things that he had not verified. He intended to continue forging his second and third divine wheel. There were two life spirits with him that seemed to be undergoing some changes. Inside and outside of Tianqian Academy, the arrival of Futian and the members of various realms drew a lot of discussion. It seemed that for the foreseeable future, Tianqian Academy would be quite lively. Chapter 1660 Terrifying Visions. After half a month, the cultivators from the various realms slowly grew accustomed to Tianqian Academy. Aside from training by themselves, they would occasionally head over to Tianqian Academy to have discussions about their way with other Renhuangs. Futian was very leisurely. Every day, aside from training, most of his time was spent going in and out of Tianqian Academy. On Daozong Peak in Tianqian Academy, clouds and mist lingered. There were waterfalls plummeting down from the high peaks, like the Milky Way against the backdrop of the heavens. Above the waterfalls, there was a 33-floor pavilion. Occasionally, there would be people walking about outside of the pavilion, coming in and out of the place. Sometimes, they could even see people coming from different directions through the sky and landing outside of the pavilion. It was as though this was truly the land of fairies. Daozong Peak was the archive of Tianqian Academy. There were countless cultivation manuscripts here, from the simplest to the most advanced, from the lowest plane to the highest plane. Tianqian Academy's Daozong Peak was considered a holy archive of the 3,000 realms of the Great Path. It contained the most manuscripts in the world. Of the 33 floors, the manuscripts in the bottom 22 were allowed to be brought out to the outside world for training. They could even be circulated outside. That meant to say that after the disciples of Tianqian Academy finished cultivating them, they could teach these manuscripts to the outside world. Hence, the law powers that many people in Dongxing State cultivated originated from Daozong Peak. One could imagine how significant the existence of Daozong Peak was. Some of the top figures of Tianqian Academy also created new law powers that would be stored within Daozong Peak. I have heard that Elder Brother Jian placed the manuscripts that he obtained from the God's Relic in Daozong Pavilion. Those manuscripts were part of Donghuang the Great's personal collection, someone said. At this moment, a group of youths outside the pavilion was walking into the building. The temperament of this group of people was extraordinary. They were all disciples of Tianqian Academy. The manuscripts were from all sorts of genres and were stored on different levels. Some manuscripts were even stored on the 33rd floor, another person said as he smiled. No wonder elder brother Jian managed to forge a flawless divine wheel and prove his way. Even his generosity is awe-inspiring. The group was calm and cool as they talked about Jian Qingzhu. This time, when the god's relic opened, I heard there were many proud sons of heaven who entered it. Now, the proud sons of heaven from various realms are also training in Tianqian Academy. However, in my opinion, even if they train here, elder brother Jian is a legendary figure among our generation. The only ones who might be able to contend with elder brother Jian are Shun Hao from Shen clan as well as that princess from the Nantian Divine Kingdom. These three were the members of the top forces of the Central Emperor realm. The members from the various realms also cannot be underestimated. Rumor has it that 10 of them forged flawless divine wheels. After emerging from God's relic, the disciple of Sky River Great Elder, Futian, also displayed extremely powerful ability. Another person to the side said, "We are not underestimating them. Those who managed to forge flawless divine wheels were originally legendary figures among a generation. We have yet to even prove our ways. How are we qualified to look down on them? We are merely having a discussion and are comparing them to elder brother Jian. I still believe that elder brother Jian is the best in the world," yet another person said with a smile. They nodded their heads and walked into Daozong Pavilion. The 30th floor of Daozong Pavilion was a place that only disciples of Tianqian Academy could step foot on. However, right now, Futian was also in this place. Futian had spent 10 ritual implements to enter Tianqian Academy to train. He had negotiated so that he and his friends could study the manuscripts in Tianqian Academy like ordinary disciples of Tianqian Academy. Hence, it was not just him. The swordmaster of Lihan, Yaya, and the others were also in Daozong Pavilion. Even though the swordmaster of Lihan had forged a flawless divine wheel, he still lacked law powers to match it. This place was very suitable for the swordmaster of Lihan to find some. After entering, Futian also discovered that Daozong Pavilion had rich resources for training. The price of 10 ritual implements was truly not considered a loss. After all, it depended on what one needed. For Futian, he had too many ritual implements. Using them to exchange for useful things was naturally not considered a loss. Right now, Futian opened a black manuscript in his hands. On it, the characters Eye of the Reaper were carved. Eye of the Reaper. Futian felt his heart tremble. It was such an overbearing name. He opened the manuscript. The black book seemed to form a connection with him as though an eye was staring back at him. Futian's divine spirit entered into the book. The next moment, he felt the entire world change, and he was thrust into endless darkness. A terrifying will of death enveloped his own will and invaded his mind. Inadvertently, an aura of death appeared on his body. It was as though he was seeing the silhouette of the Reaper. After a short while, Futian's divine spirit emerged from the manuscript. The black book in his hands was still normal and did not appear to be anything special. However, there was new information within his mind. The most advanced cultivation methods required the practitioner to engrave the method with their own divine spirit in order to pass it on. These law powers could not be inherited through writing. It was very overbearing. Futian thought to himself. He naturally could cultivate this Eye of the Reaper. However, it was not outstanding enough. In reality, with his current cultivation method, even those very powerful law powers were of little importance to him. He sought law powers, but not with the intention of only mastering the attacks. Infinite Excision. Futian continued to flip through the manuscripts beside him and tried to comprehend the content. If anyone paid attention to him, they would notice that Futian was focusing on manuscripts related to spirit elemental and eye sorcery. Futian glanced through many other manuscripts before he left the place. After he left Tianqian Academy, he returned to a palace outside of the academy. He arrived at a training hall. Futian sat cross-legged in the training hall. In his life palace, an alarming storm was raging. There was a pair of eyes in the storm. It was a life spirit. The eyes of the storm. This was originally not a life spirit that Futian owned. It was given to him by Emperor Yi Qing. At the moment, the eyes of the storm were extremely terrifying. The storm that had initiated engulfed the will in its surroundings frenziedly, as though it was a black hole. Every strand of it contained the domineering will of the great path. Moreover, it grew larger and larger, seemingly wanting to swallow the entire space. This kind of situation had never occurred before. Apart from using this life spirit to tame beasts, Futian seldom used it. It could strengthen his willpower too. However, it was not a method that he trained in, after all. Since it had been given to him directly, it did not match perfectly with him. Another thing that was undergoing transformation was Futian's natal spirit, the world tree. The world tree had not been calm recently. Terrifying will seeped out of it continuously. Futian was unsure of whether this abnormality was induced by the teachings that he had inherited from the heavenly palace, or by his breakthrough to the Renhuang plane. Perhaps both reasons played a role in causing the abnormality. Rumble. The life spirit of eyes of the storm blossomed. Suddenly, two beams of unparalleled, intense, divine light shot out from his pupils. The light contained very domineering willpower, and their gravity was as strong as that of a black hole. In an instant, will from all around billowed and gushed towards Futian's body. It formed a terrifying storm of the great path with Futian at the center of the storm. His eyes were seemingly everywhere. Even though he was sitting here, he could see everything in the world clearly. He saw countless people cultivating outside of Tianshan Academy. In his body, there was another powerful will rushing towards his pupils. Intense rumbling sounds could be heard. Futian's eyes were undergoing the baptism of the Great Path. Before he became a Renhuang, he had practiced the body of the Great Path before. Now, he was using the will to refine his pair of eyes. He was refining his pupils. For the past few days, he had been searching for related manuscripts at Daozong Peak. Some of the manuscripts were training diaries written by cultivators, while some were techniques for meditation. All his preparation was for this moment. The area outside of Futian's palace was a training ground for outer sect disciples of Tianshan Academy. People from other realms were cultivating here too. Right now, many people looked in the direction of the palace. A terrifying tornado hung down from the sky. It was a storm of the Great Path. This storm of the Great Path covered almost the entire sky above the palace. It spun downwards furiously. Horrifying rumbles could be heard too. It was impossible for others to not notice these terrifying visions. Someone seemed to be breaking through to the next plane. Many cultivators flew up to the sky and looked in the direction where the visions occurred. I heard that the party of Futian, the disciple of Sky River Great Elder, is training over there. Is one of his friends advancing to the next plane? It is causing quite a commotion, someone muttered. Many cultivators here had witnessed others becoming Renhuangs before. Divine visions would take place while the Great Path surged into the body of the cultivator, forging the divine wheel of the Great Path. After one succeeded in becoming a Renhuang, they would shine as bright as the moon and the stars. They would enjoy longevity with the heavens and earth. It seems like Futian himself is causing these visions, someone commented. Futian? Hasn't he already broken through to the Renhuang plane and proven his way? Another person asked quizzically. Perhaps he is forging a second divine wheel. The person who commented just now spoke again. A lot of people narrowed their eyes when they heard this. Rumor has it that the divine wheel that Futian had forged was a perfect one. How would his second divine wheel be? Previously, he had advanced to the next plane in God's relic and forged a perfect divine wheel with the help of a fateful encounter. If he was forging a second divine wheel now, would it still be a perfect one? The onlookers knew that many monstrous figures would not be satisfied with forging just a single divine wheel. However, it was definitely rare to encounter one with two perfect divine wheels. They had never heard of any success stories before. The visions lasted for a long time, and it was still ongoing. This caused the crowd to reveal strange expressions. The terrifying visions in the sky intensified. How long was it going to take for Futian to forge a divine wheel? Could it be that he was really forging a second perfect divine wheel of the Great Path? More and more cultivators gathered around this place. Even those who were far away rushed over. They could see these abnormal visions from miles away. How long has it been? someone asked. It has been 2 hours. The visions show no signs of disappearing. What the crowd did not know was that Futian was not only forging a divine wheel, he was also attempting to merge his law power into his divine wheel. This was the life spirit given to him by Emperor Yi Qing, but now he intended to refine it into his divine wheel. Since he was going to do so, then he should refine it into a unique ability of his own from now on. Many images flashed past in Futian's mind. The law powers he saw at Daozong Peak of Tianshan Academy, the techniques he used when he was training in the past, the scene at the God's Relic where he refined the spatial divine orb. One by one, these images played out in his mind. His body entered into a marvelous state. He had forgotten himself. He had no intention of hiding the terrifying visions that he caused. This was also the reason why he chose not to train inside of Tianshan Academy. He was worried that he would stir up a commotion, and the top figures in Tianshan Academy would detect what he was up to. Even though Futian training outside might still attract the attention of some people from Tianshan Academy, it was relatively safer. His training lasted for a whole day. More and more cultivators of Tianshan Academy walked out from the gate and stood at the sky stairwell. All of them stared at the direction where Futian was training. Those who were in Tianshan Academy stared towards where Futian was as well. Slowly, they got a little numb from waiting. What kind of divine wheel of the Great Path was Futian forging? Chapter 1661, Presumptuous Thoughts. 3 days later, the divine visions subsided. The palace regained its silence. The sky stretched for miles without any clouds. The sky was clear, as though nothing had happened before. However, the areas around the palace were packed with people. Many cultivators stood at the top of buildings as they stared wide-eyed in the direction where Futian's palace was. It was as though the palace was being surrounded. Many cultivators were observing it. In the distance, a group of cultivators of Tianshan Academy was standing at the sky stairwell. All of them looked in the direction of the palace. There were even Renhuangs among them. If someone is proving their way and advancing to the Renhuang Plain, 3 days is considered a short amount of time. However, this is my first time encountering someone who caused divine visions for 3 days just to forge a divine wheel, someone mumbled. Even though there were not many cultivators at the Renhuang Plain in all the realms, Tianshan Academy was no ordinary place. The cultivators here witnessed quite a few breakthroughs every year. Most of the disciples around looked at an elder of Tianshan Academy. The elder pondered for a while, then he said, I received news that when Futian was at Daozong Peak, he read a lot of manuscripts about methods. It seems like he is applying what he has learned in forging the divine wheel of the Great Path. I guess he does not want to forge a simple divine wheel. Instead, he is merging some cultivation methods into it. It will cause his divine wheel itself to contain very formidable destructive power. This process of merging has lasted for 3 days. He has combined the entire merging process with the forging of the divine wheel of the Great Path. Therefore, it has caused continual divine visions to occur, the elder explained. Everyone around nodded in realization. This explanation was logical, but it was still rare for this situation to occur. This fellow indeed had a bizarre training method. He was actually comprehending the way while forging the divine wheel, inducing continual divine visions. I wonder what level of divine wheel has been forged this time, someone said in a low voice. Is it a flawless divine wheel? Regardless of what level of divine wheel it is, the opening of God's Relic this time has also reminded everyone that many legendary figures will be born from this generation. You all need to train even harder, an elder concluded. Then, he turned and walked towards Tianshan Academy. Understood. The disciples bowed their heads slightly. They felt pressured, but at the same time, motivated. In the palace, Futian stopped training. Right now, he was surrounded by an extremely powerful will. His eyes seemed to turn golden in color and contained divine light. The pair of golden eyes even seemed to have swirls in them that kept spiraling inward like golden black holes. The golden eyes slowly closed. When Futian once again opened his eyes, his deep, jet-black eyes returned to normal, as though nothing had occurred. I succeeded, Futian exclaimed internally. Futian, a voice called out. Futian walked out, and he saw a group of people traversing in the sky. They landed at his palace. The leader of the group was none other than the daughter of the leader of Shao clan, Xiaomuyu. Goddess Xiao, Yi Futian called out to her with a smile. Where are the ritual implements that you promised to give me? Xiaomuyu asked without any hesitation. She came over to Tianshan Academy after returning to Shao clan. She never imagined that she would encounter this fellow cause divine visions. What kind of ritual implements does Goddess Xiao need? Yi Futian inquired. Show me what you have, and I will pick myself. Cautious, Xiaomuyu stared at Yi Futian. This fellow was so cunning. If she let him select the ritual implements for her, wouldn't he just randomly pick a few to deceive her? Goddess Xiao, do you not trust me? Yi Futian asked. I do not, Xiaomuyu replied decisively. She would not be tricked by this pretty face. All right, Yi Futian said as he smiled bitterly. Goddess Xiao, please follow me. As he said this, he led the way. Xiaomuyu followed him alone. The two of them reached a training ground inside the palace. Yi Futian's will shifted, and a golden spatial sacred hall immediately flickered into existence, enveloping the two of them inside of it. Goddess, please pick, Yi Futian invited. Are these all the ritual implements that you have? Xiaomuyu was somewhat doubtful. Didn't he get a whole palace full of ritual implements? There were only about 20 items left here. Goddess Xiao, these ritual implements are not just for you. Prior to this, I have already given out many. I am still a Runhuang, and my character is upright. Would I deceive you? Yi Futian said magnanimously. A righteous person like Yi Futian had only hidden 100 ritual implements from her. Xiaomuyu regretted it. She should have picked her items earlier. Yi Futian had asked for the help of many forces, especially Tianshan Academy. He most likely had distributed a large portion of his ritual implements to Tianshan Academy. Clearly, other forces had seized many items too. As for how many ritual implements Yi Futian had given out, it was impossible for anyone to cross-check. He would just keep her guessing. Princess Nanluotian also needs to select her ritual implement after she arrives. By choosing before her, Goddess Xiao still has some options. If you chose after Nanluotian made her pick, you probably wouldn't have much of a choice, Yi Futian said consolingly as he tried to make Xiaomuyu feel better about it. When he put it that way, she seemed to be at a greater advantage compared to Nanluotian. Xiaomuyu's gaze sized up Yi Futian. Why was it that this face seemed to be so deceptive? Yi Futian stared at Xiaomuyu with an innocent gaze. I trust that young master Yi will not be so shameless as to deceive a weak maiden. If you are deceiving me, wouldn't it make you worse than an animal? Xiaomuyu said. Yi Futian's heart twitched. Such a mean woman. He actually had no words that he could use to retort. You are right, Yi Futian agreed with a smile. Then, I will pick mine. Xiaomuyu said nothing more. Even though she was still doubtful, she couldn't possibly force Yi Futian to cough up what he was hiding. She looked at the ritual implements with a serious expression. Now was the crucial period for her to prove her way. Many people had forged perfect divine wheels when they were in God's relic. This had affected her greatly. Naturally, she hoped that she could forge a powerful divine wheel when she was proving her way. I will take these 3. Xiaomuyu pointed at 3 ritual implements. All right. Yi Futian nodded and handed the 3 ritual implements over to Xiaomuyu. Many thanks to young Master Yi. After Xiaomuyu got her ritual implements, she bid him farewell, saying, I will take my leave now. Goddess Xiao, may you have a safe trip. Yi Futian did not keep her around. Xiaomuyu took a few steps forward. Then, she turned around and asked Yi Futian, speaking of which, what level is the divine wheel that young Master Yi has just forged? It is just an ordinary divine wheel, unworthy to be mentioned, Yi Futian answered humbly. It is not a flawless one, Xiaomuyu put on a puzzled look. She inquired in detail, how ordinary is it? It is only slightly stronger than my previous divine wheel. There is only a slight difference in the strength of the 2 divine wheels, so there is nothing special about it, Yi Futian replied with a smile. Xiaomuyu's face twitched. Goodbye. Xiaomuyu turned around and left. As expected, his divine wheel was very ordinary. Xiaomuyu was even more certain that this **starred was hiding many ritual implements from her. Yi Futian was a shameless lowlife. Finally, I can relax, Yi Futian mumbled in relief as he watched Xiaomuyu leave. She actually mumbled that he was a lowlife? After Xiaomuyu left, Yi Futian immediately sat within the spatial sacred hall. The spatial sacred hall kept expanding. Countless spatial lines crisscrossed each other. They formed doors of space that immediately sealed off this space. Not only did they block off other people's field of vision, but their divine spirits also could not invade this space. The space was completely segregated from the outside world. Yi Futian waved his hand, and all the ritual implements instantly moved to one side. A huge empty space appeared in the center of the sacred hall. Yi Futian sat down cross-legged. With a flash of his will, a divine tree suddenly appeared in the middle of the spatial sacred hall. Its radiation enveloped the entire space, blinding everything around. Terrifying will seeped out from the world tree. The will was so powerful. Yi Futian sensed that there was something unique about the will. It seemed to be different from all the other will in the heavens and earth. When he was proving his way, he consumed the great worldly path in order to forge the divine wheel of the great path. After he had proven his way, the world tree went through some changes as well. It gave Yi Futian a feeling that he actually did not need to forge a divine wheel. This tree itself was more powerful than the divine wheel that he forged. A rustling could be heard. The world tree was transforming. It instantly became an ancient fiery red tree. Each leaf on it was scorching hot, as though they were on fire. However, the next instant, they became cold as ice, and each leaf was covered with frightening frost. After that, each leaf became extremely sharp, as though they contained invincible sharp swords. Yi Futian extended his hand, and a leaf landed in his palm. His hand swiped past, and the leaves were slashed apart. A beam of brilliant sword flash immediately lit up. The world tree could refine the ways of the world and incorporate them into its own way. Before this, when Yi Futian was in the ancestral lands of Divine Palace, he was already confident that his way was flawless. Right now, that confidence was even stronger. When he thought about it now, why was it that his way was flawless? What was the difference between different ways? What differed between a flawless divine wheel and an ordinary divine wheel? Why was it that in some extraordinary secret zones like the ancestral lands of Divine Palace and God's Relic, there was the chance of forging a flawless divine wheel? After pondering on these questions for a while, Yi Futian got up, and a door opened in the spatial sacred hall. He immediately walked out. Not long after, Yi Futian and the swordmaster of Lihan entered into the spatial sacred hall together. The door of space closed once again. Swordmaster of Lihan, what are your thoughts on the issues I told you about before? Yi Futian asked. You mean regarding the fact that the heavenly path is flawed and whether or not it is impossible for current-day cultivators in the 3,000 realms of the Great Path to forge flawless ways? The swordmaster of Lihan guessed. It seems possible in some secret zones. I was also thinking the same thing. Swordmaster of Lihan, can you test the difference of our ways with me? Yi Futian asked. Sure. The swordmaster of Lihan nodded. Rumble. A powerful aura radiated, and countless Guqin strings seemed to appear around them. Yi Futian's divine wheel burst forth, and Guqin strings were everywhere. Sword will burst forth from the body of the swordmaster of Lihan at the same time and resisted this power. What do you notice? Yi Futian asked. Our ways are similar, the swordmaster of Lihan answered. Both of them had perfect divine wheels. As soon as he finished speaking, a more dazzling divine light shone. Visions appeared in the space. Twilight enveloped this endless space. The might of Yi Futian's divine wheel grew stronger. The swordmaster of Lihan could sense that he was being slightly suppressed. How about now? Yi Futian asked again. Your way has a unique style. I feel slightly suppressed. The swordmaster of Lihan was shocked. The level of Yi Futian's divine wheel was higher than the perfect level. Yi Futian said nothing. Suddenly, countless vines appeared in the spatial sacred hall. The vines spread and filled the entire space, enveloping the swordmaster of Lihan in them. The leaves rustled as though they were sharp swords. The swordmaster of Lihan felt his heart tremble. He could sense a flowing sword will that completely suppressed his own sword will. Your way is unique, the swordmaster of Lihan said. Yi Futian narrowed his eyes, saying, Swordmaster of Lihan, try absorbing the will. Okay. The swordmaster of Lihan nodded. Then, He absorbed the will emanated by the leaves and merged it into his body. Yours is also sword will like mine, but for some reason, it is different. It seems to be purer. I don't know how to explain this, the swordmaster of Lihan said while his heart trembled in shock. This feeling is somewhat similar to what I felt when I received the swordsmanship in Sword City, but it is different in some aspects. Yi Futian nodded his head. With just a thought, everything disappeared without a trace. However, he felt extremely uneasy inside. The ancestral lands of Divine Palace had a stone tablet. The god's relic itself was an extraordinary space. At that moment, he suddenly had a very presumptuous thought. Chapter 1662 Verification. Yi Futian's eyes revealed a look of contemplation. He thought of something related to the ancestral lands of Divine Palace and God's relic. He recalled the conversation he had with the mysterious cultivator of Divine Palace when he was in the ancestral lands of Divine Palace. Since Divine Palace had the ancestral lands, a place where it was possible to forge flawless divine wheels, then it meant that other top forces might also have places or divine items which served a similar function like the ancestral lands of Divine Palace. At the very least, it was highly possible for the few top forces of the Central Emperor realm to have such places or items. However, the existence of such places or items would most likely be top secret, guarded by the various forces. Yi Futian recalled another incident too. Back when Shun clan was hunting master for that divine item, Yi Futian saw the divine item in Fei Shue's body. He had always thought that his life spirit, the world tree, suppressed the divine item and healed Fei Shue. Besides that, he sensed a similar aura at that time. Now that he thought about it, could it mean that Fei Shue had inherited that divine item, so it was highly possible that she could naturally forge a flawless divine wheel? According to Grandmaster, the divine item had always been inherited by the successors appointed by Shin clan. The successor prior to Fei Shue was Masteress. Grandmaster's wife was very likely also an owner of a flawless divine wheel. When Yi Futian thought of this, his heart quivered. His inference verified something. The world tree was an ultra-powerful life spirit similar to divine items. In that case, would the world tree have a similar function as that of the ancestral lands of Divine Palace and God's relic? My way is unique, Yi Futian mumbled to himself. He could also sense that his life spirit, the world tree, was unique. The divine items which contained the will of Donghuang the Great seemed to have such effect as well. He could transform his life spirit into an independent space and let other cultivators refine his will within his life spirit. If the other cultivators refined Yi Futian's will in his life spirit, would they have a similar experience as that of training in God's relic? Would they have a chance to forge a flawless divine will too? Even in the 3,000 realms of the Great Path, owners of flawless divine wheels were rare. Only the selected top forces had control over the resources of the relics. Apart from that, other people could only seek their chances in God's relic. Cultivators who wielded flawless divine wheels would surely become the core members of any top force. They had absolute suppression over those cultivators who had flawed divine wheels. This was their natural advantage. Moreover, these flawless divine wheel owners stood a high chance of being at the peak of the 3,000 realms of the Great Path in the future. Under such circumstances, if Yi Futian could build a group of cultivators with flawless divine wheels, what did this mean for the future? It meant that tens of years from now, he could construct the strongest army in the 3,000 realms of the Great Path. Something was off. Yi Futian suddenly thought of something else, and he frowned slightly. Back then, only Huang Zhong entered the ancestral lands of Divine Palace. He lived up to everyone's expectation and forged a flawless divine wheel. The Divine Palace had every intention of cultivating more geniuses like Huang Zhong, but even with the help of the ancestral lands of Divine Palace, the chance of cultivators forging a flawless divine wheel was slim. Hence, the cultivators needed to at least be qualified to enter the ancestral lands of Divine Palace before they could think about forging a flawless divine wheel. It was the same situation when they were in God's relic. Only a few had succeeded. Even monstrous figures like the seventh slayer of Clan of the Seven Slayers failed. Lien Jiuyo from the clan of the God of Ghost failed too. Both of them forged celestial-level divine wheels instead of flawless divine wheels. Top forces like Shen Clan and Tianshan Academy would have this kind of secret zone divine items too. However, Yi Futian had not heard of these forces having many cultivators with flawless divine wheels. This meant that even with the help of the secret realm of the relic, one would need to consider their talents when they wanted to break through the threshold and forge a flawless divine wheel. It was not an easy feat. Yi Futian speculated that in terms of the way, the relic in the ancestral lands of Divine Palace was most likely less complete than God's relic. God's relic might be the highest-ranked secret zone. One would have the highest chance of forging a flawless divine wheel when they were there. Hence, the opening of God's relic caused all the top figures in the 9 realms to gather. All the monstrous figures wanted to get into God's relic. Then, if he utilized the world tree as a divine item, what result would it produce? Yi Futian's gaze turned towards the Swordmaster of Lihan. Swordmaster of Lihan, you managed to forge a flawless divine wheel because you destroyed and reconstructed your original one and reforged your swordsmanship? Yi Futian asked. The Swordmaster of Lihan nodded his head and said, if I didn't do it that way, I should not have been able to forge a flawless divine wheel. This was crucial. Yi Futian thought to himself. When cultivators trained, they already comprehended the will of the Great Path when they reached the peak of the Saint Plain. They proved their way and became Runhuang in order to reach the core of the way. They would become their way with just a thought and would forge a body of the way and soul of the way. They would shine as bright as the moon and the stars. They would enjoy longevity with the heavens and earth. That meant that in order to forge a flawless divine wheel, the cultivators would need to refine their Great Path again. What are you thinking about? The Swordmaster of Lihan asked Yi Futian. Yi Futian seemed to be pondering on something. I am thinking about some things. However, I still need to verify them, Yi Futian replied. He retracted his aura. The spatial sacred hall then disappeared, and everything returned to normal. I will make a trip to Daozong Peak, Yi Futian said. Be on your way. The Swordmaster of Lihan nodded. Yi Futian got up and left the palace, heading once again to Daozong Peak. Many people in Tianshan Academy heard about the divine visions that occurred when he was forging his divine wheel. They were even more interested in Yi Futian. This Yi Futian actually came once more to Daozong Peak. Regardless of how talented he was in his cultivation journey, he was, at the very least, extremely hardworking. Yi Futian spent a few days studying on Daozong Peak. However, this time was different from the previous one. He kept searching for manuscripts that were related to space, be they cultivation methods or matrix methods. Based on what the members of Tianshan Academy said, they had seen Yi Futian in a daze many times over the last few days. He sat alone in a corner with his eyes closed and deep in thought, as though he had fallen asleep. However, it was obviously impossible that he had actually fallen asleep. They knew that Yi Futian must have had some epiphany and was cultivating. After another few days, Yi Futian left Daozong Peak. Some people were curious as to what exactly he was doing. After some time, some people claimed that a grand matrix had appeared in Yi Futian's palace. This grand matrix was a matrix that could refine the great path of all things. This type of matrix was not uncommon in Tianshan Academy. Many people would use this type of method to comprehend the power of the great path. Hence, there was nothing strange about it. For a period of time after this, Yi Futian remained cultivating in his palace all the while. He was acting rather mysteriously, but no one disturbed his cultivation. This was also the reason why Yi Futian had come to train in Tianshan Academy. He could truly seclude himself and train for a period of time here. Do Zhao returned to the palace one day and met Yi Futian. What's up? Yi Futian asked when he saw Do Zhao. I feel like I am close to experiencing a breakthrough. These past few days, I have been exchanging blows with people at Tianshan Academy. However, very few of them are a match for me. I am a bit disappointed, Do Zhao ranted. Confused, Yi Futian stared at him. So, do you want to try fighting against me? Yi Futian asked as he looked at Do Zhao. Get out of here. Do Zhao's facial expression turned sullen. This fellow was already a Runhuang. Fighting against Yi Futian? Would that be similar to inviting someone to punch him? I mean, I am close to breaking through to the Runhuang plane. Do you have any divine items from God's relic that I can borrow? I will use it and see whether I can prove my way and forge a flawless divine wheel, Dou Zhao explained to Yi Futian. Yi Futian finally understood Dou Zhao's intention. As a dignified descendant of fighting god, do you need the assistance of divine items to forge a flawless divine wheel? Yi Futian asked. Dou Zhao glared at Yi Futian. He actually had no words to refute Yi Futian. What happened to them being sworn brothers? I will teach you a cultivation method. After you have made some progress with it, you can find me again, Yi Futian said. Did you get it from God's relic? Dou Zhao's eyes sparkled. No, it is a cultivation method of the Tianhe realm. It can aid you to prove your way. After you have mastered it, you can be considered half a disciple of Sky River Temple, Yi Futian explained. What advantages does it have? Dou Zhao inquired. A cultivation method of the Tianhe realm? Was it better than the cultivation method of his Dou tribe? Do you want to learn it or not? Yi Futian threw a question back at him. Dou Zhao stared at Yi Futian suspiciously. Do I get a reward from you if I mastered it? Yi Futian closed his eyes and ignored Dou Zhao. I will cultivate it, Dou Zhao said. From now on, I will be a disciple of Sky River Temple. Your teacher is my teacher. We are sworn brothers. Sit properly, Yi Futian ordered. Then, he taught Dou Zhao the deed of thorough comprehension. Go and practice it on your own, Yi Futian said after he finished teaching. Dou Zhao glanced at him, dumbfounded. He left afterward. Yi Futian closed his eyes and continued meditating. The world tree rustled in his body. Terrifying visions occurred in his surroundings. The heavens and the earth shifted and transformed into a space of the great path. The sun and the moon shone at the same time, while the stars surrounded the space. Hopefully, Dou Zhao will succeed. Yi Futian prayed. After a few days, Dou Zhao came to look for Yi Futian again. Did you succeed? Yi Futian asked. I have made some progress with it. Dou Zhao nodded. Great. Yi Futian nodded in approval. With a shift of his will, a dazzling light of matrix shone, and the divine light enveloped the entire space, forming a domineering grand matrix. The will of the great path poured down and gushed into the grand matrix. What are we doing? Dou Zhao raised his head and took a look at the powerful fluctuation of the will. For this coming training, you need to activate deed of thorough comprehension and forge a furnace of the great path, Yi Futian explained. You need to refine the great path of all things so that you can use it for your own. You might even need to destroy the way you have cultivated before and reconstruct another body of the great path. I will help you throughout the process. Dou Zhao was extremely doubtful. He stared at Yi Futian and saw the seriousness in the latter's eyes. Dou Zhao knew that Yi Futian was not joking with him. Did Yi Futian actually obtain something in God's relic? All right, I will follow what you say. Dou Zhao nodded his head seriously and was exceptionally focused. Let us begin. Yi Futian had barely uttered these words when endless will circulated around them. Very soon, Dou Zhao sensed the space that he was in changing. The sun and the moon both appeared in the sky, and the stars revolved around them. It was as though Dou Zhao was being enveloped by an independent space. The runes of the characters Qin, Kuan, Li, and Kan orbited the sky. He could faintly hear the rustling of leaves, but he could not see any trees. It was as though this place was another dimension. Dou Zhao closed his eyes and activated his cultivation method. He released his deed of thorough comprehension and refined the way in this space. At the same time, in the world outside of this space, endless will surged into the space from all around, becoming the will of the space. What is Yi Futian doing now? The people around the palace could not help but reveal strange expressions when they sensed the intense will descending from the heavens above. Was Yi Futian causing another large commotion? It seems to be a grand matrix that is refining the great path of all things. He is activating the completed matrix. What is inside of that space? Someone noticed that the will of the great path was surging into a sealed-off space. An extremely powerful aura of the great path was flowing into it. Chapter 1663, Accepting a Disciple for His Master. The movement within Yi Futian's pavilion once again invited the attention of several people. This was also the reason Yi Futian chose to cultivate outside and not within Tianshan Academy. He was afraid that he would attract the attention of too many notable figures if he cultivated in Tianqian Academy. Even though he also could not hide it outside, he would attract the attention of relatively fewer people. His cultivation this time lasted several days. The swordmaster of Lihan and Yaya were outside the sealed land. The swordmaster of Lihan had his guesses when he saw the movement within the pavilion. He thought about the conversation he had with Futian a few days ago. Could he be there was a ripple in his heart? What would it mean if things were as he had guessed? Void, you're about to prove your path soon, right? The swordmaster of Lihan said to Yaya, who was by his side. Futian had given her the item of the great emperor. She should be about to prove her path after she cultivated under the willow tree in God's relic. She should not be too far away from proving her path, now that she had come out and cultivated for some time. Yes. Yaya nodded. The swordmaster of Lihan smiled. He was certain that Yaya would forge a perfect divine wheel. Futian had even given her the item of the great emperor. He would definitely do all he could to make sure that Yaya forged a perfect divine wheel. If his guess was right, he had only coincidentally encountered Dou Zhao. Futian was using him to confirm his conjecture. What are you smiling about? Yaya asked the swordmaster of Lihan. Nothing. The swordmaster of Libin shook his head. He thought about the years when he and the sword saint of the void followed by the side of Emperor Xia. They were the two most powerful swordsmen in Emperor Xia's realm. Now, they were cultivating by Futian's side and were about to forge a perfect divine wheel. All of these events were rather interesting. At this moment, Futian was sitting silently within the independent sealed land. There was a terrifying aura emanating from Dou Zhao's body. The figure of an immensely radiant war god was faintly visible from within his body. It released a terrifying battle intent that enveloped the entire space. It caused the great path space to be covered in a horrifying battle aura. Rumble. The great path rumbled. Dou Zhao opened his eyes and raised his fists. He then clenched his fists and was suddenly filled with extremely wild power. His entire aura changed. When he stood up, it felt as though he was the war god reborn. I've succeeded. Dou Zhao's voice was a little excited. He had missed his opportunity to prove his path at the god's relic. However, he had succeeded in the outside world. You've succeeded. Futian also smiled. He had received a confirmation for his conjecture. If that was the case, it meant that his path was unique and could assist others in forging a perfect divine wheel. That way, everyone around him would have a chance. Futian knew exactly how meaningful that was. Yes. Dou Zhao nodded forcefully. Even though he was a careless person, he was extremely serious when it came to cultivation. Furthermore, he was carrying a mission. He was the future successor of the Dou tribe. If he were to fall behind the successors of the other factions, the Dou tribe would definitely be weakened in the future. It was not hard to imagine the feelings he had when he took this step forward. This person hid the fact that he had obtained the legacy of the great emperor, Dou Zhao thought. Dou Zhao had a glimmer in his eyes as he looked at Futian. Elder brother. Futian looked at Dou Zhao's shimmering eyes and was utterly confused. Who was his elder brother? He thought. We were siblings before, but now I've become his elder brother. The greatest thing that I, a descendant of the war god, obtained at the god's relic was getting to know you, Dou Zhao said sincerely. Scram. Futian thought. All he felt was goosebumps all over his body. But, as I have said previously, you've cultivated the deed of thorough comprehension. Whether you use it or not in the future, you are considered half a member of the Sky River Temple, Futian said. Your disciple pays respects to you, master. Dou Zhao bowed and greeted. Futian's expression darkened. This person sure has thick skin. He thought. I'm not that old. Futian stared at Dou Zhao. This person should not be younger than me, he thought. Why don't I call you my senior? Dou Zhao continued. He had to solidify their connection, be it in terms of brother or senior. Only that way would he have a status and a stake in any future benefits. Have you trained under any master? Futian asked. No, I was trained by my family, Dou Zhao replied. All right, I'll take you in as a disciple under the name of my master. You shall become my junior. What do you think about that? Futian said. Greetings, senior. Do Zhao brought his hands together and instantly got into the rhythm of things. Yi Futian did not say anything. Teacher is currently trapped by the Shun clan. I'll first accept a disciple for him, he thought. The successor of the Do clan should be rather substantial. Also, do not reveal the level of your cultivation when you go out in the future. Leave this place secretly. Don't attract any attention. Treat whatever happened here today as if it never happened, Yi Futian instructed. Understood. Do Zhao looked at Yi Futian. He knew that Yi Futian had obtained the greatest legacy of the great emperor. He should never reveal that. Yi Futian looked at the sky. The space instantly scattered. An unparalleled amount of wool penetrated Yi Futian's body. This caused Do Zhao to have a strange expression. He asked, "This is also a divine wheel?" "Go," Yi Futian told Do Zhao. "All right." Do Zhao did not probe any further and immediately turned to leave. "Swordmaster Yaya," Yi Futian shouted. The two of them walked over. "How did it go?" the Swordmaster of Lihan asked. "It was a success." Yi Futian nodded. The Swordmaster of Lihan inhaled deeply, then finally flashed a smile. If he was given time, the youth before his eyes could transform into a top-notch figure. He might be able to become the greatest faction within the 3,000 realms of the Great Path. "Do you want to set up a clan?" the Swordmaster of Lihan asked. Yi Futian shook his head. He was the disciple of the cottage, as well as the disciple of Qi Xiangang. There was no need for him to set up a clan. "Yaya, I'll teach you a set of cultivation techniques. Come look for me when you are gunning for the Runhuang realm," Yi Futian said. Even though Yaya had a divine item, there was a greater chance of her forging a perfect divine wheel if she had his help. Yaya gently nodded. "Boss." A voice rang out in Yi Futian's brain. It was the voice of Little Condor. "What is it?" Yi Futian asked. "Two clan leaders are here," Little Condor replied. Yi Futian froze, then scanned through the pavilion with his divine spirit. At that instant, a mob of happiness flashed past his eyes. "Let's go." Yi Futian's figure shimmered as he arrived outside the pavilion. In front of him were two dusty figures. They seemed to be hiding their aura and were acting in an incredibly ordinary manner. They were unremarkable. It was no wonder that he had not noticed them when he was chatting with the Swordmaster just now. "Seniors." Yi Futian let out a radiant smile when his eyes met theirs. He was elated to be able to meet the two of them here. Jiang Chengzi, the clan leader of the Jiang clan from the Celestial Gate of Vast Heaven, as well as the clan leader of the Hua clan, Hua Jiangshan. The two of them were also smiling. "You've reached Renhuang." "Yes." Yi Futian smiled as he nodded. "Let's go. Let's talk inside." He reached out and pointed the way as he spoke. They walked into the pavilion. "Have the two of you always been in the Heavenly Mandate realm?" Yi Futian asked. "Yes." Jiang Chengzi nodded. "Since they caused the Celestial Gate to topple, how could we allow them to roam free? We even went to the Violet Heavenly Palace when the God's Relic opened some time ago. We then decided to temporarily pause whatever we were doing at the Heavenly Mandate realm and came here after we heard about what happened to you. We thought that the people from the Celestial Gate of the Nine Realms would continuously swarm into the Central Emperor realm when they heard your name, and that this might be a good opportunity to join up with you." "I was thinking that too." Yi Futian nodded. Since these two clan leaders had such a thought, the others would also think this way when they heard his name. "There's one more thing." Jiang Chengzi's expression became more serious. "You've joined forces with the Purple Gold Rat clan?" In the battle back then, the clan leader of the Wang clan had died in battle after being ambushed by the Purple Gold Rat Emperor and the Emperor of the Heavenly Mandate dynasty. There was no way that this debt could be resolved peacefully. Otherwise, they would be letting down the Wang clan, which had fought for the Celestial Gate when the Celestial Gate was facing its crisis. "Don't worry, I am not that impudent," Yi Futian said. "I am merely making use of them." The two of them heaved a sigh of relief. Even though they had ascertained Yi Futian's character from several past incidents, the rumors had been relentless. In fact, the Heavenly Mandate dynasty was about to engage in battle with the Purple Golden Rat clan. They felt more at ease now that they heard that Yi Futian was merely using them for his own benefit. "Please follow me," Yi Futian said. The group arrived at the cultivation ground. Futian summoned the spatial sacred hall from out of thin air and waved his palms at the same time. An array of radiant divine arms instantly floated within the spatial sacred hall. This was everything I obtained from the god's relic. Please pick whatever weapons you need. They might prove useful in the future battle, Futian said. All of the divine arms here were powerful divine weapons in the ancient era. The collection of the great emperor might be the best of the best. The abilities of the two clan leaders paled in comparison to the emperor of the heavenly mandate dynasty. However, they might stand a fighting chance if they had the power of the divine arms on their side. The battle was inevitable if the celestial gate of vast heaven was to regain its standing in the heavenly mandate realm. What they were doing now was to prepare for that battle. All right. The two of them did not hold back. They sensed the assortment of weapons and chose a weapon that was suitable for them. Seniors, I have no use for these many ritual implements. Equip the offensive and defensive ritual implements, and perhaps not long after, we will be able to attack the heavenly mandate dynasty, Futian said. The two of them turned around and looked at Futian. In the god's relic, I've joined forces with the other factions in the heavenly mandate realm. We are on rather decent terms. I'll find a way to continue solidifying our relationship. This battle will not be too far away, Futian continued. With their previous alliance, as well as the ritual implements he had given them previously, Futian believed that he now had a considerable influence over the factions of the heavenly mandate realm. Now that he had grasped the method of forging a perfect divine wheel, there was a chance that he would be able to pull the factions of the heavenly mandate realm into his camp. This was what he had to accomplish next. Zhang Chengzi and Hua Qingyun looked at each other. Each chose a ritual implement, one for offense and one for defense. That's enough, Zhang Chengzi said. Futian will stay by your side after this. You've come into conflict with several factions in the Central Emperor realm and the God's Relic. You need people by your side. If that is so, thank you, seniors. Futian nodded. He chose the Tianqian Academy precisely because it was relatively safer. With the two clan leaders defending him by his side, he should be able to deal with anybody attacking him even if they were from top-notch factions, as long as they weren't the best of the best. Chapter 1664 Seeking a Teacher declined. Futian's team could be said to be extremely strong with the addition of Jiang Chengzi and Hua Jiangshan. The two of them were at the upper levels of the Renhuang Plain. Jiang Chengzi had a 9th-tier divine wheel, while Hua Jiangshan's divine wheel was at the peak of the 8th tier. They, along with Gu Tianxing and the 12 deities of the Celestial Gate, made the Celestial Gate of vast heaven able to compete with the heavenly mandate dynasty at its peak. They encountered a great tribulation later on, which caused the Celestial Gate of vast heaven to keep a low profile and not be as attention-grabbing in the heavenly mandate realm. The strength of several other factions was enough to put pressure on them. However, the two of them were still top-notch figures. Now that Futian had gifted them with ritual implements, their battle capabilities were undoubtedly extremely powerful. As long as they did not encounter the best of the best fighters, there should not be any problems on Futian's side. They might even be able to retaliate against the Emperor of the Heavenly Mandate Dynasty if he came. Futian immersed himself in his cultivation for the next few days. The matrix in the pavilion was always activated. It was a path matrix that was used to attract the will of the Great Path. It caused the pavilion to be perpetually enveloped by an aura of the Great Path. Slowly, the people outside the Tianqian Academy got used to the phenomenon. They were no longer surprised by whatever Futian did. This day, in an area outside the Tianqian Academy, a youth was walking on the road. This youth was carrying a sword on his back. He had an exceptional demeanor and gave off the impression that he was incredibly sharp. His cultivation was also impressive at Nirvana St. Plain, though it did not seem as exceptional in this area. There was a Renhuang fighter in the group of pedestrians who were walking not far away from the youth. This group of people was an influential family in one of the cities outside the Tianqian Academy with powerful members. Even though they were not as strong as the factions that stood at the top, they did have members in their family who were at the upper-level Renhuang Plain. They had considerable strength. There were several great clans like theirs in the Dongxing state. However, only a few areas in the Central Emperor realm could tolerate factions at this level. Yunshi, You have to be sincere when you greet your teacher this time, an elder told the girl by his side. This girl was wearing a long green skirt. She looked simple yet well-trained. She had a slender figure and was extraordinarily beautiful. Her demeanor was like that of ice. The Lin clan of the Dongxing state was an influential faction notorious within the Dongxing state. Lin Yunxi was the daughter of the Gongsun family. She had exceptional potential when it came to cultivation, as well as extraordinary beauty. She entered the outer sect of the Tianqian Academy and trained there last year. Today, she had already reached the first level of the Saint Plane. Lin Yunxi's gaze landed on the sky stairwell in the distance. She had a determined gaze. "That is my dream," Lin Yunxi said. The strongest person of this generation of the Xintian Academy, Jin Qingzhu, had already reached the level of Renhuang. He might become the manager of Tianqian Academy in the future. You learning under his wing is naturally the best choice. However, with Jin Qingzhu's status in Tianqian Academy, he would not accept disciples easily. He would more often be meditating and cultivating. After all, he is still young. There's no need for him to waste his time on these matters, the elder said. Lin Yunxi naturally knew about Jin Qingzhu. In reality, Jin Qingzhu was regarded as a legendary figure amongst the people of her generation. Now that he had reached the level of Renhuang, he was destined to be an exceptional figure. Even if I do not get him as my master, I will be able to step on that sky stairwell and enter the Tianqian Academy by training on my own, Lin Yunxi said. She had a determined gaze, as well as a faint arrogance. I naturally believe that. The family believes in you too, the elder said. During the trip to the God's Relic this time, Jin Qingzhu was the only one in the Tianqian Academy who managed to prove his path and forge a perfect divine wheel. It would be difficult for anyone else. However, there are quite a number of people cultivating in the Tianqian Academy this time. Yi Futian is one of them. This person displayed extraordinary potential when he came out of the God's Relic. He slew the prince of the Golden Divine Nation, Gai Jiutian, who had a flawless divine wheel of the Great Path. If he continued cultivating like this, he would definitely become a top-notch figure in the future. If you study under his wing, you would be able to learn more about the God's Relic, or even the way to forge a perfect divine wheel. It would only be beneficial for you. Why did you choose him? Lin Yunxi asked. You can look at the rest of the people who had forged a perfect divine wheel. Shun Hao from the Xin clan and the princess of the Nantian Divine Kingdom, Nan Luotian. Even the people from the other realms were successors to the Solar Divine Palace and the Yue Divine Palace, as well as people whose status was equal to theirs. The probability of them accepting disciples are extremely low. Yi Futian had encountered the attacks of several factions when he just came out of the God's Relic. That was because his background was not powerful enough, and that he did not have a strong enough influence. It is rumored that he had taken the Sky River Great Elder as his teacher and came to the Tianqian Academy for his safety. If we actively display our goodwill, Yi Futian is the most likely person to take you as a disciple. The elder whispered. After all, Yi Futian needed friends. Even though they were not as strong as the top-notch factions, they were still rather influential within the Dongxing state. Thus, in his opinion, it was very likely that Yi Futian would accept disciples. If Lin Yunxi could become the disciple of Yi Futian and cultivate under him, not only could she understand the God's Relic and the perfect divine wheel, but there was also a chance that she could obtain a premium ritual implement in the future. To the Lin clan, that would be of extreme assistance. Alright, let's not talk about that anymore. See whether you can train along with Jin Qingzhu if you manage to enter Tianqian Academy and cultivate there in the future, the elder told Lin Yunxi. Lin Yunxi nodded. They did not talk about anything else. After all, they were soon arriving at their destination. Not far away, the youth was walking in the same direction as the group. He could faintly hear their voices, but he did not dare infiltrate them with his divine spirit as there was a Renhuang fighter present. He only listened in on their conversation as best as his ears could. Of course, this was not a remarkable matter. For that reason, the other party did not restrain themselves when they were talking. Soon, the group arrived outside the pavilion. The first thing they saw was a black condor. It raised its head high and looked at the group, then asked, "Why have you come here?" The condor now had considerable status. It did not pay much regard to an ordinary Renhuang. Lin clan of the Dongxing state. We are here to pay our respects to Emperor Yi. The elder at the front of the group brought his hands together and displayed the appropriate manners. I'll ask him for you. The Black Condor sent a message to Yi Futian, then said, Go in. The group from the Lin family smiled as they entered the pavilion. The elder had his usual expression, while Lin Yunxi swept her gaze toward the Black Condor. This Black Condor was extremely arrogant. Even though it was only a demon saint, its gaze was more arrogant than a demon emperor. It did not show respect to even a Renhuang. In the pavilion, Yi Futian received the group in the yard. Even though he did not know what kind of faction the Lin clan of the Dongxing state was, he should give the appropriate formalities when he had visitors. Lin Mu of the Lin clan from Dongxing state. I pay my respects to Emperor Yi. The elder cupped his hands together as he spoke. He swept his gaze past the two people behind Yi Futian and was rather shocked. He could not determine the levels of those two people. You are too formal, elder, Yi Futian replied. You're visiting because I heard that you had been exceptional in the God's Relic, having forged a flawless great path and a perfect divine wheel with peerless elegance. Many people within the Lin clan admired you. Yunqi is a junior from our clan and is now training in the outer sect of Tianshan Academy. She had frequently heard people talk about you in recent times and was coincidentally training in the area. Thus, she wants to train under you. Seeking a master? Yi Futian was rather surprised. He did not expect a person from a family to seek him out as a master. However, he also knew that after he proved his path, he was now different from who he was before. A Renhuang fighter was powerful enough to establish his sect. That was the reason a Renhuang fighter was holding up an entire realm in the Central Emperor realm, Emperor Xia's realm, and Emperor Li's realm. Thus, seeking them out as a teacher was an ordinary occurrence. I am Lin Yunxi. I pay my respects to you, Emperor Yi. Lin Yunxi took a step forward and gave Yi Futian a slight bow of respect. Yi Futian glanced at Lin Yunxi. She was extremely beautiful and had reached the saint plane at a young age. Her talent and mental state were exceptional. However, he did not have any intention of accepting a disciple. Elder, I came to Tianshan Academy as I wanted to concentrate on my cultivation for some time. I do not have any intention of accepting a disciple, Yi Futian told Lin Mu. I understand. Emperor Yi, you had just proven your great path and would naturally want to focus on your cultivation. You only need to give Yunxi a few pointers during your free time if she trains after you. She would not hold up the time you need for cultivation. Furthermore, the Lin clan is rather influential in the Dongxing state. The Lin clan can lend you a helping hand if you have any other miscellaneous matters outside of cultivation, Lin Mu continued. Yi Futian knew in his heart that Lin Yunxi had come to seek him out as a mentor today because the Lin clan had favored his potential or his experiences within the God's Relic. Another reason was the ritual implements he had obtained. Please do not blame me, elder. I am already busy enough and have no intention of accepting a disciple, Yi Futian continued to smile as he said. With Zhang Chengzi and Hua Zhongshan by his side, he already had enough manpower to deal with the ordinary affairs. There was no need for him to tap on the strength of the other party. Furthermore, he would inevitably have to repay any favors he owed in the future. At this moment, a youth had already come here behind the members of the Lin clan. He stood there silently and did not disturb the conversation. However, Yi Futian, Zhang Chengzi, and the rest of the group noticed him. They had a look of joy in their eyes. Please, wait a moment. A friend of mine has arrived, Yi Futian said apologetically. He then looked toward the youth and said with a smile, It's been a long time. It's been a long time. The youth nodded, then took a step forward. He bowed toward Zhang Chengzi and Hua Zhongshan. I, Wang Yambing, pay my respects to you two clan leaders. This youth was Wang Yambing of the Wang clan. He was the one who wanted to re-enter the Celestial Gate by challenging Gu Donglu. He fought with all his might, but ultimately lost. However, in that battle, he displayed an extraordinary spirit. Spare the formalities. Zhang Chengzi stepped forward and said, My worries have eased now that I see you. The clan leader of the Wang clan had died in battle. Wang Yambing was the future successor of the Wang clan. Zhang Chengzi naturally did not want Wang Yambing to get into any trouble. I was coincidentally in the Central Emperor realm. I came when I heard about the events in the God's Relic, Wang Yambing said. Uh-huh. Zhang Chengzi smiled and nodded. We'll not disturb you anymore, Emperor Yi. We'll take our leave. Lin Mu could only know his place and announce his departure when he saw that he was being ignored. Yi Futian turned around to look at Lin Mu and the rest of the group. He said, a little apologetically, I'm sorry, Elder. The members of the Lin clan turned to leave. They walked out of the pavilion, each one of them speechless. That Yi Futian is a little too arrogant. A powerful fighter from the Lin clan was rather unhappy. Yi Futian had not given them any face. He had disregarded them even though they were a premium family faction in the Dongxing state. Lin Yunxi also felt a little uncomfortable. It was the first time she was seeking out a teacher, yet she was rejected. In fact, Yi Futian had not looked at her seriously. He had forged a flawless divine wheel and had clear talent. He is a frontrunner in the 9 realms. It is normal for a person like this to be arrogant, Lin Mu said. He was a little disappointed. Even though Yi Futian had been polite, he could feel the arrogance radiating from Yi Futian's body. Yi Futian had not paid any heed to them. He is a person seeking the protection of Futian Academy and might be killed by his enemies at any time if he goes out. What right does he have to be arrogant? A junior of the Lin clan said sarcastically. He seemed indignant. He had just finished his sentence when he saw a teen dressed in white robes walking toward them on the opposite side. The teen then stopped in his tracks in front of them. Lin Yunxi looked at the white-robed teen and thought to herself about how suave he was and how exceptional his demeanor was. You're blocking the way, the junior who spoke just now knitted his brows and said with a cold tone. He was feeling unhappy but understood where he was. He suppressed his unhappiness and only had a relatively icier tone. However, the white-robed teen continued standing in front of them. He looked at the junior with a cold gaze. The members of the Lin clan knitted their brows. Lin Mu said, You. The actions of the white-robed teen were extremely disrespectful. However, they did not dare to act recklessly, given that they were outside Futian Academy. The white-robed teen scanned past the youth. His eyes were extremely strange. It only took a glance for the youth to let out a pathetic cry. He covered his eyes with both hands, as if he had suffered from a serious attack. Chapter 1665 Assemble. The expression of the Lin clan's powerful fighters changed. They released bolts of pressure and enveloped them around the white-robed teen. Lin Mu stared at the other party. All he saw was that the eyes of the white-robed teen were exceptionally devilish. Even his appearance was enchantingly handsome. They were just outside Futian Academy. In fact, this place could be regarded as a training ground for the outer sect disciples of Futian Academy. Many disciples from influential families trained here. They could even encounter juniors from Futian Academy. Thus, they addressed the person that blocked their way with respect and asked him to move aside. However, they did not expect the other party to attack them directly. No matter how influential he was, an action like this was rather insolent. After all, the Lin clan of the Dongxing state was rather influential. Boom! Lin Mu took a step forward and pressed the pressure of his divine will forward. His aura of a Runhuang enveloped the white-robed teen. Even though he might be a junior from an influential faction, Lin Mu had to teach him a lesson for his insolence. The strength of a third-tier divine wheel erupted instantly. Even though he had deliberately suppressed his aura, he could no longer cover up his will. It instantly attracted crowds from the area around them. Who would create conflict here? The white-robed teen glanced at the other party. He continued to step forward. He had no intention of retreating. Rumble, an immensely violent aura pulsed forward. The devilish eyes locked onto Lin Mu's gaze. In that instant, Lin Mu's eyes seemed to be absorbed into those devilish eyes. Within the pair of devilish eyes, he felt as though he saw a terrifying image. There were tens of thousands of demons, such as golden-winged giant pongs, phoenixes, divine apes, pure-blooded dragons, kunpings. The terrifying gigantic beasts seemed to press toward him following his will. They charged directly into his brain through his eyes. Deep within the pair of devilish eyes seemed to be the figure of an almighty demon god. Rumble. Violent booms erupted. A harrowing great path tempest burst out around them. Not only did his will get attacked, but Lin Mu also felt his body and divine will get assaulted by an unparalleled, barbaric force. He felt as though he saw a divine matrix behind the white-robed teen. Within the divine matrix were tens of thousands of demons and a swarm of heaven-slaying divine beasts. His divine will suffered the impact of a great path attack. He felt as though he was going to be split apart with every rumble. An unending glory of the demon god fell upon him as it manically assaulted his body. The powerful fighters from the Lin clan around Lin Mu felt their legs shiver. They felt as though they were about to grovel on the ground. Even though there were 2 Runhuang-level figures here, this pressure almost made them suffocate. It was as though they were suffering from absolute suppression. A dull grunt was heard, followed by a loud noise. Lin Mu continuously staggered backward. The expression on his face was extremely exaggerated as he stared at the white-robed figure on the other side. Divine will suppression. Perfect level. Rumble. A devilish great path tempest swept past them. Lin Mu retreated continuously. The people who were approaching them from afar were shaken into retreat. Only then did the white-robed teen restrain his aura. He stood there silently, but his eyes were still coldly locked onto the other party. Lin Mu stood there, dazed. His body was trembling slightly. He had been shaken by the aura of a Renhuang with a first-tier divine wheel. His body had been shaken into retreat. It was only now that he realized how exceptional the white-robed teen in front of him was. But, he screamed in his heart, how are there so many perfect divine wheels? Why would a person with a perfect divine wheel, which was rare even in the Central Emperor realm, suddenly appear here? Furthermore, his demeanor was clearly different from the people who had come out from the god's relic. The names of the people who had forged a perfect divine wheel had already spread throughout the Central Emperor realm. Lin Mu would naturally know about who they were, where they were from, and where they were training at. However, the white-robed teen who had appeared before his eyes did not fit the description of anyone he knew. Many figures flickered around them as they appeared. Their eyes were trained on the white-robed teen, equally dazed. They clearly had the same thoughts as Lin Mu. When did the perfect divine wheel become so common? A powerful fighter at the first level of the Runhuang plane had suddenly appeared. He had forged a perfect divine wheel and directly suppressed a Renhuang with a third-tier divine wheel. Who are you? Lin Mu's voice was rather deep. He looked at the white-robed teen as he asked. The white-robed teen did not look at them. Instead, he raised his head and looked toward a group of figures who were walking toward him from behind the members of the Lin clan. His gaze landed on a suave young man who was also wearing a white robe. Lin Mu also seemed to have noticed something and turned around. He saw that Futian and his group had arrived. He saw the immensely radiant smile in Futian's clear eyes. His eyes were locked on the figure in front of him. It was clear that they knew each other. Lin Mu understood why the other party would block their way and attack them directly. It was because they had talked bad about Futian just now. By Futian, Zhang Chengzi and Hua Zhongshan also had a relieved smile when they saw the figure that appeared. The plan they had for many years might have failed, but it had never once been extinguished. Passing on the demon realm's law of origin to one person ultimately created an immensely powerful figure. The person who came was Gu Donglu, the person who had obtained the legacy of the demon monarch of the Origin Mountains. Third senior, Futian smiled as he shouted. It had been a long time since they met. His third senior had also proven his path and reached the Runhuang Plain. Furthermore, he also obtained the perfect divine wheel. However, that was normal. His third senior had obtained the legacies of Gu Tianxing and the Law of Origin. In fact, he even had the will of the demon monarch. That could be considered to be a legacy at the level of a great emperor. He had been internalizing all of these legacies when he was at the celestial gate of vast heaven back then. Now, he should be able to more perfectly combine the abilities of the legacies. The powerful fighters of the Lin clan felt their hearts get twisted. Third senior? Both the senior and the junior had forged perfect divine wheels. Furthermore, this person had not proved his path and forged his perfect divine wheel in the god's relic. Gu Donglu walked forward. He walked directly past the powerful fighters of the Lin clan and completely disregarded their existence. I heard about the news of you in the god's relic and rushed over. Gu Donglu said, Clan leaders, you've also arrived. Zhang Chengzi smiled and nodded. Your grandfather would feel relieved if he could see the current you. The plan Gu Tianqing had put into place back then had all been for Gu Donglu. Now, Gu Donglu had forced the perfect divine wheel. That, coupled with all of the legacies he obtained, might allow him to truly surpass Gu Tianqing in the future. The glory of the Celestial Gate would be realized again in the hands of your generation, Hua Jiangshan said emotionally. Yi Futian and Gu Donglu both had perfect divine wheels. Furthermore, they were both top-notch geniuses. Yi Futian also had Yu Sheng by his side. They were rather looking forward to the future. The Celestial Gate of Vast Heaven. Lin Mu only realized now that the two elders by Yi Futian's side were the two clan leaders of the top-notch faction in the Heavenly Mandate realm, the Celestial Gate of Vast Heaven. This devilish teen was the junior who had caused quite the commotion in the Heavenly Mandate realm back then. He was the person who had inherited the Law of Origin, the grandson of the Celestial Gate of Vast Heaven's Gu Tianqing, Gu Donglu. Third senior, let's first go to the pavilion. Yi Futian was elated. His third senior had finally met up with them. His first senior and the rest should arrive sooner or later when they hear the news. The group turned to leave. They did not care about the members of the Lin clan. The Lin clan looked extremely haggard. Lin Mu was overcome with emotion as he said, "Let's go." Lin Yunxi had complicated emotions. She had come to seek a teacher, but her family had instead been taught a lesson. Furthermore, she had witnessed the splendor of a perfect divine will directly suppressing her elder. Yi Futian and the rest of his group returned to the pavilion. Gu Donglu did not talk about the incident with the Lin clan, nor did Yi Futian ask him about it. His third senior would have a reason for his actions. He did not have to ask about it. Beside them, Wang Yanbing's heart was also filled with emotion. However, he would not compare himself with Gu Donglu and Yi Futian. All he did was remind himself to put in more effort in his cultivation. I heard the conversation among the Lin clan when I was traveling here. Both the Lin clan and that girl wanted to learn under Jin Qingzhu of the Tianqian Academy. They must have an ulterior motive for seeking out a teacher here. It was Wang Yanbing who spoke about the incident. Yi Futian did not pay too much heed. It was normal for people to want to learn under Jin Qingzhu. This was Tianqian Academy. Jin Qingzhu had considerable status within Tianqian Academy. As for them heading here to seek out a teacher, they definitely had an ulterior motive for that. Yi Futian wanted to have a good talk with his third senior. They had not met in a long time and naturally had much to talk about. He did not know how his second senior was doing. He could not help but think about her, who would also protect him just like his third senior did, when he saw his third senior. However, bolts of energy were coming toward them. Several powerful fighters were approaching them one after the other. "Please come in, elders," Yi Futian shouted. He saw multiple figures walking toward them. They were powerful fighters from the Heavenly Mandate realm and the Demon realm. There were powerful fighters from the Dragon Gods, Sky Demon Court, and Divine Elephants. The major factions were always accompanied by powerful demon monarchs when top-notch figures like Long Chun and Xiang Meng came to train. They would silently remain in the area. Gu Donglio's appearance had caused them to come forward. Back then, Gu Donglu had schemed for the legacy, as he wanted to create a new king in the demon realm. He wished that Gu Donglu, who had inherited the Law of Origin, would be enough to become the new leader of the demon realm. Now, with his reappearance, Gu Donglu had become a Runhuang and had forged a perfect divine wheel. To think that Gu Tianqing actually succeeded, a demon monarch said. Even though he knew that Gu Donglu would become exceptional when he inherited the Law of Origin, he realized that Gu Tianqing had half succeeded in whatever he had set out to do back then when he saw Gu Donglu today. He then looked at Yi Futian. The Heavenly Mandate realm would become the territory of the Celestial Gate of Vast Heaven in the future. However, they were fortunate that they were on good terms with Yi Futian, nor did they offend Gu Donglu in any way. The demon realm would remain the demon realm. "It's good that you guys have come. Help me find Long Chun, Xiangmeng, Jun, and the rest. I have something to talk to you guys about," Yi Futian said. He was on good terms with the factions from the Heavenly Mandate realm and the demon clans. He had already thoroughly impressed the disciples from the demon clan while he was in the God's Relic, and they all faintly regarded him as their leader. Now that they had come out of the God's Relic, the factions of the demon clan would stand behind him. However, he seemed to be lacking something. If he just took another step, he would be able to obtain the loyalty of the factions from the heavenly mandate realm and the demon realm. However, if he could not clearly see what that step was, then he would have nothing much to say for himself. All he could do was support the factions that were willing to enter the battlefield with him. He had to obtain the loyalty of the factions from the heavenly mandate realm and the demon clans for the things he wanted to accomplish. Chapter 1666 Yi Futian's Ambition. The demon clans of the heavenly mandate realm had all come to the pavilion, and the core figures of the younger generation had all been summoned. Even the cultivators of 10,000 Divine Mountain and Gao Huang had been called there. They all knew that Gu Donglu had forged a perfect divine wheel. This matter had already been told at the Divine Palace. The existence of any perfect divine wheel would attract attention. Gu Donglu had even fought here, which naturally attracted even more attention. Futian, is there something you'd like to discuss? An elephant emperor from the Divine Elephants asked. I once went to the demon realm for the sake of third brother, and each of the demon clans took good care of me. The Divine Elephant Emperor personally showed me his ultimate technique, and the dragon gods taught Yu Sheng their divine power. I have always felt close to the demon realm of the heavenly mandate realm. I also formed an alliance with Long Chun and the others in the God's Relic and fought alongside them, said Yi Futian. Everyone looked at him. Was Yi Futian speaking of emotions now? He should have been paving the way for the future. Secondly, my third brother received the inheritance that had been left behind by Gu Tianqing in the Origin Mountains. This was the inheritance of a demon emperor. Presumably, you all know that third brother has reached the Runhuang Plain now as well and has forged a perfect divine wheel. It could be said that he has truly inherited the mantle of a demon emperor. The cultivators of the demon realm said nothing. Gu Donglio's future would likely be just as glorious as Gu Tianqing's. In addition to this, although I have never had any contact with 10,000 Mountain before, I still allied with them in the God's Relic. During the troubles in the Heavenly Mandate realm, they not only did not support the Heavenly Mandate dynasty, they actually supported me a little bit. I have always remembered this. The cultivators of 10,000 Divine Mountain were a little bit curious. Why was Yi Futian speaking of his emotions? The humans of the Heavenly Mandate realm and the Demon realm are divided by boundaries. The power of the Heavenly Mandate realm has been lessened due to some events in the past. Now, is the Heavenly Mandate realm the weakest of the 9 supreme realms? Said Yi Futian. Although they didn't want to admit it, the other forces all knew this to be true. The Heavenly Mandate realm of the present day was the weakest one. In the Higher Heavens realm, the Divine Palace had a top figure, Taishan Mountain had Lord Taishan, and the Overlord of the Golden Divine Nation was incredibly powerful. In this generation, the Heavenly Mandate realm had no one at this level. It is not only that the Heavenly Mandate realm is weak, but there are also incessant internal conflicts. The Heavenly Mandate dynasty and the Violet Heavenly Palace wished to ally and destroy the Celestial Gate of Vast Heaven, which led to the disintegration of the Celestial Gate. But what is the purpose of these conflicts? Continued Yi Futian. Even though they have some cultivation resources, how has that helped them? The Divine Palace has a place of proving the way, the ancestral land. What does the Heavenly Mandate realm have? What if I had not gone on this trip to the God's Relic? Would you have been able to compete with the other realms? Yi Futian's words were bitter, but they were true. Long Chun had felt this in the God's Relic as well. He stood at the top of the Demon realm, and Yi Tianyu was the top human cultivator of the Heavenly Mandate realm, but they had not performed well in the God's Relic. They could not compete with people like Jian Qingzhu, Shen Hao, Do Zhao of the Do tribe, Wu Zhan of the Martial Gods clan, and the monk of the Xinqing clan. If a war breaks out between the 9 realms, would the Heavenly Mandate realm be able to resist the top forces of the other realms? Asked Yi Futian. What are you saying? Asked a dragon emperor of the dragon gods. I want to change the Heavenly Mandate realm's future, answered Yi Futian. All the cultivators narrowed their eyes. Did he want to change the future of the Heavenly Mandate realm? What an arrogant thing to say. He was one man, and one that had just entered the Renhuang Plain, and yet he was arrogant enough to say he wanted to change the future of the Heavenly Mandate realm. How will you change it? Asked the dragon. The forces of the Heavenly Mandate realm will ally and stop fighting each other. The whole realm will act as a whole. At the same time, we will train the younger generations. The people of this generation will cultivate along with my third brother and me. In the future, they will all be incredibly powerful, said Futian. You are quite ambitious, said an elder from 10,000 Divine Mountain with a smile. The heavenly mandate realm would act as a whole? Without a conqueror, who would be the leader? If all the people of the younger generation cultivated with Futian, it would naturally be him. Did he want to become the overlord of the heavenly mandate realm? The heavenly mandate dynasty had worked hard for this, but they had never been able to achieve it. In the end, they had suffered a terrible reversal of fortune. You want to unify the demon realm and the humans? Asked a demon elder. It was a Kuanpung from the Sky Demon Court whose juniors had come here to cultivate. Although Futian was the strongest person in the heavenly mandate realm and had even more potential for the future, everyone there was a powerful figure in their own right. For a junior to talk about unifying the realm was sheer arrogance. You mistake me. I have no interest in uniting the heavenly mandate realm. That would be too much work, said Futian with a smile and a shake of the head. The realm will naturally be governed by all the great forces together. I just hope that they will work together more closely, forming a unified alliance. I hope that we can form a force that is dedicated to teaching and that everyone's disciples can come there, like Tianqian Academy and Shangxiao Divine Palace. Moreover, all the cultivators of the heavenly mandate realm will be invited to cultivate there. Teaching? A look of surprise came over everyone's faces. Did Futian truly want to train the next generation? He wanted to form an academy. Correct, said Futian with a nod. A look of surprise came over Gu Donglio's face. He looked at his fellow disciple. He thought of their master, of their academy, of the cottage. Everyone else looked thoughtful. They had not thought that this was Futian's goal. What about the heavenly mandate dynasty? Someone asked. They had thought that Futian had summoned them there to ally against the heavenly mandate dynasty. After all, they were the greatest threat to him. For the heavenly mandate realm to join together, those forces that wish to destroy it must first be dealt with, said Futian frankly. Everyone looked at him deeply. Apparently, Futian was still just as he had always been. Although he wanted to establish a new place of education, he wanted to first wipe out a power. The heavenly mandate dynasty occupies the center of the heavenly mandate realm. That would be a good place to set our place for education, said Futian. Everyone's hearts twitched. This man was truly ruthless. He wanted to pull the heavenly mandate dynasty up by the roots. He would even cover the very land they were built on. So ruthless. Who will be the first master? Someone asked. My master, the Sky River Great Elder. I will try and see if I can invite him to come and take charge. Lord Taixian and he are old friends and are both my elders. If he does come, Lord Taixian will serve in our court. All the forces of the heavenly mandate realm can choose people to send as well to serve as teachers. Futian had clearly already been thinking about this. He had even decided who would be a good first master. Moreover, it seemed very suitable. He did not come from any of the forces of the heavenly mandate realm. In addition, he would bring the powerful Lord Taixian along with him. Interesting idea, said Gao Huang with a smile. Futian was indeed a clever man. Moreover, other than the fact that he wanted to use the other forces to destroy the heavenly mandate dynasty, there was no other selfish motive behind this. He seemed to really be thinking of the heavenly mandate realm. But destroying the heavenly mandate dynasty was not that simple. Bringing battle to the most powerful force in the realm was quite frightening. Will Lord Taixian act against the heavenly mandate dynasty? Someone asked. If Lord Taixian didn't act and the dynasty overlord escaped, it would be very bad. Lord Taixian has helped me ever since I went to the higher heavens realm, answered Futian. Moreover, there is no enmity between him and the heavenly mandate dynasty, so I have no reason to ask him to join us. Lord Taixian had already done everything that was possible to help him, including fighting the emperor of the Golden Divine Nation. However, it had all been to protect him. Asking Lord Taixian to attack the heavenly mandate realm would be too much. At this moment, we cannot take responsibility for this decision, said the Dragon Emperor of the Dragon Gods. The question of going to war with the heavenly mandate realm and the Violet Heavenly Palace was too great. This would be a war of the highest level. Only the elders could decide this. Fine, said Yi Futian with a nod. He turned to Long Chun and said, "Who among you is approaching the level of a demon emperor?" "Several of us," said Long Chun. He and Gao Huang were both close. Then you stay here and cultivate. There is a great matrix within the pavilion," said Yi Futian. "The rest of you, please consider my words." "All right." Everyone nodded. Long Chun felt a bit surprised. There were many secret cultivation zones within Tianshan Academy, and so they naturally would have many matrices. Why did Yi Futian want him to stay here to reach the next level? Everyone left, leaving behind only the three who were approaching the next level. After half a month, 3 figures exited Yi Futian Pavilion. Not long after, the people from the other forces came to tell Yi Futian and the others that they would be returning to prepare for the establishment of an academy for the Heavenly Mandate Realm. They would wait for him back in the Heavenly Mandate Realm. In the pavilion, Yi Futian and Gu Donglu were together. "What is your plan?" asked Gu Donglu. "For the academy?" asked Yi Futian with a smile. "Why don't we call it the Heavenly Mandate Cottage?" Gu Donglu was silent for a while, then nodded. "It's a good name." The word cottage had special meaning for them. That had been their master's dream. If the Heavenly Mandate Cottage was successful, it would be very meaningful. "Once this is over, we should bring second sister the others here," said Yi Futian with a slight smile. When all the forces allied to build the Heavenly Mandate Cottage, its power would be immense. It would become a symbol of the Heavenly Mandate Realm. "Good idea," said Gu Donglu with a nod. He also missed Zhuge Mingyue. Yi Futian thought of some of his old friends as well. When the time came, they would all come to the Heavenly Mandate Realm, including his master Hua Fenglu and the Masteress. At that time, the family would be together again. Chapter 1667 Target. Over the next few days, the cultivators who had left the celestial gate of vast heaven began to return. The first ones to come back were the Renhuangs. It was easier for people of that level to cross vast distances, so even those who had been sent to other realms eventually made their way to the Central Emperor realm. They naturally heard of the events of the God's Relic and then returned home. In addition, some of the people who returned had been cultivating in the Central Emperor realm. Of those below the Renhuang Plain who had returned, most of them had happened to be there. Yi Futian knew that if they had not been there, it would have taken them longer to get the news and return. However, they could begin rebuilding their power now, and once they returned to the celestial gate of vast heaven, the other people from there would soon find out. Once the cottage was established, the first people who were trained would naturally be the disciples of the celestial gate of vast heaven. Of course, Yi Futian would not refuse the cultivators of the demon forces either. After all, some of them had been very close to Emperor Yi Qing. One day, a guest came to Tianshan Academy from the Nantian Divine Kingdom. It was Princess Nan Luotian. She had said she would come to cultivate for a while, but first, she had gone home to stabilize her own level. She did not directly enter the academy, but came to Yi Futian's pavilion first, where he personally greeted her. He naturally knew she had not come for his good looks, but because he still owed her a debt. He owed her 5 top ritual implements from the God's Relic. This was a huge gain even for the Nantian Divine Kingdom. Moreover, when Yi Futian had made his plea to Emperor Nan, he had said he would give them to Nan Luotian. He would certainly not mind his daughter having many protective ritual implements about her. The moment Nan Luotian reached the pavilion, the whole place grew brighter. Both her looks and her personality were extraordinary. She could truly be called a goddess among women. Even if she were not Emperor Nan's daughter, even if she were not a talented cultivator, just her looks and her personality would make even powerful figures want to bow before her. Cultivators were not the kind of people who only paid attention to looks, but when someone was as beautiful as Nan Luotian, it was a different matter. "Greetings, Princess Luotian," Yi Futian said with a bow, a warm smile on his face. Although she was so extraordinary, Yi Futian was used to beautiful women, so he was not too flustered by her. Xia Qingyuan was there as well, and when she saw Nan Luotian, there was a flash of envy in her eyes. This woman was so dazzling that it was enough to cover up all other light, and her temperament was like that of a goddess, which was something that even without her status and power, she would still have. Of all the women she had seen, only the Empress of Brahma's pure sky could compare to Nan Luotian. She was another unique woman. No need to be so formal, answered Nan Luotian. Her voice was warm, so she seemed very calm. Please come in, said Yi Futian, extending his hand. He knew why she was here, so there was no need to ask. He would just directly give her the ritual implements she had come for. Nan Luotian nodded and stepped in. She seemed satisfied with how Yi Futian was treating her. She did not like too much hypocritical politeness. For people at their level, it was rather meaningless. When she entered the pavilion, the spatial sacred hall was already set up, its golden spatial gate opened. Everything was ready. The ritual implements are all inside. You may go in and choose, said Yi Futian. Nan Luotian walked inside and saw more than 100 ritual implements. She thought to herself that Yi Futian was probably the one who had gained the most out of the trip to the god's relic. This was a treasure trove. If Xiao Muyu, who had come previously, had seen his scene, she might have had the urge to kill Yi Futian. Yi Futian had told her that Nan Luotian would not have as many choices as she had. However, when Nan Luotian had come, Yi Futian had brought out all the hidden ritual implements. Of course, he had left out the ones that were useful to him. He would definitely not let Nan Luotian choose those ones. But he did bring out the vast majority of them, and all of them were incredible. He was certainly not stinting her. Nan Luotian and Xiao Muyu were different. Nan Luotian was the only daughter of Emperor Nan and Empress Luo. She could speak to Emperor Nan whenever she wished. Previously, Yi Futian had personally asked Emperor Nan for help. If he bit the hand that had fed him by cheating Nan Luotian, what would Emperor Nan think? He did not need to antagonize the top figures in the Central Imperial Realm for the sake of hiding a few ritual implements. With Xiao Muyu, he could be much more casual. She was not even a Renhuang, and Yi Futian had not made contact with the elder of the Xiao clan at the god's relic, but rather with Xiao Muyu directly. And it had been enough for them just to follow Tianqian Academy and Emperor Nan. Nan Luotian looked around the spatial sacred hall and selected 3 ritual implements. She did not continue taking more. Princess Nan, I promised Emperor Nan 5, said Yi Futian. My father only said a single sentence on your behalf. He expended very little energy. 3 is enough, said Nan Luotian. For Emperor Nan, it had indeed just been a matter of a single sentence, but its effect on Yi Futian's situation had been massive. But through this, Yi Futian could sense Emperor Nan's attitude. These were powerful implements, and that sentence was not worth 2 more of them. Give my thanks to Emperor Nan, said Yi Futian with a slight nod. He did not owe Nan Luotian any more ritual implements. Emperor Nan and Nan Luotian had made their decision, so there was no point in saying anything more on the matter. I have chosen my ritual implements, so I will depart. Nan Luotian was extremely direct and did things without leaving the least bit of ambiguity. All right, I'll see you off, said Yi Futian with a nod. Nan Luotian was a little surprised. She had met countless people, and most of them would try to speak with her more if given the chance. Even if they didn't have a chance, they would try to manufacture one. But Yi Futian seemed not to have any intentions along those lines. He did not try to delay her. No need, Lord Yi, she said. As she exited the pavilion, she stopped and looked back at his handsome face. She suddenly said, How many perfect divine wheels have you forged? Yi Futian was stunned when he heard Nan Luotian's words, then he suddenly smiled. It seemed that she was curious as well. It seemed that she knew a little bit about what had happened. You will know soon enough, he said with a smile. Nan Luotian did not pursue the matter. She just nodded and left. She had only asked because she was curious. After she left, Yi Futian was still gazing outside. Xia Qingyuan frowned and said, What are you thinking? What could I be thinking? He said, smiling at her. The only princess of the Nantian Divine Kingdom with unparalleled talent and looks. What else could you be thinking? She said. When I first came to Emperor Xia's realm, you were unparalleled in both talent and looks as well, but did I have any thoughts like that? Said Yi Futian, tilting his head and smiling. Was he teasing her? Upon hearing that, her expression froze. She looked up at him and said, Only you can answer that. Seeing the way Xia Qingyuan was looking at him, Yi Futian was stunned. Something seemed to be wrong with this picture. The weather is good today. It is a good day for cultivating, said Yi Futian, looking up at the sky. He turned and left. Xia Qingyuan smiled as she watched him go. But even as she did, Her eyes were a little sad. She was trying to change. Yi Futian. At that moment, several figures quickly rushed toward the palace. One of them was Kong Xian, who had been cultivating within Tianshan Academy. Yi Futian, who had wanted to spend some time cultivating, felt his thoughts be drawn back to the present. "What is the matter?" he asked. "There is a conflict between Yaya and the people of Tianshan Academy. There are Renhuangs who are getting involved," she said. "Let's go." Yi Futian began to move quickly. Kong Xian felt will begin to cover her. Behind Yi Futian, several figures rose into the air in a defensive formation, following him. What happened? Yi Futian was moving extremely quickly, moving across great distances with every step. He descended upon the sky stairwell and began walking up towards Tianshan Academy. Yaya got into a fight with one of the top figures of Tianshan Academy. She couldn't contain her power and wounded her opponent, so some other Renhuangs from Tianshan Academy got involved. The swordmaster of Lihan was there, but they probably won't be able to stop their opponents, Kong Xian explained simply. "I doubt that the people of Tianshan Academy planned this. They know that she has ritual implements from the god's relic." Yi Futian did not say any more. He entered Tianshan Academy with Jiang Chengzi and Hua Jiangshan following him. There was basically no more to ask. All of the 9 realms knew he was here and had guessed that he had traded ritual implements to convince Tianshan Academy to let him in. Now, all the great powers were here. Thus, he was not worried that they would do anything to him. In that case, Tianshan Academy's reputation would be worsened. Thus, this was probably not the will of the higher-ups at Tianshan Academy. It had just been done by several of the people there. After all, it was a huge academy with many disciples. There were all kinds of people there. At the same time, many of the people in the academy seemed to know a little of what had happened, and they were coming from many different places within the academy, all of them walking in the same direction as Yi Futian and the others. You're tuning in to the Warrior Lore YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.